Call to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, August 18th, 2020. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and establish a quorum?
Supervisors Frost.
Here.
Kennedy.
Here.
Natoli.
Here.
Peters.
Here.
Cerna.
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Thank you.
This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, August 21st at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. This meeting is also broadcast live on KUBU Radio on 96.5 FM. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch.
Great, thank you. Sheriff Jones, will you do us the honor of leading us in the pledge this morning, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Hey, again, I want to welcome those mostly that are viewing the broadcast this morning of our board proceedings. In compliance with directives of the county, state, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, this meeting is live streamed and closed to the public. Temporary procedures are subject to change pursuant to guidelines related to social distancing and minimizing person-to-person contact. Of course, members of the public are certainly welcome to provide verbal comment on items on our agenda and items not on our agenda. To do so, please dial 916-875-2500 and follow the prompts to be placed in queue for a specific agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please refer to the agenda and or watch the meeting to follow along to determine when is the best time to call to be placed in queue to make your public comment. You may be on hold for up to an extended period of time, and your patience is appreciated. When I open public comment for a specific agenda item or an off-agenda matter, the clerk staff will begin transferring you into the meeting. Each agenda item queue will remain open until the public comment period is closed for that specific item. Thank you again for your patience. Of course, written comments are always accepted. You can send your email comment to boardclerk@saccounty.net, and Sac County is SACCOUNTY. Your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. And just one other note, please, just from experience, I know that people that wish to address the board, members of the public that wish to address the board are watching, and you may be watching on a device like a phone or an iPad or a computer. Please do turn down your device when you are getting ready to speak so we can avoid feedback and other interference. All right, with that, Madam Clerk, our first item.
For your consent matters, items 1 through 31. For item 3, you're adopting an ordinance amending section 3.28.030 of chapter 3.28, title 3 of the Sacramento County Code regarding applications for reassessment of property damage as a result of misfortune or calamity. You waive reading on this on August 11th. And that concludes my notes.
Great, thank you. All right, any member of the board wish to pull an item from consent for separate consideration, vote, questions and comment? I'll start on my left. Supervisor Natoli?
Yeah, I'd just like to have a brief discussion regarding items 17 and 18, if I could.
Item 17, authority to execute a retroactive expenditure agreement with Sierra Health Foundation, Center for Health Program Management in the amount of $2,888,630 for the term beginning May 15th through December 30th, 2020 for COVID-19 response teams.
I might want to just go ahead and call 18 too. The questions are kind of general.
Sure. Okay. Retroactive authority to amend an agreement with the Regents of University of California, increasing by up to $2 million from $1 million to $3 million for the term April 9th through September 30th, 2020 to provide community COVID-19 testing services addressing the COVID-19 health crisis in the Sacramento County.
My question is, so last week when we had the discussion, we had kind of had a countdown of the amount of dollars were available in the COVID account. So was this counted in that amount, or we were down to roughly, I don't know, $19 million, I think, is still remaining funds in that particular account. So does this?
It was counted in it.
So we're still holding at 19 million, or this isn't, you take 19 million, you take the additional 2 and the additional 3 comes off, or this was already in that?
It was already in that number.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking the question is that it's a little difficult to track, and certainly we've had a lot of conversation in recent days about this. So is there the ability, I don't know if we're going to see any more of these, obviously we got an agenda item tomorrow that relates to some of these things, to have that chart, if we see these, so we can, we're funding dine-in program, we're funding contact tracers, we have health contracts with the STEM folks that are going to do the additional, to know, so there's kind of not just a tracking financially, but so we know what's going on and how this stuff either dovetails, or in the case of item 18, my understanding is that UCD is not going to be providing that service after end of September, right?
Correct.
So to kind of know if there's a matrix that's not too complicated, so that and again, I've had plenty of conversations with folks in the public, as I'm sure my colleagues have, and I know that staff has gotten questions too. So there's some ability to say that, one, we were doing these things because these are retroactive in that respect. So it goes back to May when we were doing contact tracing, or working with Sierra Health, I guess, as it relates to what they were providing. So I think there's some understanding that we didn't just start doing this because we have these items before us today. That again, and that's when I'm trying to frame this in a way that's understandable, explainable, but also showing that, whatever action going forward that we've been working, with the community, with our community partners in doing both testing as well as contact tracing, some of the team efforts and so forth. And so I think it's important for us to have that understanding now. That's why. So I don't know if there's an attachment that can go with items as they come to the board. If we see more of these, recognizing December 30th, these funds are going to be exhausted. But I just think it's important to understand that for us to be able to explain, but also that we can show that the expenditures and the actual work has been has been performed. Is that reasonable?
Yes, understood.
Okay. I don't know, Bruce, anything you wanted to add to this?
I'm sorry?
I was asking Bruce. I mean, Bruce would look like he was going to speak.
No, I think
speak.
Thank you for your question, Supervisor. We can provide that.
Okay, then just let me ask one specific regarding item 17. So the community health workers, have those already been employed?
The whom?
There's a list. There's a list of things here that are being provided under the contract with Sierra Health. So community-based.
Dr. Bielenson is here, Supervisor.
Okay. All right.
So we have, this is taking care of a variety of aspects.
Can't hear you.
The podium can't be raised. There's a technical problem with it. It's
You squat then, Peter?
Yes.
Get him a bar stool? I don't know.
Yeah, tell you the story. This covers several different aspects of projects. All of them are under Sierra Health Foundation, but they are being farmed out to a variety of community-based organizations, including to La Familia for health outreach, business navigators, who've been trained and will be out in doing business navigation, helping people to understand what the rules are. They'll be out starting next week. We have 2 cohorts of community health workers, of contact tracers who are being trained by UCLA. One of them has been trained by UCLA already. The other cohort is being trained by UCLA this week. Those are the contact tracing trainings that are done by UCLA and UCSF. And the community health workers, of whom about 15 are being trained as well. So some of these people have been hired. Actually, the majority of the people have been hired. Most of them have been trained, and one or two cohorts are already out in the field.
Okay, so the retroactivity pertains to some of the work that's been done to bring people up to the skill set or the training they need to do it, but a lot of the work hasn't been performed yet. So in going forward, so if I look at $2.8 million here for the use of it, some of that's been expended, but the real work is ahead and deployment of folks. So, Peter, we were looking at here, what's the number of folks that would be deployed? I mean, you've got contact tracers, business navigators, community-based testing staff, and community health workers that are a part of this. we talking about a complement, get 30 is the number here in one of these, but I have no idea what the other one, so we're talking about 100 new folks, a couple hundred folks?
Or 20, well, we're having the 45 million come forward tomorrow. which
Right, I know.
Will bring a lot more folks. This is 30 community contact tracers.
Okay.
About 10 community health workers, 10
Okay.
to 15 community health workers, 25 to 26 business navigators, and I think that's it.
And the community-based testing staff, those are,
Community-based testing staff.
Yeah, it talks about-
That's at the 10 sites, so.
Okay.
We actually do, yeah, you're right, that's another, probably 3 at each of the 10 sites, probably another 30 part-time workers.
okay, so roughly 100, because you got 25, 40, 30, yeah, so about 100 folks in the complement of folks that are being
Not
employed.
full-time, but yes, some of them full-time.
And just one last question regarding this then. So this will, these contracts, well, the one ends, item 18 ends in September, but this one carries through to December. So
30th.
these folks will be employed, deployed through that point in time with this contract.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thanks. That's all I had.
Is that it? Okay. Supervisor Frost? Supervisor Peters?
Yeah, please let the record reflect I'm recusing from item number 5, potential conflict of interest.
Okay, very good. Nothing from Supervisor Kennedy. I know that we are adopting a resolution in honor of the 100th anniversary of women's suffrage. I just wanted to make mention, because it is on consent, that certainly if we weren't in a pandemic situation, we would rightfully have a number of advocates for women's rights that have worked tirelessly over the years here in our community join us here in Chambers for special recognition of that resolution. And I just didn't want to just pass it in consent without making some small mention of that, and maybe look to my colleagues to see if they had any other comments they wanted to share.
You also have a caller for that item.
I'm aware of that. I believe it's a representative from the League of Women Voters that's on the line. But I want to look to my colleagues to see if they had any comments they wanted to share on that.
Mr. Kennedy, I think, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo that, and two things. One is, I mean, it's a momentous occasion for the rights of people throughout our nation. It's a proud day in one respect that it happened. It's not that it took so long, but that I look forward to celebrating the 101st anniversary here in Chambers.
Very good.
And I would just note, I actually heard on the radio this morning, but today, August the 18th, is the actual day when the ratification of the amendment was, certified. So this is, I guess
It is the day.
It's the
It
day.
is 100 years, so.
It's the day, yeah.
It is no small measure that it is a milestone in this country's history that brought into, certainly rightfully again, brought into the fold 51% of our population in terms of extending the right to be active in the electoral process, and to make sure that as broad a spectrum of people in our community have the opportunity to directly elect, have their say, to represent the people that represent, or to elect the people that represent them. So again, just wanted to make sure that just didn't get left on consent without some comment from this board. And with that, I think we'll take our public speaker.
Hi, caller, you are on the line. Please go ahead with your comments.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Diana Carpenter-Medoshi.
Can you, is it possible?
I'm
There you go.
a part of the next 100 years. I would like to address and thank the Board of Supervisors, especially the Chairman Turner, for recognizing the 100th anniversary of women, the 19th Amendment, of women winning the right to vote. This was not an easy campaign. And today we still are working on chastisement of all people to get the right to vote. The 19th Amendment guaranteed American women the right to vote, and achieving this milestone was a lengthy and difficult struggle. And when it did pass, although it said for American women to have the right to vote, African American women and other minorities continue to struggle to get and have to fight for the right to vote. So on this day, I would like to thank you for recognizing that struggle on the behalf of all the women. And the women today who are the modern day suffragists that are continuing to work for the right to vote. We still have voter suppression. We have so many different laws that are excluding people from their rightful franchise to vote. So with this celebration, we would like to acknowledge that there's still work to be done. And we thank you for honoring us with the resolution and hoping to spread the word while we celebrate this achievement. We have more work to be done. We have an important election to be involved in, and we encourage you to do all you can to empower all the citizens and residents that can vote to vote. That in this time of the pandemic, we do all we can to make it safe so that everyone can exercise their legal right to vote. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate your patience waiting to address the board. I think your words resonate with all 5 of us. And again, we would have loved to do a lot more in terms of celebrating the century since the passage of the amendment. And I think your statements about the ongoing struggle really are very relevant to the environment today, that we have to, all of us, continue to make sure that voting is as participatory and welcoming as possible in our local communities, across our state, and across our nation. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, entertain a motion on consent.
Move the item.
Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Peters, seconded by...
Actually, can we have someone else move the item because you're
right.
recused from item 5?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the resolution.
No, we're talking about the balance of consent. So,
I'll withdraw my move.
okay, would you like to be... Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Frost. Is there a second? Second by Supervisor Kenny, and please let the record show that Supervisor Peters is recusing on item 5. All right, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Very good, thank you. Next item, please.
Okay. For item 32, this is the sheriff's presentation on board request for information on training and recruitment.
Okay, as the sheriff is making his way to the podium, I know he has a fairly exhaustive presentation. I know that Supervisor Kennedy in particular has been very close to the subject. In fact, I believe it was at his request that we bring this forward. In coordination with Supervisor Kennedy, what I'd like to do is permit, with the sheriff's agreement, permit the board to maybe chime in on sections of your presentation as we move along.
Of course.
With questions and comments.
Yeah, of course.
Very good. Welcome.
Thank you, and good morning to all of you. It's a pleasure to be back in chambers. Hopefully everybody can get back in chambers soon. It's not nearly as exciting with just us chickens in the roost. So I want to thank you, first of all, for inviting me for this presentation for a couple of reasons. First of all, with a lot of the noise and assertions that are being made about law enforcement in general and the sheriff's office in particular, it's easy to just let those things go, but rather this board decided to put that in the form, those assertions in the form of a question, and simply ask the question. And so inviting me back to respond to those particular concerns, I appreciate that opportunity. And secondly, of course, anytime I get the opportunity to show off the great work that the women and men of the Sheriff's Office do, whether on the policy side or the practitioner side on the day-to-day contacts, I'm always ready to stand up and do that. So again, I appreciate the invitation. So I was asked to, let me make sure I got this all figured out. I was asked to come back and present on 3 topics of discussion: use of force and de-escalation training, racial diversity and sensitivity training, and recruitment of underrepresented employees. And I traditionally use the term underrepresented employees rather than minority employees, because I think underrepresented employees encompasses much more, whether they're racial or ethnic minorities, religious minorities, LGBT folks, or even women who are underrepresented in the field of law enforcement, and certainly in our department as well. So that's a much more encompassing term. So the use of force and de-escalation training, I've broken that up just to try and make it simpler, and I may have complicated it, but I'll try and explain it. I've separated out use of force training with de-escalation training, and I've further separated each of those topics to what we train in the academy and what we train in service, the ongoing training that all officers are required to take annually and biannually. So first we will talk about use of force and use of force training, but before I do, there's a couple of points I wanted to make. As you can see, that use of force is a component to over 650 hours of the total 956 total hours of instruction in our academy. It is certainly one of the most poignant responsibilities that we have as officers, the authority and the obligation in some circumstances to use force, and so it is among our most gravest responsibilities to make sure that folks receive as much training as possible in those areas. Also, all of the academy learning domains, all of the training is regulated, standardized in California by the California Post, Peace Officer Standards of Training, and each aspect of force training, or any other training we do for that matter, is not just classroom training, it's not just academic. We do practical exercises and scenario-based training to try and solidify the things that we're trying to instruct our recruits. And then I put there, and I will revisit that statement again when we talk about de-escalation training, it's difficult sometimes to differentiate among what is use of force training and what is de-escalation training, because in fact de-escalation is a part of all of our use of force training. So in all of those 600, and the majority of those 650 hours, there's going to be discussion points and aspects that touch on de-escalation in all of that use of force training. So they're inextricably intertwined, those two concepts, but we do have some particular training for each that I can go into. So first we have the use of force training specific to the academy. And these are obviously overbroad categories, but they will give you some sense of the types of training that we train in. General use of force, you will see, I don't want to read to you, although there will be parts of today's presentation that I will read to you, but it talks about the authority and limitations to objectively use reasonable force, and the authority for us to use force by law to effect an arrest, prevent escape, overcome resistance, or in defense of self or others as authorized by law. We work hard to instill the limitations, so including the use of force standards, including those set by our policy, state law, and federal case law, are adhered to. And as we know, those standards often change, and so it's incumbent upon us through our academy and in-service training to be agile enough to incorporate any changes in specifically case law or legislative law that might get changed. And obviously the importance of proper reporting and documentation, that includes any video evidence that might exist, whether in the jail or in-car camera or things of that nature for any use of force. Additionally, obviously, part of the use of force training in our academy is basic arrest control, teaching officers the proper use and application of not only handheld tactics to be able to control someone or direct someone, but also restraint devices and the use of impact weapons. We obviously spend a lot of time on all of those things, as well as the authority for it, legally speaking, and the limitations on it, as well as verbal commands, and in the point of impact weapons and electronically controlled devices such as a taser, areas to avoid for these strikes. And we obviously teach quite a bit, spend a lot of time on firearms and chemical agents in the academy as well. So a little more subtle and I guess not so tool-based is we instruct in the academy on range of force options. So we get the officers thinking about the range of force options they have available and the appropriate use of force or implement of force for the situation. We spend quite a bit of time doing that. We talk about a concept we call proportionality, which is using the appropriate level of force for the scenario. This also has a strong component of de-escalation in it. Obviously, we want to use the least amount of force that we have to gain compliance, prevent the escape, or whatever authorized use of force justification for the use of force we have. But to the extent that we can de-escalate something, it will require us, hopefully, to be able to utilize a lower amount of force or no amount of force, even if it's including voice commands, to gain compliance. We also discuss continual reevaluation, what might be authorized at the beginning of an encounter, which might be very agitated or perhaps violent. There must be a continuous reevaluation as the event progresses to whether the force needs to be escalated or in many cases de-escalated or reduced to meet a diminishing justification for the use of force. And obviously we spend a great deal of time on effective communication, how we can use, in my academy, we called it verbal judo, but I don't know what they call it in the academy now, but it's basically effective communication to try and gain compliance without having the need to go to more hands-on or more aggressive uses of force, including clear warnings, instructions, and tools and tactics for de-escalation. We're still in the academy under the use of force category. This is an important function. It's often discussed in terms of police reform, but certainly wanted to let this body know that this has already been incorporated into our use of force policy. Not only the consequence of using unreasonable force, but the mandate in our policy to intervene when an officer views another officer using unreasonable force, if it is safe and practical to do so, but in any case report the excessive use of force or their perception of the excessive use of force to an immediate supervisor. Obviously listed there are the consequences, potential consequences that are impressed upon the officer for improper uses of force or failing to intervene when they might see an improper use of force. And all of those things are not mutually exclusive, of course. Any incident, as we've all been experienced with, can result in many or even all of those things. And so that is impressed very strongly with academy recruits. Switching to in-service training, specific to officers that are already on the job, the ongoing training. We obviously, we qualify several times a year. Every officer is required to qualify several times a year for proficiency in firearms, but that also includes legal updates, safety updates, updates in the use of force policy if there are any. Again, another shot at being able to put them in scenarios of force options and de-escalation tactics, as well as less lethal considerations, which we would consider among the spectrum of proportionality for use of force incidents. Again, it includes scenario-based. We want to use as realistic a scenario-based training and shooting drills as we possibly can. Arrest control, same factor. Those are very perishable skills. Properly applied arrest control techniques, which are hands-on techniques, are safer for the officer, obviously safer for the subjects. And if properly applied and effective, it obviates the need for a greater degree of force or an escalation of the incident. And those are very perishable skills. It's not something we use every day, so we want to make sure through our in-service training we keep people brushed up on those physical skills. And then lastly, as I mentioned before, the forced option simulator. I think Supervisor Frost, this is what she availed herself to, that training. This technology is getting much better and more realistic to actually put the person both physically and mentally, emotionally, in a stress state of kind of the high-risk, low-frequency events that officers sometimes have to be faced in, but not with enough regularity for it to be routine. Hopefully putting those officers in those scenarios and being able to do it in a controlled environment so they can discuss, so they can examine, so they can consider other options besides less lethal. They can continually reassess the situation. It may not end up with a shooting scenario or force scenario at all, and certainly employ de-escalation tactics or less lethal amounts of force.
Sheriff?
Yes, sir.
Before you move on, because I think you're at a point where we're going to move into de-escalation, we have a question or a comment from Supervisor Tolley, then I'll have one following his question or comment. Supervisor Tolley?
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a question about when you look at the force options, and you touched on it early in the presentation, Sheriff Jones, but so as it relates, we talk about, firearms, taser, OC spray, but what about the updating of the training as it relates to, you mentioned baton and some of the events, obviously, that have been very tragic elsewhere in the United States as it relates to, it wasn't a firearm, it wasn't a taser, but it was a knee to the throat, or it was a chokehold. It was actually a physical restraint, person on person. What sort of updating training relative to that? Because, if you have someone on the ground, either they're cuffed or not, and, those can be just as lethal, and again, have been obviously a topic of much conversation and concern, throughout our country. And I guess I'm curious about what sort of updates and reinforcements. It's one thing, firearms, they're doing that regularly, but what about those, again, and there's probably other types of restraints as well, arms behind back, we break arms and such, so.
Well, that's a great question, very timely, obviously, with what's going on in the national discussion that's occurring. So I can tell you that not much training has changed other than changing the policy, which by its very nature changes training. So a couple of things that we've done recently, and much of it having to do with the response to what's going on nationally, is we have disallowed the carotid constriction. So we no longer do that. I'll be the first to tell you, it is an incredibly effective tool if done properly to eliminate what could be a very violent encounter very quickly and safely.
Is that otherwise known as a chokehold?
No, sir. That's part of the confusion. A chokehold is what you would imagine, choking someone. We call it a bar arm chokehold. So an arm straight across the neck would be what we would consider in the profession a chokehold. Those have never been authorized, and I don't know what agencies do authorize them. There may be some, but certainly none in California that authorize the chokehold. Never have, even in my career. I don't know if they did prior to 30 years ago, but certainly not in my career. So what I'm talking about is the carotid constriction, where you have the elbow kind of protecting the critical function of the neck, the hyoid, the larynx, and things in the front of the neck. It's in the crook of the elbow, where you're actually reducing the level of blood flow to the brain, and it makes someone pass out quite quickly, so you can get them restrained and in the encounter. It is an incredibly effective tool, but the perception of that, I think the objectiveness of that, I think the community objecting to some of that, the visual aspects of it, and the propensity for, in the throes of battle, having it being done incorrectly or causing injury, were enough to tip the scales in favor of us disallowing that particular practice. So we no longer allow that carotid constriction. The other thing that we are currently in the process of changing our use of force order, and the reason it hasn't been changed yet is that process goes through several reviews, several layers of reviews and use of force experts. But kneeling on the neck has never been allowed. We are now going to be disallowing putting the full weight of someone on someone's back or torso, either front or back. And that is out of an overabundance of caution for positional asphyxia and other potential misses. So you could be intending to put your knee on someone's back to restrain them, which is also effective, but I wouldn't say a likelihood, but a possibility of being slightly off and being on someone's neck or being on someone's more critical area is such that we're only going to allow that if there is if there's an active fight going on. If someone needs to gain control and they're actually being assaulted, then the officer has to gain control. But once that control is gained, or if it's only passive resistance, for example, someone not complying but not actively resisting, those particular practices will be disallowed.
Are there any other practices that will be disallowed that have been as a result of some of the recent events and conversations? I mean, those are the two most.
Those are
obvious,
the
yeah.
only two that we're going to change. I would suspect that a lot of things that you're hearing nationally, people, complaining about, that we already disallow, that we don't, and I say we, I think California law enforcement is really on the forefront of law enforcement training all across the country. So I think a lot of the things that you might see other departments do across the country, we in California law enforcement have likely not been doing for some time.
So, so back to the basic question here. You said that's still being, some of those policies are still under levels of review. How then is that, Sheriff Jones, incorporated though into the training? If it's no longer provided for, then although you used an example, if there was a fight, you could still kneel on somebody's back potentially, and so how. In your updates of your training for your officers who may have been in the field for any number of years and bring the experience of having been in the field and encountered those situations, how does that get incorporated beyond some of the that was going? How do you distinguish that?
Normally policies come out and they're trained, but in cases like this, with use of force policy being such an important component to what we do and don't do, these would be accompanied by written directives from either my office or the undersheriff's office to say this is taking effect immediately. So in many respects, the use of force policy changes because they have to comply with, they have to go through a lot of review, legal reviews, all sorts of other things. They will catch up to that, but the policy will be enacted immediately, and it will be covered in every briefing by the supervisors conducting briefings. Okay. So those changes can occur very, very rapidly, even if sometimes the policy lags.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, the carotid hold is prohibited.
Correct.
And I don't know what you call it. You said knee to the throat was never allowed, but whatever it is to restrain someone.
Placing your entire weight on someone's back to keep them down, to keep them restrained.
Or stomach.
And we're actually working on that last in this week. So by the end of this week, likely something will go out on that as well.
Okay, and that would be prohibited.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Supervisor Kennedy.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Sheriff. I have several questions based on your PowerPoint, but also in your comments. You said that chokeholds is it carotid restraint?
Carotid constriction. You're constricting the flow of blood.
You said they're not authorized. Does that mean
Correct.
that they're specifically, are they named in any policy as being prohibited?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, the chokehold has never been authorized. Yeah, they're both mentioned specifically as being not allowed. Yes.
Okay.
But the chokehold's not changed because it has never been allowed.
But I actually, you answered my question in that I can see where in a tussle, one would become the other pretty easily, I would think. So.
Well, correct. Yeah, that's right. And that's part of the issue. Like I said, the carotid constriction, frankly, is, I have never used it, but I know many people that have, and it's very effective at doing no damage and resolving a very violent confrontation that otherwise could end very poorly. And that's part of the issue with getting rid of some of these less lethal forms, is then we have to go to the next notch on the force continuum because we don't have that tool. But because of the likelihood in a dynamic situation of potential injury and obviously changing community perceptions, which is often why law enforcement changes and evolves over the years. And I think this is just one of those instances.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that because at the beginning you said noise and assertions. I think this is elevated far beyond noise and assertions at this point.
Correct, but that was in the context of people making assertions, and then a lot of people unfortunately just think, oh, well, that they must not do that, or they must do that, and by contrast, you guys decided to ask the questions. Well, let's see what we're doing. Let's see what we're doing and not doing. That's the way I meant that. That's the context I meant that in.
And here you said the importance of proper reporting and documentation. What's that look like?
So every use of force is required to be documented, whether there is visible injury or actual injury or even complaint of pain, whether it's inside of our jails. So the first aspect is detailing the scenarios, the instances where use of force or reported or actual injury has to be reported, so we can capture that. And that capturing also includes video. I know this board is contemplating body cams as well. That would be obviously part of our maintaining and collecting that documentation, just to preserve the facts of what occurred. So in 6 months, or if we get a complaint, or if we get a lawsuit in a year, we can go back and recreate that incident, at least have a complete whole universe factual accounting of what occurred.
And is that state law, or is that Sacramento County Sheriff's Department policy?
Well, I think the basic bare bones of it might be state law, but the reporting requirements are specific to our department.
Okay.
I remember when I was a legal affairs guy, I'm the one who wrote the requirement for, changed it to complaint of pain, because people were saying, well, our complaint of injury. There was no injury, no visible injury. Well, then it's enough to be a complaint of injury. We still need to, if for nothing else than to protect the department, protect the county. But it's always better to have more information when you need to recall it than less information.
And what happens with that reporting after? I mean, does it end up in an internal investigation file and never to be seen again? I mean, what?
No, so all of that goes into our internal report writing database, our report writing system. So it's all preserved forever. And now if there's a need for a complaint, for example, if there's a use of force, and most of our use of force complaints are internally generated, which means the supervisor sees something, the officer sees something that says, I want to look a little bit more into that, whether it's an informal investigation, divisional level, or internal affairs investigation. And so, for example, if a supervisor wanted to make that a complaint, that's separate and apart from the documentation of the incident. That's a whole separate process to investigate that incident, but that certainly will include the documentation of the incident. It will just include more documentation pursuant to our administrative investigations policies.
And it's the requirement if a sheriff's deputy or supervisor or anybody in your employ witnesses something that they think it's a requirement to report it. Is that right?
That's correct, to a supervisor.
What is the
requirement is to intervene if it's safe and practical to do so at the time, but if not, in all cases, they should report it to their supervisor.
What happens if that doesn't occur?
Well, then that would be an additional point of potential discipline. It's misconduct, so it would be another part of whatever eventual investigation would come out.
So it could be misconduct and disciplinary action, potential disciplinary action against both the perpetrator and the witness.
That's correct. We have disciplined employees for failing to intervene or failing to bring forward complaints.
Chemical agents.
Yes.
Another one that's being spoken quite a bit about nationwide right now. What's our policy on chemical agents? I mean, what do we use, and what is it? Without going into a 650-hour course here.
Right. So, I mean, basically, to simplify it, we use OC, oleoresin capsicum spray, which is pepper spray.
Okay.
And we use them in the form of handheld disbursement devices, little canisters, as well as for mass gatherings, crowd control, those types of things. We use pepper balls. They call them pepper balls, but they're basically, what do they call that sport where the paintball? Paintball. They're basically paintballs filled with OC spray instead of paint. And we also have canisters that we can deploy for larger dispersal areas as well.
I mean, you don't have the statistics off the top of your head, but how often do we use something like a canister like that? I mean, ostensibly you wouldn't use it if someone was walking across the street to a church.
Well,
I'm just being facetious. Go ahead.
I'd like to say no, but I'm cynical, so I start thinking of the scenario. What's this guy doing? But no, generally not. So obviously, it's pretty rare to use our OC spray. Even the individual officers level that they carry them on their belts every single day. So even there, it's not used very often. It's just not a tool that's used very often. Obviously, in crowd controls, it gets all the video. You see it being used, but the incidents we have where we have to get our mobile field forces activated and do riot control, which may or may not include ultimately dispersing gas, is even more rare. I mean, and of course we're all aware of those, so we know when those happen.
During the last protests, that a lot of them were peaceful, some not so much. There was some looting that happened. Was any deployed? Number one, and number two, was it by your department or the city police department?
My recollection is that the jails, when they were trying to breach the jail, that we had officers there that were deploying pepper ball gas, is my understanding.
Okay.
I can't say that with absolute certainty, but that's my understanding as I stand here.
Finally, your last slide on this subject. It talks about, on the last slide in use of force, criminal liability and civil rights prosecution. That doesn't happen very often, does it?
Civil rights prosecution?
Either one of those, either criminal liability or civil rights prosecution.
No.
No.
Well, it does happen. I mean, we've had a number of deputies in my career do time in jail or prison. It is, I think maybe the specific question you're asking is it for excessive force?
Yes.
And that is very rare.
Okay, and would that be the process because we've all been through it, but some of the public doesn't know. The process of that would be to go through the investigation, and if your department, not you, but if your department, ultimately you, were to find it warranted, then you would send it to the district attorney for their evaluation, and then they determine whether or not to prosecute?
That's correct. And all significant uses of force, we do brief in the district attorney's office for their review and ultimate decision whether to prosecute or not.
Automatically?
Automatically. And also the DA, I mean, it's important a lot of people say, well, you know, cops have no oversight, they have no accountability, but it's important to note there's a lot of folks that can initiate those types of investigations. The district attorney on her own, for example, could see something on the news and say, look, they have their own officers and investigators, they could investigate an incident. The Attorney General's office could investigate an incident. The Department of Justice, through their Civil Rights Division, could initiate an investigation. And we've had all of those things happen in various times for different circumstances. So there's a lot of...
As well as the Office of Inspector General.
As well as the Office of Inspector General. So we have a lot of different eyes looking at the same thing, and sometimes they all come to the same conclusion, which may not seem satisfactory to some folks, only getting a glimpse. But you know, let me tell you, using force never looks good. There's no way to make using force on someone look good, especially to folks that have never really been in the world of law enforcement. They really have little concept of the sometimes depravity that we deal with, and there's no way to look, and I certainly understand that. I'm sensitive to that, so I try and tailor my messaging with that in mind. But there are a lot of eyes that are looking at it, that can look at it, and can initiate actions as up to and including prosecutions if it's an egregious case.
Now, we know that a lot of these cases stem from, escalate because of a person's mental health issues.
Correct.
What type of training do you have for?
I will get into a little bit of that when we talk about de-escalation.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And I'm sorry.
Okay.
Another question. So one other specific point I wanted to make that didn't fall neatly into any one category, so I put it under this force issue, but it's the issue of no-knock warrants. You've heard a lot about no-knock warrants, people just getting a no-knock warrant. Now, of course, a no-knock warrant is authorized by law. It has to be signed off by a judge. In fact, that particular component of not giving notice has to be signed off, in particular, by a judge as well. It was my understanding that we don't do no-knock warrants, but I wanted to double check, so I reached out to not only my undersheriff, and in either one of our careers, we can't ever remember doing a no-knock warrant. Like I said, even though it is authorized by law, I also reached out to our current SWAT commander, who's got about the same time, not quite as many years as I do, who was also a SWAT member in his day, and he doesn't remember ever doing a no-knock warrant either. So technically speaking, it is authorized by law, but our policy says that when feasible, we will always give knock and notice. And in fact, we really don't even do forced entries much anymore, unless there's a specific reason for it. We do a surrounding call out. That's our mode. It's safer for the officers, safer for the subject, safer for everybody. So unless there's a real need to do a forced breach and go in and get somebody, we rarely do that. We're more we got plenty of cops, so we just kind of sit around and surround and call out is what we do. So
you do have the authority, even though it's authorized by law.
That's
you do have the
correct.
authority to not do them.
Yeah, I was trying to think, as sitting at my desk, I was trying to think of a particular set of circumstances that where we might do a no-knock warrant. And the only thing I could really come up with, and it'd have to be a pretty specific set of circumstances, but like if there was a hostage situation where we had to rescue a hostage, for example, like perhaps maybe that historic incident on Arden Way, which that long hostage standoff. So if there was some hostage situation where tactically it would be safer for the hostage to do a rescue or something like that. But again, in my career, in my 30 years, no one can recall ever having done one.
But couldn't you have a policy that prohibits no-knock warrants, however, under exigent circumstances?
Well, our policy says we will give knock and notice, so our policy does say that. So, but the law allows for that. So our policies obviously are guidelines; they're not law, and so that does exist, but kind of in the reverse. So if there was an exigent or extraordinary circumstances, we could employ that with current state law. But we, as far as I know, we haven't in 30 years at least.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Supervisor Peters.
Yeah, thank you. Slightly different area. You've mentioned a couple times state law, state policies, and I'm wondering how the Sheriff's Department throughout the state, but particularly you, how much different your policies are from what is the state? Is the state a more loose collection and you can be more conservative but not?
So the state is more concerned with training, right? And much of those trainings really touch upon law, especially use of force training mandates and so on and so forth. Our policies look probably very similar to most agencies in the state. There was a time when we were much larger that we had folks in our Management Analysis and Planning Bureau that could have an eye towards continuously updating our policy. That, for obvious reasons, is no longer the case. And so we rely on a statewide service that provides updated, they do continuous updates and have policies set, and I don't know if most, but many, maybe most of the law enforcement agencies in the state use this service. So we use that for our foundational and rapidly dynamic policy changes, and then we kind of put our own kind of meat on those bones that are particular to our agency.
Okay, so when you say the state of California sheriff's departments are kind of leaders in setting nationwide policy, that's what you're talking about?
100%. No, I don't know if I mean, I don't know if it's sheriffs or police chiefs. I can tell you that
all law enforcement, I guess.
All
I should say.
California law enforcement clearly is ahead of law enforcement in the rest of the country in terms of training and I mean, you look at a lot of these issues that other agencies in the Midwest and towards the East Coast are dealing with. We dealt with these 15 years ago, and so we've already suffered growing pains and come up with policies and practices that help get us past some of these, or at least address some of these things where other agencies are just now dealing with it. So it's easy to put all law enforcement in a big lump, especially when you see something particularly deplorable from another agency or an officer of another agency. But in California, we really are leaps and bounds ahead of the rest of the nation. And I mean, I'd love to take credit for it, but I'm just happen to be in California law enforcement. But it's all of California law enforcement because of Post.
Okay, thank you.
And then finally, I have a question, Sheriff, before you move on. In terms of just the kind of comprehensive process and protocols you use to train on use of force, is there any particular part of that that is specific, to the extent that you can, is specific to letting your officers know what has happened in the past relative to subsequent lawsuits when the training wasn't followed, use of force was excessive, without, of course, sharing confidential information in terms of settlements and that kind of thing. Unfortunately, I think you're well aware, we have kind of a long history of having to, as the board, deal in closed session with, not every case, of course, is a use of force issue relative to the Sheriff's Department, but there have been some. So I would like to know if there's any way you've kind of used those instances to your benefit to help train to the extent that you can.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as I tell my kids, the best lessons in life are learned hard, but wise is the one who can learn from the hard lessons of others. And so storytelling in law enforcement is a huge component of law enforcement to embrace and adhere folks to a culture. That can be positive, it could also be negative. And so we use a lot of those specific examples in the academy and in-service training, especially if there's a particularly egregious one. We use it for training so we don't repeat the same mistakes over and over again. So if we have a particular car crash, for example, that's particularly heinous, where the officer was not being safe, received discipline or perhaps termination, we will use that video, because video is obviously more poignant than someone telling the story. But we do use all of these examples anecdotally as part of our storytelling to help people say, look, you don't want to end up like this guy. You don't want to make the same mistake this person did. And I think by and large it's pretty effective, because people are already, officers in particular, already indoctrinated into that storytelling culture.
So you brought up video. I assume that if our deputies were outfitted with body cameras, you'd actually have not just the utility of that in the field, but you'd actually have that as a augmentation to help better train your officers, because they'd have the benefit of viewing videos where, either, in both cases, either deputies doing the right thing, and here's an example, you can see it's footage from a body cam, or footage of doing the wrong thing, and use that in your training.
100%, and really for three reasons. Number one, we might have video that we might not otherwise have any video of the incident because perhaps the car camera wasn't activated or it was pointed in a different direction. Number two is we might have video of the incident, but might have better video of the incident. And number three is because we might have multiple officers at a scene where there is use of force or some other critical incident occurring, we can not only have video, but we can choose among the best video, the most poignant and most descriptive video to use as training tools. Yes, absolutely.
Supervisor Kennedy.
Yes, thank you, Sheriff. You reminded me of one more thing. You know, we don't have body cams yet, but I hope that's a yet, and I hope we do have them. But we do have car cams. It is not just your department, but across the country, you always hear of cases in which it wasn't turned on. Are there disciplinary actions in the case when the camera's turned off?
There are, but more often than not, so the car cameras are a bit foolproof, so they're activated a number of different ways. They're activated by speed thresholds, so you achieve a certain speed, they automatically turn on. If you activate your lights, your overhead lights, they automatically turn on. Impact, they automatically turn on. And when I say turn on, they're automatically recording a 30-second loop. So when they turn on, they're capturing what occurred 30 seconds prior on through current, real time. And the other foolproof part of what they are is whenever they go near a station, that video is automatically, through the ethos, uploaded to the server. So it's not really fraught with human error, which was one of my early concerns with body cams, because that technology didn't exist for any of that, which has now been obviated. But more of what we had on episodic occurrences was failing to activate your belt mic. So there's a mic inside the car to capture the video, and we can often hear, it's good enough mic to often hear the exchange at a vehicle stop that's occurring in front of the car, but it's obviously no substitute in many instances for the belt mic or lapel mic or wherever they actually have the mic, and they have to actually physically turn that on. And so you know, I'm not cynical enough to think that it's intentional, but certainly there are instances where things happen or things devolve where the officer didn't have the foresight to turn on their mic, and that has led to various levels of corrective or disciplinary action. And it's involved us, and I say us and executive staff, pretty regularly reiterating the importance and the necessity of activating that belt mic. And part of that obviously is checking those, because they're temperamental, they can break, but checking both the onboard camera and your mic before your shift every day. That was a part sometimes missing. They try and turn on the mic, it didn't work, and so mostly that's a reminder to reiteration for folks to check before they go out. But yeah, we have had action for officers that have failed to do that, whether intentional or not. It's that important for them to do.
So with today's technology, you support body cams?
100%.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Which, as you recall, I put a proposal in a couple years ago for them, and since that time,
Just want it on the record again.
yeah, 100%. I'm absolutely for body cams, and you know, cops. Everyone hates change. Cops hate change most of all. But I think there's a couple of dynamics that have occurred where I think even all my staff wants body cameras. Number one is the introduction of in-car cameras. There was obviously a lot of kind of wait and see reticence, but the reality is, although it can capture potential misconduct and be evidence against the officers, the overwhelming likelihood is that will capture positive evidence, or in any case, it captures facts, which is what we're trying to document, report, and act upon. So there's an overwhelming acceptance of in-car cameras, and it's an easy jump to body cameras. And plus, you've got a new generation of officers coming in who basically that's their life is on video and making videos, and so there's technology is just something, it's not something they learn, it's just something that they just adapt to as it changes. So there's really, I'm going to guess the newer officers can't even understand why we don't have it yet. That's their eagerness to get body cameras. So I think not only myself from a policy and agency head perspective, but the officers as well are very anxious for body cameras.
Thank you, Chair.
Supervisor Frost.
Sheriff, I was wondering on the body cameras, I know we've had this conversation over time, the concern around records keeping and privacy in households, et cetera. Is there an accepted, have we worked our way through that?
Well, kind of. I mean, there's enough policies and practices and agencies with it out there that we can pretty much plagiarize the best and most effective policies that are out there. There are still concerns, obviously. There's privacy concerns. I mean, if you're talking with the victim of a domestic violence or sexual assault or something, there's privacy issues if you're inside someone's house. I don't think, an average parent taking their kid home from a soccer practice really expects their video to be online. Are those things public? And as we see with the legislation, they're making more and more of these videos public. So there's community expectations, balancing us being forthright with what we are doing with individuals' privacy of not wanting the public to see all about their business. And so those are something we'd have to work through. And in fact, the major cost of these body cameras, aside from the initial outlay, is not only storage, but the staff, because we are going to have significant staff to be able to cull through the videos and redact the things that either have a mandated privacy concern attached to them or a reasonable expectation of privacy that are attached to them. And that's not just for Public Records Act, but that's for prosecutions.
If there was a prosecution, then you might not be able to release the video
That's
pending
correct.
the trial, right?
That's correct. And it won't just be our staff, it'll be the district attorney's staff. So if you think of Sac PD having body cams, us having body cams, Elk Grove, Folsom, Citrus Heights, then think of the staff that the district attorney's office must have to be able to assimilate and handle all that new data as well. So, and video is real time. There's no fast way to redact it. You can't do search words like in a document. You have to watch it in real time. And if we have an officer involved shooting, for example, we may have 30 officers on the scene, all with body cams going, and 20 cars on the scene, all with in-car cameras. That's hundreds of hours of video that all have to be gone through minute by minute.
And
so
how long do you keep those records? Like, are they kept forever?
So the video records, the policies differ, so we'd have to develop a policy on that. So we would not keep them as long as our crime
Like for
reports,
cold case files.
which are kept indefinitely. But we would keep them as long as there's an open case or as long as the case is still being investigated. So, for example, the homicide, I can't imagine us not keeping those, retaining those, if there's some probative value. So, those 30 officers on an officer-involved shooting I just mentioned, there might be 3 officers with something relevant on their camera, and we might just keep that relevant information just for the sake of storage, because again, that's the most expensive part of body cameras. It's kind of like, they give you razors for basically free because then they kill you on the blades. It's the same thing with body cams. The body cams they give you cheap because they know the storage is where they get you. So, but the real cost is going to be in the staff to go through those 30 officers, 10 hours worth of video each, and 300 hours. So.
Yeah, and the other question I had was relating to use of force. And I know when I was in Citrus Heights, we used to, I guess the protocol was that officers had a certain amount of vacation, where they can just disconnect from this stressful world that they work in. What is the protocol if someone is getting to that point where they're starting to show signs of, they need a break, or they need to talk to a counselor, anger management counselor, or whatever?
So a couple of things have happened. Number one is a lot of the stigma that used to be attached to officers needing help, because they're the ones that show up and help everybody. A lot of that stigma has been, I wouldn't say eliminated, because I think there's still that sense we're all kind of alpha people, but it has been reduced greatly. We have great internal resources and we have peer support. We also have daily contact with officers, supervisor. Any of those folks can express a concern. We also they have resources in the DSA, the Deputy Sheriff's Association. So for example, they have weekly AA and NA meetings that they hold that's private. We don't get to know who goes to them. We don't even care. So there's a lot of resources. We also have an app, a wellness app for deputies to be able to use. They can do it confidentially and connect with someone, including a psychologist. They can connect with a bunch of different resources on the app, and of course we have employee assistance program with the county. If we had to force someone to do that, we have what's called a fitness for duty examination. So if we feel like someone, for example, kind of what we do after an officer-involved shooting, we make someone go see a psychologist and get cleared to return to duty, make sure a lot of those residual issues have been worked out, at least so they can come back to work. We can force someone to do that, and we have in the past. if we start seeing warning signs that we need to intervene and assist that officer, we can make them go to fitness for duty, which means that just puts them in the process in connection with a professional that can help them get back on track.
Can a warning sign be as simple as somebody said they saw an officer do something inappropriate, or how do you respond to every single report?
It's hard to say, right? Because if you, one warning sign might be excessive force complaint, right? That could be very uncharacteristic. It could be uncharacteristic for someone to get a discourteous treatment. Maybe someone yelled at a consumer, a member of the public, when it's uncharacteristic. That's the importance of that daily contact. And it all kind of ties together. You remember back when this board bought off on the team policing concept, rather than having one officers on all such answer to 3 different sheriffs throughout sergeants throughout their work week. Now one team is the same people every day, the same sergeant every day. Well, that's one benefit of that, is exactly what you're talking about. These deputies work with the same team every day and the same supervisor every day. So they are going to be the first line of defense if something is amiss. And it could be something simple, like they're having marital troubles at home, but it somehow is manifesting itself in the behavior, maybe not negatively, maybe just a depression or a distance. They will be the first ones to be able to identify it, and we have tools to help intervene on that.
Thank you.
All right, I think that concludes questions for now.
Okay. This was the non-controversial part. All right. So as you recall, just to go back, we had 3 topics of conversation, the first being use of force and de-escalation. I broke those 2 up. I further broke them up between academy and in-service training. We've talked about the use of force. Now we're talking about de-escalation. And again, we're going to break it down with academy and in-service. So de-escalation, again, I want to reiterate, it's a little bit difficult to talk about de-escalation training, and I will try and hit some specific points where we talk about de-escalation, but it is such an inherent part of all of our use of force training in every aspect that it's hard to it's hard to separate it out. We have a class called Policing in the Community. This is 26-hour block of instruction, instructing them on their roles in the community and the importance of partnership and the need to recognize effective problem solving to address underlying conditions of crime and disorder in the community. This, as you can see, there's not the word de-escalation in there, but certainly this encompasses many concepts of de-escalation. Certainly the goals of de-escalation and this class are aligned.
Sheriff, do you want to grab a cup of water?
Yeah, that'd be great.
You have carafes to your left here.
That's a good assistant right there.
Oh, there you go. Wow.
Much better. Thank you. Handling disputes and crowd control. I know this is an issue that we talked about, that Supervisor Kennedy talked about, but it does have specific components of de-escalation in that crowd control. The bulk of this class is frankly handling disputes, because that's something we obviously deal with on the regular, every single day. We deal with resolving disputes. We're generally doing something that's the person on the other side of the equation might not want done. And so that dispute resolution, and that goes in with de-escalating, it goes into verbal communication skills, it touches so many different things that all of these things are integrated. But this block of instruction, which is about 16 hours, also includes crowd control. So that specifically deals with crowd control and the issues that are on the forefront of folks' minds these days. I also speak specifically to the First Amendment and the protections regarding free speech and assembly, as long with differing dynamics of different types of crowd. Particularly poignant, as we've seen very peaceful protests right alongside of very destructive rioting and looting. So the officers have to have a keen sense to be able to differentiate among who is participating in which of the activities and having an appropriate response for each. Additional blocks of instruction and in-service training. Oh, I'm sorry, we were talking about academy. This is in-service training. This is, again, the ongoing training that officers get annually and biannually. Crowd management and riot control, I put that in there because we do get updated continuous training on crowd management. Not only is it a perishable skill, again, it's a high-risk, low-frequency event. It just doesn't happen very often, so if it doesn't occur very often naturally, we have to force it to happen in terms of training. We have to train these folks so it becomes more automatic and more comfortable when we do have to use it. And this could be out in the community or inside of our jails. We could certainly have riots inside of our jails. Fortunately, we've not had any, but that's not to say we couldn't have one tomorrow. And again, making sure their knowledge of department policies and law is up to date, not only with current law, but with expectations of management with myself and other executive staff. Crisis intervention training, I think somebody mentioned this a little bit earlier. We really became a lot better about this in the last few years. In all candor, it was after a particular shooting where we were called to the home where they were dealing with a violent, mentally ill son. They've been dealing with a mentally ill son all his life, but obviously at this point he was particularly violent, and we showed up and a struggle ensued, and our officer ended up shooting and killing this individual. I met with that young man's father, and I promised to him that we would figure out a way to do things better, and that really was the genesis of kind of our journey to try and find a better way to do it. And so I sent people to different trainings and different seminars all over the country, and we came up with a number of things, but really kind of one of the cores of it is this crisis intervention training. And I will say historically, we got some mental health training, but part of that response is if you approach someone that's mentally ill, be careful, increase your distance, don't say anything. There was one response to quote unquote mentally ill as a group. And what this did was it trained officers particularly about different types of mental illness, differentiating among different mental illness, as well as differentiating these types of mental illness with intellectual disabilities, as well as substance use disorders, and having a tailored response to each of these to have better outcomes. I will say that for the next many years after implementing this, we had not one violent encounter with anyone that was mentally ill. I can also tell you that we also trained our dispatchers and call takers to get relevant information, to ask relevant questions, so that those officers, when they go there, they have the relevant information to be able to make that determination, to be able to call on their training and develop a more suitable response. This crisis intervention training for us has been really landmark in terms of how we treat mentally ill, and more importantly, having much better outcomes statistically. Obviously, there's outliers and exceptions, but statistically speaking, we have much better outcomes with handling mentally ill.
Sheriff, if I could interrupt, Supervisor Natoli?
Yeah. Sheriff Jones, just on that, and it goes to the point about substance use disorders, but I think with what we've seen with the rise of methamphetamine usage, the erratic behavior, and then kind of harkening back to what you described earlier about voice, instructions and so forth. And I think whether it's, the situation and people's, response to that, because it's already heightened a lot of times when you, and then recognizing that is, it's serious in the field, but we know that those who, wind up, in jail, but also even with the homeless population, that methamphetamine use, and again, as I said, the erratic behavior, what sort of ongoing training, around that. Again, because you're going to respond to it, you may, and those situations are rolling out real time. But that's I guess you could draw some equivalencies to maybe trying to deal with a mental health situation, but it's not the same. And so, short of certainly going back to use of force and so forth, how is it that you're training your officers ongoing to not just be able to respond appropriately, but recognizing that those situations, they may be volatile, but folks may not respond to a voice command or even other types of less lethal attempts to get the situation under control. So I guess I'm just curious because I don't see that getting better anytime soon as relates to I think just the despair that comes with that methamphetamine usage and the addiction, and then the calls for service that then you are called upon, and whether it's a car chase or it's a dispute, whatever it may be, and then but unfortunately, in some of these cases, folks wind up dead, and you find the substance in their body afterwards and so forth. So, what is it that we're doing? I mean, again, maybe it's not just here, but I'm concerned about here, but elsewhere.
Yeah.
Because that, I think that's something to this region, certainly to California. That methamphetamine usage, as we're all well aware, is pretty dominant within.
It is. It's very prevalent. It's certainly an issue here as well as everywhere, certainly in California and beyond. So, there's a couple of things. Number one is the basic premise that we don't want to use force. No officer wants to go out and use force. That's something that we have to do, we're called upon to do, we need to do to be able to do the things that the public charges us with doing. So, with that premise in mind, to the extent that we can avoid using force, doing some of the tactics that you described, we're going to do that. And we in management are going to give them the tools to be able to best do that. So it's in some of the things that we're talking about, being educated, as well as that third bullet point, which is next, is the tactical communication, being able to de-escalate things and being able to recognize where a different response might be more appropriate. For example, if someone has committed a crime, then it necessitates a law enforcement response. If someone is having an episode of either because of substance use or mental illness or intellectual disability, and there's been no crime committed, or at least not a crime that we have to act upon, then a different response. We would certainly be called, because we're the mental health professionals of first resort, but we have many tools to be able to divert those folks from our involvement. So we have teams that go out with mental health clinicians that can deal with them as a primary, where we can be a backup. Now, obviously, if there's unpredictability, folks are going to want us there in case things do go poorly, but we want to maximize the potential that they don't go poorly. And so we also have many tools of referral, so we can refer people to various community-based organizations, community resources, and back out of the situation from a law enforcement perspective. So many of these things are not law enforcement issues, frankly, but we're the only 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week folks that will respond to any problem that you have. And so the best thing we can do is give our office, we're kind of making them, basically generalist experts on everything, including mental health now, which never was a component when I first came on. It was a very small component of when I came on. But that's just one of the areas they've gotten much more adept at recognizing where they aren't needed and having resources to be able to divert them to other resources that could be more appropriate.
Just one other question. So assuming they had body cams, and again, that's being recorded real time, but you've got a situation, and just hypotheticals are hard to address, but where you've got someone who obviously is in a very agitated state. It might be because of mental health, it may be because of drugs. And would you have the ability, again, recognizing what you just said, 24/7, if the call comes in, you respond, but you don't have mental health professionals with you on all the calls.
Correct.
And you don't have somebody who might, be able to at least advise officers in the field if it wasn't a situation that was just rolling out second to second. So with body cameras, would you have the ability for a professional to be on the other line that could advise? Say that, there's some erratic behavior here. It may be, that would help beyond, obviously, the training you would give your officers, but you've got a large force, and, not everybody has the same, understanding or skill set. You try to equalize that.
Yeah.
So would body cameras afford the opportunity, though, for a situation beyond what you currently do, say, over the radio or, and people who arrive on the scene, to actually have the ability for a professional who might not be able to get to the scene, immediately, but could help in that. And it could be mental health as well. But I'm curious, is that tool used, or is it purely for what's rolling out as you?
I think, technically, body cam footage can be viewed remotely live.
Yes.
So there could be someone viewing live what's going on. In fact, years ago, before body cameras, I came up with the idea of a virtual partner where someone's sitting in the comm center, like a light duty deputy sitting in the comm center, and whenever an in-car camera is activated, it pops up on his screen. So they could actually look at what's going on and make decisions that the officer on the scene might not be able to make, or might see things they might not be able to see. So technically that is technically possible. we aren't there yet, so we don't have any protocol in place to do that, although that is something in my mind I would like to ultimately work towards. But I think right now the benefit of the body cams are kind of retroactive. Not only do they provide, I think, a more calming, they make people behave a little better once they know they're on camera, which is why you always advise that you're on camera, because folks will behave a little better generally. So they're more after the fact, for during the encounter and after the encounter. But that's not to say that we can't call in or we can't advise dispatch via radio, hey, can we see if there's, a particular team or a clinician available to, or what is your doctor's name? Can we see if we can get Dr. Who's-He-What's-It on the line and try and intervene? We do that with some regularity. So there's other tools for that.
You do. That's important. I didn't realize. So you actually will, if you're on the scene.
100%. 99 times out of 100 times on our side. So if someone is just there, they're not creating a danger to themselves or others, there's no reason for us to, just because to resolve it for resolving its sake. We're a large enough agency, we have enough resources where we can dedicate resources to that situation, and oftentimes just the passage of time will help resolve that situation. But it also gives us the luxury of being able to call in other resources if we need to. So unless it's very dynamic, we'll just let some time pass.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Supervisor Peters.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think Don more or less answered my question about how, any changes that we might see in how to handle the mentally ill. I mean, I know there's been quite a bit of discussion about having mental health professionals at the site.
Yeah, that's been very helpful. Obviously, it's limited by they're not out there 24 hours a day. They're not out there every day, but it is helpful. So that would be one aspect. There's been another. There's a call to, in the context of this defunding argument. Well, there's a lot of calls that cops aren't appropriate to go to. You want to send like mental health, mental illness. You want to send mental health clinicians there, and I'm all for that. I'm all for having that discussion, but recognizing, of course, that a lot of the times, by the time we're called, there's potential, at least, for danger. So you're not going to send a clinician into a dynamic, kind of like firefighters. They don't even go into a situation until, we've cleared it safely. And so, if you're a mental health clinician, it's going to still require a sheriff's office response. They would just be the leads. But there are definitely discussions about more effective ways. All those involve money, obviously, but I think there are some evidence-based discussions that can be had in that regard.
Thanks.
Okay. And I just touched on it briefly, tactical communication, and we've talked about this a number of times. We want to give officers all the tools they can, the verbal judo skills they can to not have to use force at all. Okay. So that goes through the use of force and de-escalation training for both the academy and in service in a general sense. But again, obviously, the use of force is a component of over 2/3 of our academy training. So there's obviously much more than what I went over today. But I wanted to hit the points that poignantly spoke to those particular issues. Secondly, you wanted me to report back on what sort of training we do that touches upon racial diversity and racial sensitivity. And so again, I broke this down into what we teach in the academy, as well as what we teach in service, the ongoing training that officers get. And again, we have some specific things that deal with these issues, which I'm going to go over, but that's not to say that they're not taught or not discussed or not a component of discussion in many other things that we train, but these are the particular things that we address. In the academy, policing in the community, I touched upon this under the use of force de-escalation part of the use of force discussion. This policing in the community really talks about what an officer's role is in the community as opposed to being a separate component of the community, but being actually part in the community. Secondly, we instruct on cultural diversity and discrimination, respecting the complexity of cultural diversity, which of course we have here in Sacramento, and developing the skills necessary for identifying and responding to our changing communities. And as a core component of all of this and many things that we talk about in the academy is treating everybody with dignity and respect, which, if you recall, the satisfaction survey that I commissioned with Sac State several years ago, that was the top of the list for folks that when we had a high satisfaction rating, the number one thing that folks said is that if the folks that had contact with the Sheriff's Department within the previous year, that they felt like they were treated with respect, which is a pretty good measure. So that is something that's kind of a benchmark. It's obviously hard to measure without a statistical study, but that's one of the benchmarks that we always try to make sure folks are treated with dignity and respect. They may not always get the outcome or what they want, but we certainly want to be able to treat people with empathy and dignity and respect.
Sheriff, before you leave the slide, I believe
Yes, sir.
Supervisor Kenny has a question.
Thank you, Sheriff. So specifically on that issue at the academy, are the courses or is there a specific course, or is it just that it's interwoven throughout the courses?
That cultural diversity discrimination class is a 16-hour block.
Okay.
But it is also, these concepts are also interwoven through many other topics throughout the academy.
And is it something that, because it's a dynamic area in law enforcement, it's a dynamic area in our community, is it something that we are continually revisiting? Is it something that is a cohort, something we bought off a shelf? I mean, are we developing it? How does it work?
So the way we developed it is and this is all relatively new, I'd say in the last several years, and when I had a desire to incorporate principal policing, bias-based policing, things like that, or implicit bias training, things like that, there were other agencies that were doing it. And so I sent kind of ambassadors. I sent my undersheriff to Chicago to attend some training. We sent folks all over the place and try and glean what they were teaching. I also sent someone to attend the training that was being put on at that time by the Attorney General, then Kamala Harris, and attend that training and basically try to aggregate as much beneficial information as we could to make our internal training, and then sent our folks to train the trainers course so they could then internally train. We're large agencies, so it's not economically feasible for us to send everybody to training without training folks internally. So that's how we developed the first training. But to answer your specific question is yes. Obviously, the things that have happened in the last 4 months are definitely going to play a part into the discussion and the collective consciousness of both academy staff and recruits. And so these things do get talked about, the videos that occur, again, the storytelling that can occur because of contemporary events do get woven into this training.
And are we reaching out to community groups at the same time and getting their input? It can be an uncomfortable conversation, but it's an important one.
So we don't in the academy. We do at the managerial level. So obviously I reach out to community groups, and many members of my executive staff and command staff go to community meetings and so on and so forth. And so by those connections, then we can sometimes direct the course of those conversations and adaptations to the class. But once it gets down to the academy staff and the academy recruits level, it's pretty well set what we want them to instruct upon.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. In-service training. In 2017, again, as part of this exercise that I wanted folks to be trained in all these areas, these were fairly new concepts, just starting to get kind of a vernacular of their own in law enforcement. I wanted to put all our folks through it. And so, again, starting in 2017, even before that, we started going around and trying to incorporate our own class for this. And by the fall of 2017, we were able to start with training every single officer in principled policing, which incorporates a number of concepts, which I'll go through. But that started in 2017. As of earlier this year, these concepts in in-service training will now be incorporated into the academy training. But as of until earlier this year, they were all part of in-service training. Principled policing. And like I said, I'm remiss to sit here and read to you, but you can go ahead and read there. But I do want to say it instructs on approaches that emphasize respect, listening, neutrality, and trust while addressing biases that create barriers between law enforcement and their communities. Obviously very, very important. We do time-tested and evidence-based tactics to try and continually upgrade and be effective in this area. Also, cultural awareness. Ensuring officers are aware of their own culturally shaped values, beliefs, perceptions, and biases, sometimes referred to as implicit bias. We call it cultural awareness. being culturally competent and aware increases their ability to serve their community effectively. Not only that, it creates fewer problems for the officer. Again, it creates fewer instances, the idea being it creates fewer instances where the officer has to rely on force to force their will instead of being able to gain voluntary compliance. And again, lastly, understanding one of the most reliable strategies for successful contacts with individuals from different cultural, racial, or ethnic backgrounds is to treat all with dignity and respect. I would also include other groups, although we're focused today on discussion of minority groups, but it certainly could be other groups such as LGBT, or religious minorities. They could be any number of groups, but all comes down to the same dignity and respect. Racial profiling. We instruct on racial profiling, educate officers on the danger of relying on stereotypes to form judgment or determine action. I think we all know what racial profiling is, but in that training also encourages folks to immerse themselves and become aware and comfortable with the different makeups of their particular beats. Again, with this team policing, we have officers generally in the same jurisdictional geographically confined areas, so there's no reason they can't become more culturally aware of what is going on in their particular jurisdictions, geographic locations.
Sheriff, could I interrupt for a second
Yes.
on that one? When it comes to racial profiling, is there any internal officer-to-officer component of that? And by that I mean, for instance, having maybe an individual or a group of individuals that are African-American deputies actually talking to Caucasian deputies to simply explain what it's like to be them, and have them, how they grew up and maybe their own experiences engaging with law enforcement, so that they have a better understanding from their own peers, because obviously I think it goes without saying there's a level of trust that is necessary between officers, regardless of their race, regardless of their gender. But it seems to me that that might be advantageous to actually have officer-to-officer honest conversation about implicit bias and something as reprehensible as racial profiling. But I'm wondering, if it's not done, is it possible to consider that? And do you know whether or not something like that's done in other law enforcement agencies?
I don't know if that's done, and certainly there's no formalized program in the sheriff's office to do that. I think it is done probably individually on a micro level, but there's nothing organized about that. That's honestly an interesting concept. I wouldn't be opposed to looking at that a little further. I mean, obviously the tie that binds all of us is pretty strong, right? If we look for commonalities, certainly black, white, any other deputy, we do have a commonality that binds us all, but that's not to say that we can't benefit from others' experiences. So that's an interesting concept. I will take that away.
Thank you. And I would also perhaps add to that, maybe even having a gender component to that as well.
Yeah, I would say that across the board.
Supervisor Frost.
Sheriff, I know I wanted to talk a little bit about the cultural differences, because I know in my district we've come across situations where maybe someone from the Indian community wanted to wear ceremonial garb that to us is a weapon, but to them it's part of their religion. And I know there are those cultural considerations, probably. I'm assuming this includes considerations for that, and how do you handle those situations? Do you make exceptions for those cultural differences?
I don't know that we make exceptions, but we have an awareness, right? That we have a greater awareness that perhaps we didn't have historically. So, for example, officers would know that there's a ceremonial dagger for a Sikh, for example. They might know that you need to take shoes off to go in a mosque. I mean, there's a lot of things that the officers now are aware of that might impact how they deal with interactions. And again, if it's an interaction where there's no active law being broken or or a need for dynamic action by the officer has the luxury of trying to be sensitive to some of those cultural differences, and I think they are. Part of that also is community outreach. We do community outreach now in ways and with a breadth that we have never in our history done it before, and so that really goes a long way to bridging that gap before it's necessary. You don't want to learn about tolerances when you're showing up for a burglary call. You'd rather have some of those things established beforehand. So whether it's the unity and community picnics, whether it's specific outreach to specific ethnic, religious, and other minorities, those things the things that we do in that pay huge dividends in not only educating the officers, but I think giving them a greater tolerance.
You've helped too in situations, the sheriff's department has helped in situations where maybe a local, what do you call those? They're not cops, but they're security guard type, hired security guards may not know, may not understand, and we've been able to glean information from your deputies who've helped us resolve issues in the community, so thank you for that.
We're very helpful. Okay. And also bias-based policing. This is something specifically we train on. Lastly, dangers of bias-based policing, obviously, as a practice. This is obviously these concepts in these classes interweave themselves in other classes, but this is a specific block of instruction about whether intentionally or unintentionally using information or prejudiced, biased judgments based on any of those groups, any of the groups that we've talked about, or any others for that matter, as part of their decision to act and what action they take. Before I go on to recruiting in underrepresented groups, is there any other questions on those issues? Okay. Next, recruitment of underrepresented employees. And again, just to reiterate, I use underrepresented because it doesn't mean minorities, although that's certainly included in underrepresented groups, but it could be even women or any other demographic that are underrepresented in law enforcement, in our agency specifically, but in law enforcement in general. So I first put down my initial philosophy on recruiting, and let me start by saying that look, it is a challenge. It has been a historic challenge. An historic challenge to recruit among some groups. That's not just with the sheriff's office, that is with law enforcement in general, for a lot of reasons that I won't necessarily go into or try and dissect here, but it has been a challenge. But it is a goal that is worthwhile. It is important for law enforcement in general, for the sheriff's office in particular. We have made great stride and had great successes. I believe that we are the most diverse law enforcement agency in the region because of some of the things that we've done historically as well as recently. But it's difficult. It requires work, and it's work that's worth doing. So again, I broke that up into, when I became sheriff, I kind of established a three-prong approach to recruiting in underrepresented groups. Number one is internal opportunities, youth and community outreach, and number three, focused recruiting. And I'll go through each of these in turn. First, internal opportunities. Well, actually, before I go to that, I wanted to give you a snapshot of where the sheriff's office is right now. With each of our groups, it's not as good as I would like, but I think you will find, as compared to other agencies, we are light years ahead of most other agencies locally. But here's where we are. So Sac County, the estimates from the U.S. Census Bureau for 2019 estimates are those percentages for those particular groups, and that's what we have currently in our sheriff's office. So as you can see, we have a ways to go. We have some work to do, and we're committed to that work, but that's where we are. I will say the other thing that I'm proud of, and you guys have probably seen this graphic, but I will show it to you, is, and sorry for the small nature of this, I literally had to fit the whole world on a slide. This is a pushpin map. Each one of those pushpins, which looks kind of like a black dot from here, is a country of origin for one of our employees. So as you can see, we hail from almost every state and over 60 countries throughout the world. It's kind of a neat visual. We've had this, for those of you that have been to our headquarters when it was the 7th and G, we had that hanging in our public lobby for a while with a bit of a descriptor of our appreciation and want for diversity. So if you kind of look at that map, you can see we're from all over the place. Now, that little dot in the middle of Russia up there, I had to ask about who came from there.
Right.
But the reality is, I guess the mapping software, it just put it in the middle of the location. So they may have been from somewhere else, but it got put right in the middle. Same with the
Technically,
left.
I think it's Siberia.
Yeah. Yeah. We've sent people to Siberia. We've just, so you can see Alaska and Canada, they're kind of right in the middle. But so like I said, we have employees that hail from over 60 countries, which we're very, very proud of. Okay. The first of those 3 prongs is internal opportunities. Now, the philosophy of this is we wanted to take advantage of our existing resources, right? Figuring that if someone from the community, and you can fill in the blank of what type of member of the community, wanted a career in law enforcement, and we specifically wanted to attract them to the sheriff's office, I wanted them to see folks that looked like them, that were like them in our department at all levels. So they understood that, number one, they'd have a welcoming home, and number two, that they would have opportunities once they got into the sheriff's office. And so we really started focusing on the internal opportunities for underrepresented groups. There's a lot of different components to it, but putting folks from these underrepresented groups in positions of mentorship if they were not ready for promotion, or promoting folks if they were ready for promotion. And so they could look at our department and see somebody that's diverse. And you know, I'll give you a quick example. You understand, you probably remember that the Sacramento Police Department was hailed for promoting their first African American female sergeant not too long ago, last year, I believe. And you know, we've had a female black captain that's been retired almost as long as I've been on the department. So this is not just me. This is just something that's a priority to me, but it has been a priority of the Sheriff's Department for many sheriffs going back. I will tell you that my current executive staff makeup, my undersheriff is black, and my 3 chief deputies, again, the highest level of management in our department, one is African American, one is Hispanic, and one is white. And so I want folks that might be considering a career in law enforcement to see the sheriff's office as a pinnacle of potential opportunity, that they are not limited by anything other than their own effort and will to succeed. And again, just some stats, but again, we did a number of different strategies for the internal opportunities component. One of the things I did early on when I became sheriff is I canceled all of the promotional processes. I canceled all the current promotional lists, and I changed all the processes. I thought that they were a bit too subjective. They could lend themselves too much to input of the rating panel, and so I changed them to be more subjective. More objective. So based on readiness for promotion rather than kind of the good old boy, who you know, great American know who. And so there's 2 really parts of the county promotional process. One is developing the exam or scenarios. One is rating the exams. I make sure that there are members from underrepresented groups on each of those panels. So anytime that there is someone coming up with as a subject matter expert for an exam, I ensure that there are members from underrepresented groups on those panels, as well as the rating panels, so we get as broad a spectrum of fairness and rating as we possibly can. On that second bullet point, historically, commanders, captains, were able to choose their assistant commanders, their executive officers with impunity. They could choose who they wanted. So what that meant oftentimes is assistant commanders just got rotated around because it was a known commodity, right? I don't blame the captains. I don't think it was out of any malfeasance. It's just if you have someone that can just sit in the chair and do the job, it's very tempting to pick that person. But that obviously, since there are not that many executive officer positions, it obviously cuts out the ability for other folks that might be waiting and ready or developing themselves for that position to be able to get those positions. And so almost immediately when I took office, that process was changed. So I have the commanders historically, and it's changed a little bit now, but back then what I needed to do is I had the commanders give me a list of 3 choices that they wanted, and one of those choices had to be someone without any executive experience. So a patrol watch commander, for example, that might not otherwise get the opportunity or have the chance. And so that has helped us not only have a more diverse executive management team and bring people up behind them, but also it's given many more people the opportunity to be in quasi-senior management positions that ready them for greater promotion as well.
Before you leave the slide, I believe Supervisor Kennedy has a...
It kind of says it, but I just want to be real clear. So, do you develop promotional tests internally, or is it a tool that is more of a national test or from an association, number one? Number two is, how do you ensure that there's not inherent bias in those exams?
So we develop, and I'll qualify my answer by saying I deliberately stay completely out of that process. So I'm relating what I think I know, but it might not be 100% accurate. But we develop our tests in conjunction with the county. So the county civil service commission, or whatever aspect of the county does that. We don't do it autonomously. We can't do it autonomously. It's a county test. And so we develop subject matter experts. We decide what the test is going to look like, if there's going to be a writing sample, if there's going to be scenario-based things like that. And so to the extent that the folks on my subject matter experts, the folks that are developing the test from our department, our sheriff's office, as well as the folks from the county, we obviously, and the folks, the fact that we want members from underrepresented groups on there, trying to perhaps find some of that subconscious bias that might exist, is we have, those are the components, the differing sets of eyes from different perspectives looking at it to try and avoid just that.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, the second, on to the second prong of the recruiting and retention strategy is youth and community outreach. I recognized pretty early on that we'd have to develop a longer-term strategy with recruiting and underrepresented groups, and by longer term I mean connecting with the youth better. Not only do I think it's the absolute right place to put our effort in connecting with the youth, but it's also, at least what I'm hoping, will be a very good future recruiting tool. In fact, I know that to be true because we do, through our youth services unit, through our community relations unit, through our sheriff's activities league, we literally do dozens of activities a week in the communities, mostly underserved communities, and touch thousands of young people. And just hearing anecdotally the conversations that they've had with young people that said they've never considered a career in law enforcement but do now, or they see cops in situations that aren't confrontational or no negative outcomes. When I first started this and got a lot of questioning glances, the youth services unit, I said, look, we don't ever show up in a young person's lives to do anything good. It's always bad. Whether we're taking their dad to jail, whether we're telling them their brother has been killed, it's never good. And so it's no wonder they grow up not having an affinity for the police. And they said, well, how are we going to change that? And I said, well, we just need to be in the same place at the same time and nothing bad happens. That's the first step. And then eventually it'll turn into a conversation. The first question, which is usually, have you ever shot anybody, or can I hold your gun? Most of those answers are always no. Well, they're always no on the second one, but normally always on the first. And what we've seen is just a tremendous resiliency and willingness of young people to embrace the activities through sports and through mentorship and through all the things that we offer. And I have no doubt that a lot of these connections will lead to greater law enforcement recruiting and law enforcement in general, and hopefully the sheriff's office in particular.
Supervisor Frost.
Do you have issues with retention?
We don't. Especially now, we have a tremendous influx of officers from other agencies, and no one's leaving. So, for me, it's hard for me to, as much as I want to have my finger on the pulse of the line officer. And I have people that will be honest with me and give me honest feedback and so forth. But a couple of measures I use are, again, that folks being treated with dignity and respect. Also, it's retention. If I see people leaving, that concerns me because it tells me something is wrong. If I see people coming, that tells me things are going well. Well, right now and for the last year or so, people are coming and they're not leaving. So once we get them, we keep them. So we try to do a bit of in the academy, we try and do a bit of stacking the deck with the officers who are non-affiliates going through and have not yet been hired. But we try and hire as many as we can by the time they reach the academy or get out of the academy. Some of the specific youth outreach programs we have, and again, we literally have dozens, but some of these that I put some in here that specifically relate to recruiting or potential recruiting or preparation for a career in law enforcement. One is the SPARTA, the Sheriff's Pre-Academy Recruit Training Activities. And again, all these programs are free. But it has academy-style physical training and weekly presentations that give people an insight as to what it means to be a cop, but also what it means and how to best get through the academy. We have the Law Academy at Florin High School. Of course, we have the Sheriff's Explorer program that's robust and active. We have the Sheriff's Youth Leadership Academy, which is a mentorship program. We're not necessarily guiding people to careers in law enforcement. We're just trying to guide them to making positive choices and having them be community leaders, regardless of what they choose to do. And we have, we take them to different things, and we have guest speakers that that talk to them on a variety of different topics. We also have. This is community outreach. So that was specific to youth. This is just basic community outreach to everyone, generally adults. We developed in partnership with a community-based organization, Links to Law Enforcement. Now there are several law enforcement agencies involved and several CBOs involved, nonprofits, and it exposes folks that have a curiosity or uncertainty, questions about a career in law enforcement over a period of weeks, introduces folks to the entirety of the spectrum of not only being an officer, but what it takes to apply, what it takes in the academy, what they can expect. So it's not an unfamiliar process if they choose that course. Of course, we have our Unity in the Community picnics. It was a series of picnics over the summer every year. Some of you have been out to those. Where we engage the community on many different operations and facets of the sheriff's office. We do a little bit of recruiting, but basically we're just creating relationships and connections and giving folks a good barbecued lunch. We're struggling a bit now how to have that this year. We definitely want to have one this year, but it might look a lot different. It might be a drive-through Unity in the Community picnic, but we don't want to abandon it. We still want to be able to provide those services and hand out backpacks, school supplies, and a nice lunch if we're able to do it. So we're trying to figure that out. But those have been very, very useful. We've done those for the last 4 or 5 years. We have interview and employment seminars, one-day seminars for assisting folks on how to maximize their chance of success through the interview and hiring process, what they can expect, and basically to be as ready as they can be for the process. Pellet B and study assistance, providing study resources to help candidates. The Pellet B is the entry-level, standardized written exam that all potential officers have to take throughout the state, and we can provide assistance and study materials for that. And we also have practice days. Some of the aversion to going into the academy is the physical agility course. It can seem foreboding to folks, especially for some folks in that 6-foot wall that you still have to get over. And so we provide a number of practice days where academy staff can come out, and it can be open to the public, and they can come out and we can give them techniques and tricks and help them and expose them to what the physical agility portion of the exam will be. It's been very, very useful, and it helps greatly reduce people's apprehension about that physical agility part of the entrance exam. We do Why'd You Stop Me presentations. An officer out of, I believe, Long Beach PD came up with this, and it's basically what it sounds like. It is connecting community with officers and hearing from both, and really hearing and explaining the officer's perspective about why they stop people, why they act like they do, why they're on hyper alert, why the fact that a vehicle stop is the number one situation where an officer can get killed, how that plays into an officer's mindset and vehicle stops, all of those things, and here's from the public as well. We started that in our jail, at Branch Jail, and candidly, we had some hardcore people going to this. We were not sure how it was going to go, and we found the results extremely enlightening. The incarcerated folks that attended the class were very open to. They might not have been open at first, but they were the feedback was fantastic. And so we now do this in the community. And we also have community cleanup events. Yes, sir.
What do you mean about you said hard case,
Hardcore.
Anti-police, hate the police, right? So a lot of people in jail just naturally hate the police. And while we might not get them to change that, with rare exception, the feedback we'd get from even those folks that came in there, they're just, some of them just looking to get some out of cell time, and you can tell by body language and by their questions and by their comments and mannerisms whether they're kind of open to what's being said. And many people that were not open at all in the beginning were at least were enlightened as to things that they had not really comprehended before. Again, may still hate the police, but have a greater understanding of what we do and why we do it, which was good. So it gave us the confidence to put that out in the community, which we do.
I assume that we can learn from it too.
We,
The Sheriff's Department, I mean.
we learn from everything. Like I said, the best lessons in life are learned hard. I just soon learn my lessons the easy way. Community cleanup events, coordinated effort among community members, code enforcement officers, work project crews, pop officers, youth service, the whole gamut of our folks out there just doing the same thing with the community, side by side with the community, that benefits the community. Doesn't benefit us at all directly, of course, but we're cleaning up communities, and we've had community cleanup days where the community itself is extremely appreciative. There's just no. I mean, I've had calls from most of you about particular dump sites that have just gotten out of hand, and we clean them up. The community is very, very appreciative, as you know, and it just makes them know that we and you by indirection care about the community, as opposed to just not caring, because that doesn't happen to be where we live. But the community cleanup events we continue to do, and they're very, very successful.
Sheriff Jones, before you leave that particular subject, I just want to take the opportunity to say thank you to you and your leadership on community cleanups. I think you just made it clear that I think all five of us have certainly utilized and welcomed the offer of assistance to help address legal dumping and other needs in different parts of our respective districts. I will tell you that in the South Oak Park, the unincorporated area between 14th Avenue and Fruit Ridge and MLK and Stockton, where I tend to spend a lot of time myself and focus a lot of effort to help improve that part of Sacramento County on more than one occasion, several occasions in fact. Some surprised me because I didn't realize there was going to be a dozen or so uniformed deputies out there that were actually had the grabbers in hand, the bags in hand, and were side by side with members of our community doing great work. So I know you and I differ on a great deal. Our politics is very different, but I also believe strongly in giving credit where credit is due and when it's due. So I just want to make mention of that, and really do appreciate, and I know the community out there does appreciate that involvement.
Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Excuse me 1 second. Just had to cancel an appointment. And lastly, on focused recruiting, the last prong, we have, I put in there that we'll try anything once, twice if it works. We are very open to trying non-traditional manners and ways and venues to recruit from these underrepresented groups. I've listed a couple of them up there, but we literally do dozens a year that you would not even think of. Anytime we get an invitation for potential job fair, we're going. So charter and vocational schools, now traditionally, right, we go to high school job fairs, college job fairs, and that doesn't necessarily get us what we want. So we, first started going to charter and other vocational schools. A lot of community-based organizations have their own sort of recruiting or job fair exposures. We do that. Churches that might have it, we do those. Military recruiting, we started targeting folks that are still on active duty in foreign theaters in Afghanistan and Iraq and some of those other areas. It was tremendously successful, and obviously across the spectrum of different types of folks, including underrepresented groups. In fact, we had one academy that we had more active and former military folks in the academy than non. So we still continue to do that. We put that stuff up, catering so they can start researching and looking at the process while they're overseas, and it was amazing to see how many hits and how much information that was being asked for from overseas almost immediately when we put the site up. So there's a hunger for that, for when folks get out of the military, what they're going to do, and law enforcement oftentimes is a natural fit. We've even gone to out-of-state HBCU job fairs. So historically, Black College and University, we've gone out of state when they've had a job fair. We've sent our whole recruiting team. We even had a part that we even took our testing and allowed them to take the test while they were there, so it would minimize the need for them to come back to Sacramento. We've tried everything. We've also developed a cadre of what we call recruitment ambassadors throughout the organization. So we've looked inwardly and looked at folks from these underrepresented groups mostly to be able to be a force multiplier, to attend more events, number one, but to also at every opportunity, both obvious ones and more subtle opportunities, to be ambassadors for recruiting. Obviously the best recruiters for our department are our employees, so to the extent that we can capitalize on that. And I put on there lastly, every contact, every day recruiting. So every contact, every day is kind of a term I use quite a bit about, that has an effect. We either make deposits or withdrawals from our bank account with every contact every day, but it's also a manner in which we recruit. So the more we can treat people with respect, the more people we can have, more times we can have positive outcomes, more people we can be empathetic or explain our actions to folks so they have a greater understanding. With every single contact, there's an opportunity that will have a direct or indirect impact on folks' impression of us in the sheriff's office, and therefore will have an indirect approach on impact on our ability to recruit from many times these underrepresented groups. So with that, my last slide is questions. I know you guys asked them freely throughout the presentation, but that's the last I have. If there's anything that I covered that you have questions of, or perhaps more importantly, anything that I didn't cover that you were wanting or expecting to hear.
That's a pretty weighty presentation. So thank you for a very thorough presentation. I think there probably will be some questions that we'll start with Supervisor Kennedy.
Actually, your last slide sparked something. The military recruiting, I understand, that it's a natural go-to, but again, not being an expert, that's why I asked you here, is very different military to civilian police work. When you're doing your training, do you have specific training for military personnel that are coming into the sheriff's department so as to make clear the difference between civilian policing and
Yes, so we do have those discussions. Most people, frankly, that are getting out of the military are more than anxious to get rid of their, military mindset and go to more of a civilian mindset, more of a sort of a, community sheepdog mentality. So it's usually a pretty easy transition. The things that we've noticed for military folks is, number one, they understand chain of command and the kind of the hierarchical aspect of our organization. Oftentimes much better than some of these newer, younger millennial, Gen Y, Gen Zs that don't have that instilled in them quite yet. But they do bring certain difficulties relative to their experience. The PTSD, for example, is an aspect that we own and oftentimes manifests itself that we have to work through. I mean, there's some very real examples how we're just compiling stress on top of what they've already experienced, and has unexpected negative consequences. So we do have to deal with that. But yeah, we do have those conversations directly with them relative to that. But for most people, frankly, it's a welcome and easy transition.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Supervisor Tully?
Just a quick question about folks that grow up here in Sacramento and enter the academy. What's your percentage of folks who are local in that respect. Obviously, the recruitment goes beyond in order to seek out best candidates, and whether you do that throughout the state, nationally, internationally, those are all part of the efforts. But what about the complement of folks who, again, come from neighborhoods that we serve, come from the community, have that understanding, at least in growing up here? What portion of the complement of your force is constituted of folks that have those roots here in our community?
Yeah, so I can't tell you percentage-wise. Those numbers are obtainable. I mean, obviously I could get them, but anecdotally I can tell you that my inclination is to say that the overwhelming majority are from this region, from this area, either Sacramento or surrounding areas. So most of them, most people get into law enforcement to help people, but they also have some ownership over the community that they want to improve or work for. And so I think that's generally still a driving force for people to get into law enforcement. So most law enforcement prospective employees will first apply where they are, and I think that's definitely true of us as well.
Okay, thanks.
I have a question, Sheriff. So you had an interesting chart earlier that showed, compared the ethnic breakdown of the county to the ethnic breakdown of your employees, our deputies.
Yes.
And I think we all share the objective to improve those numbers and narrow the gap between the two. Is there any analysis that you have, similar analysis that you have, that tries to understand where our deputies call home, or where they perhaps grew up, and if in Sacramento County, is there any concerted effort to, at some point in their careers, deploy them, I would imagine, in a patrol capacity, or maybe in a youth services unit capacity, I don't know, but a field capacity, in those neighborhoods that arguably they would know best, and maybe even have a kind of a more natural, understandable inclination to want to understand, to want to protect. Certainly, that's not to suggest that we necessarily treat different parts of the county differently just because we didn't grow up there. But I think something could be said for having that personal connection to the geography. And if not, do you know of any other agencies similar to ours that do try to capitalize on understanding kind of the geography of our personnel?
So there's a couple of issues. Number one, I think the couple of components that might touch upon that are foot patrols, foot beats, which we don't have, or resident deputies, which we also don't have. Otherwise, we're deployed and people bid on shifts and locations by seniority, which is county civil service. So it'd be difficult to try and abrogate a seniority system to be able to place what we think will be a better fit for a particular community. That's not to say that folks that are from a community that want to raise up that community won't try and use their seniority and their experience to get back to those communities. We have a number of examples of those examples where folks are from a community and they work hard and get the seniority to get back to those communities and work in the very communities that they have a relationship with and continue to build that relationship as law enforcement officers. But absent those two things, it's difficult with the seniority system.
So it sounds like it, to some degree, or maybe entirely, it's kind of a voluntary thing where...
Correct.
Okay, so you might have a deputy that is being considered for a change in assignment or perhaps elevation in post, and they may just come to you and say, well, I grew up in, I don't know, Meadowview, and I'd rather be in South than North because that has that's a consideration for me.
Yeah, so there's a couple of different ways. There's patrol rotation bids, which we do regularly, and you can bid for whatever you have the seniority to get. So if you want a piece of the weekends or whatever, graveyard, day shift, whatever. And then there's blue sheeted positions. So some of our specialized positions, such as POP officers or EOD or something like that, those positions are what we call blue sheeted. And so you kind of just basically you apply for it and be interviewed for it. So those aspects would come out in an interview for that. So if someone wanted to say, look, I have a connection with this community, this is why I want to be a POP officer, and I want to be a pop officer north because of this or whatever. Those things would, weigh in favor of consideration. It wouldn't be the only determination, obviously, but they would weigh in favor of a blue sheeted appointment such as that. Those are only for the specialized positions, though. And then for managers, we might intervene for management. So lieutenants or captains, we might say, we might reach out to a particular captain and say, look, I know you came from this area. Is this something, we think you would be a good fit for, South Patrol, North Patrol, whatever it is, courthouse. So we do have some discussions like that based on either their prior experience within the department, so they're familiar with the area, or their familiarity either by going up there, past assignments there perhaps, with a particular geographic assignment. We may suggest, we're obviously not going to make, actually, I guess there's sometimes we've probably made captains go places they might not have been their first choice, but we would try and encourage that if it benefited the community and the department.
Do we have any general understanding, maybe even just anecdotally, about percentage of our force that actually lives and works in Sacramento County?
I don't. I mean, obviously those stats are obtainable as well. It'd be hard for me to guess. I know obviously a lot live in the outlying, more suburban areas of Roseville, Rockland, out of the county. Yeah, it'd be, I don't know. I honestly
It'd be
don't know.
interesting to see those figures if it's
Yeah, and personnel may already have those figures. I have no idea. So they may be very easy, or they may be as difficult as having to go in and try and
I don't
pull a
know
report.
if there's confidentiality or anything about, relative to just identifying a community or a city or part of the unincorporated county where deputies live. But I think obviously the line of questioning is going towards, at least speaking for myself, a belief that it seems you'd want to try and encourage, you'd like to see people working where they've either grown up or where they live, where they raise their families. I think there's something to be said for that. That's just an editorial.
Yeah, I agree. I think in modern day, in whatever agency, though, that's a small percentage, but it doesn't mean it's unimportant.
And then lastly, you mentioned earlier that you're wholeheartedly supportive of body cameras. Care to even put a finer point on it and let us know if they're, give us a vision of things to come in the next couple of weeks when we get to final budget. I suspect that you're working with our CEO and our CFO to see that is made clear in a recommendation for final budget in 2020.
Yeah, I think that's a priority to everybody, not just yourself as chair, but the board in general and us as an agency. It's obviously been made clear from both of us to staff that's working on that, and we're working with them diligently to try and figure out how best to make that happen in the context of every other piece of crazy that's going on this year.
Okay, very good. Any other questions from board members? Madam Clerk, do we have anyone on the phone that wishes to address the board on this subject?
Yes, we have 2 public speakers.
Okay, thank you.
Are you ready?
Thank you, Sheriff.
Of course. Do you want me to stay up here, or is it just for you guys?
You can do whatever. You can stand, you can sit. There may be a question posed
All right,
by a
I'll stand
member
up
of
here.
the
There's
public.
only 2. I can stand.
Caller, please start with your comments, and if you can silence the meeting in the background while you're talking, please.
It's multitasking.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I really just want to say that this is some great theater that I'm watching, where you bring in the sheriff to explain training and stuff that you all should already know, like years in advance. But I just want to comment on a couple of things that he brought up, particularly the fact that the sheriff himself publicly stated that the sheriff's policies are guidelines and are not actually settled law, which basically makes everything that he said, all the policies that he recommends, are largely unenforceable when it comes to a matter of law, which is in your court as a legislative body. But what he does know, what you all should know, is that the Supreme Court has been made clear to expand police powers beyond what is traditionally afforded to majority of our citizens, particularly the doctrine of qualified immunity established in Pearson versus re in 1967 that protects law enforcement officials from civil lawsuits and financial liability in cases where they acted supposedly in good faith in unclear legal situations, a form of sovereign immunity. The second part, Graham versus Connor in 1989, grant police the ability to use deadly force even if it was objectively reasonable. And then it was expanded in Scott versus Harris to take it further, where it's reasonable for police to use deadly force against a suspect who fled a traffic stop related to a speeding ticket, which basically is why the sheriff's department was legally justified in shooting people like Michael McIntyre, despite the fact that he was running away from police officers and was running in rush hour traffic on the highway. And this is also the impetus that pushed Scott Jones to lock out the former inspector general when they reported on that fact. But all that to say, I think it's kind of hilarious to see, all like you all just dance around some of these questions and not really take into task for his actual practices that have been reported in the media, rather than just taking him at his word. For instance, his officers shot a 18-year-old kid in the face during the George Floyd uprisings back in late May, early June, that were outside of the protest, even though the response was completely disproportionate to the force that the sheriff's department had. I didn't hear him actually mention that they used rubber bullets within that instance, but I also noticed that he's using a lot of Orwellian speak to describe clear uses of tear gas, which, according to the CDC and the state's and local public health departments, is incredibly bad to use during a pandemic where people can transmit the virus through coughing and sneezing of such sorts that are caused by such chemical agents. Also want to point out, how 62% of police departments already require warnings before shootings, as is put in the sheriff's policies. I dare any of you to show us how a warning would actually stop a shooting by a police officer. Also want to point out that, it's already a duty to intervene. Policy has been implemented in larger police
Can I
departments.
get your concluding remarks, please? Can I get your concluding remarks?
Respect you, and you need to actually ask him serious questions, as well as look at how much money goes to that you're already sending to him in the proposed budget, as well as the CARES dollars.
Thank you.
That's going for him.
Thank you.
Caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes, and silence the meeting in the background while you're talking.
Will do. Thank you. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is Suzanne Belknap-Georgie. I am a member of the local ACLU, and I appreciate you asking the sheriff to make the presentation today. However, there seems to be another question that needs to be asked, and maybe that'll be good for another meeting, and that is, how is the sheriff going to reduce his budget in the coming year? The community is seeking fundamental change to the role of law enforcement. We are concerned about unchecked spending over policing. We want investment in community-based initiatives that foster social and economic stability, opportunities to thrive. If all you have is a hammer, well, we just have too many hammers, and we need to divest the sheriff's office to invest into other fundamental measures that can support our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes your comments.
Great. Thank you very much. All right, this was an informational item. Again, appreciate Sheriff Jones being here to give us a pretty thorough presentation relative to the last public comment that was made about budget. Again, just a reminder, we're going to have a full discussion about the 2020-21 final budget here on beginning September 9th, and of course part of that is going to be dedicated to consideration of the recommended budget for the Sheriff's Department. I do believe we have some questions and comments from Supervisor Antoli.
Yeah, just a quick question on a topic that's on folks' minds, and it was reported, as you're well aware, I'm sure Sheriff Jones, that there's been a request made through a state agency to provide the COVID statistics relative to our. So again, I don't know whether that was dated information or not, but again, I don't know if that falls entirely in your bailiwick or in Dr. Bielensen's with correctional health. But it would seem to me we were, I guess, only one of 2 counties that had yet to provide that information. So I've been very curious as to.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, actually. And I'll take this off Dr. Bielensen. That's my decision. And it may shock you, but the B did not have that information accurate. As far as I know, there's 10 counties that aren't reporting the information. But regardless of that, I think we all have the same concerns. And I'm not opposed to giving the data. In fact, I gave the data to that reporter, the one that said I refused to give the data. He had the data when he wrote that article. My concern was, and we still have ongoing discussions with BSCC. I wanted to make sure that the data we provided an accurate picture. Obviously, data can be used for a number of different purposes, and so by only reporting the number of positive COVID cases we've had in our jail, it might give someone the false impression that those active cases are still in our jail, and that's simply not true. It also doesn't provide the context of whether or not there's been any transmission within our facilities. So, for example, we have not had one case where an inmate has transmitted COVID-19 to another inmate or gotten it from another inmate, conversely. And we have had extremely good and tight policies in place to prevent just that, including a quarantine period and testing. We've done almost 3,000 tests to date of everybody that stays in. We get test results while they're still in their quarantine period. So if they are positive, it's isolated to that person. There's no way to capture that. And so by just saying, and I'm just throwing these numbers out, let's say we've had 50 positive cases, without giving that context, it doesn't provide an accurate picture. And so we have been, and I think the other sheriffs that have been reticent to provide that data have been having conversations with BSCC to say, hey, let's capture all the data. I'm not hiding the data. In fact, any media outlet that asks for it, we give them the data. But I am concerned about the context and the data. So what we are going to do starting this week, and I asked them to have it ready by Wednesday, and hopefully that will work. But which is tomorrow, I guess.
Tomorrow, yeah.
We will be posting that information on our website, so in the public information section. So it'll include all the data points that BSCC is asking for, but it will also include the additional data points and explanations that was my concern for BSCC, because it's clear that we're not going to persuade them to ask to publish the additional data or context. So we're going to do it, but we are going to include all the data that they're looking for. So that hopefully will happen tomorrow. That was the deadline I gave, but certainly at some point this week we'll be posting all that information.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Sheriff, one last question for me. One of the callers made mention of one of the incidents relative to the demonstrations following the tragic murder of George Floyd, and demonstrations obviously that were worldwide, but we certainly had some here. Is there an active legal action involving that would forbade us from discussing that?
I think there is. I think there's at least the initial. There's an initial.
There's a claim.
That's what I thought. So I just want to make clear for those that might be watching, wondering why we're not talking about that. That was my understanding, is that there is a legal action that has been initiated, and it's not unusual. In fact, I think it's the law that we are, or at least good practice, that we don't discuss existing open legal action. So just want to make that clear. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thanks, everybody. Have a good day.
Thank you, too. All right.
For item 32, which is the Carly Expansion Mining Use Permit, this item you will be hearing at 2 p.m. today. I just wanted
33. You said 32.
Item 33 will be heard then. Yeah.
Okay.
I wanted to make a note for that, just in case there's anyone who's waiting for that.
Thank you.
Item 34, this is the request from Supervisor Cerna for the Board of Supervisors to consider adoption of proposed urgency ordinance, Sacramento County Worker Protection, Health, and Safety Act of 2020. In the alternative, the Board of Supervisors should consider this proposed ordinance as a regular ordinance, which would take effect within 30 days of passage. A regular ordinance requires 3/5 vote for approval.
Great, thank you. I'll kick things off. Like we did several weeks ago, and as I did as some will remember, I brought forth an eviction prohibition for the board to consider once we were in the throes of the pandemic. I did that in the context of an urgency ordinance, again, then requiring a supermajority of this board. I tended to learn my lesson. I tend to learn my lessons from such experiences, and I just want to make sure that the board and the public understand that I thought very carefully and certainly sought the counsel of our county council about how best to notice, and certainly acknowledge in the board letter itself the voting threshold, so that if there is not, it's not the will of this board to adopt an urgency ordinance by a supermajority of 4/5, we do not have to wait 2 weeks, and we can still vote on this as a regular ordinance that, in my estimation, would be unfortunate because it would mean a longer wait, but at least we would shave off 2 weeks to implement and make effective that ordinance. This is an ordinance that was brought to my attention by the Center for Workers' Rights and the Sacramento Central Labor Council. It is an ordinance that is modeled after what was adopted by the Sacramento City Council weeks ago. To me, it represents an obligation on behalf of the county and this board to at least consider it as we move forward in our response to the pandemic to protect and in fact codify to some extent the expectations that we have in this county, in the unincorporated county, about the working relationship between employers, and in this case it's a universe that is limited based on the number of employees at a place of employment and whether or not they are a national firm. So I know that we are going to have representatives from the Center for Workers' Rights lead us off with a presentation that will put some fine detail on what's included, the mechanics of the ordinance, what the objective of the ordinance is, what we hope to accomplish with it. And then, of course, we'll hear from the public, those that have chosen to call the board and chime in, and of course then we will deliberate and vote. I don't know where the clerk of the board went. I think she stepped away. So I don't know who's on the phone. If we have the representative from Center for Workers' Rights is on the phone. I don't know who's managing that. I guess we'll wait for our clerk of the board. So with that, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, August 18th, 2020. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and reestablish a quorum?
Supervisors Frost. Here. Kennedy. Here. Natoli.
Here.
Peters. Here. Cerna.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Great, thank you. So a little bit of housekeeping. I think what we're going to do is hear from our county council briefly, just to make sure that all members of the board understand the timing relative to the choices we have in terms of urgency versus standard ordinance, when it would become effective in each case, and what time periods that we'd have to wait by law for the ordinance to become effective. Then we will hear from Danielle Urban, who is the special counsel for Center for Workers' Rights, one of the organizations that has brought this to my attention that I've been working with over the past several weeks on this. I've allocated 10 minutes to hear from her. Of course, she doesn't have to use the full 10 minutes, but the intent is to get a detailed explanation, as I mentioned before the break, about the objective of the ordinance, mechanics of it, and what it hopes to accomplish. And then lastly, and of course we'll hear from the public that is in the queue, by phone who wishes to comment on the item. And then lastly, I've asked our public health officer, Dr. Olivia Kasuri, to join us here in chambers and speak to the item, as it is, again, one of the prospective tools that this county, in my opinion, might have to best respond to the pandemic. So with that, County Council, do you have any comments?
Sure. I just wanted to clarify, thank you for giving me the opportunity, on Supervisor Cerna's statement regarding the urgency ordinance versus a regular ordinance. As he correctly stated, if it was passed by 4/5 of the members today, it would take effect immediately. If this is passed as a regular ordinance, or it would actually be introduced today as a regular ordinance by a majority of the board, and then it would need to be continued at least 5 days for adoption.
Very good. Any questions for County Council before we hear from Center for Workers' Rights? Seeing none. Okay. Supervisor Peters?
Never having seen this opportunity to vote 2 times on the same issue in one meeting, is this, since you've looked at it, I assuming it's legal, am I correct?
Correct.
So we can offer various opportunities to vote on an issue anytime?
Well, because of the way this was noticed, it's noticed in the alternative. So at any time you would have the opportunity to vote in the alternative.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, if the clerk of the board could please bring in Daniela Urban to the meeting, that would be helpful.
Hello, Daniela, you're on the line.
Go ahead, please.
You can go ahead and start
Hi,
with your comments.
Okay, thank you. Hi, this is Daniela Urban from the Center for Workers' Rights. Since March, Sacramento County workers have accessed our coronavirus job protection helpline with questions about their health and safety at work. But this last month has been particularly difficult for us, as workers have called with questions after they themselves have tested positive for COVID-19, or they found out that a coworker has tested positive. Despite efforts from state and federal governments to protect the public and workers from the spread of COVID, there remains 2 large gaps in protection. This ordinance before you today fills the shortcomings in state and federal law. First, it allows for additional paid sick leave for businesses that have been exempted from the Federal CARES Act. Second, it establishes minimum requirements for every employer to follow in order to safely operate their business during the pandemic. So addressing the paid sick days first, all experts agree that the best way to prevent the spread of the infection of coronavirus is for those who are experiencing symptoms or in contact with those infected to stay home. Yet workers without paid sick days must choose between supporting themselves financially and protecting the public health. By making sure all workers have access to 80 hours of emergency paid sick leave, we're encouraging employers and workers to do the right thing to protect all of us from this deadly disease. This ordinance applies the emergency paid sick leave to the county's largest employers, those with 500 or more employees. Currently, those businesses, the largest of our businesses, are only required to provide 3 sick days under the California Paid Sick Day law, which is not enough to even get tested and receive a response during the pandemic. This necessary expansion of the emergency paid sick leave will help to allow every worker who comes into contact with coronavirus to take at least these 80 hours of leave in order to protect themselves, and the community. In addition to the paid sick days, emergency paid sick day provision of the ordinance, this ordinance also establishes the minimum requirements that every employer must follow in order to safely operate. In order to have effective implementation of any protocols related to the workplace, standards must be clear and mandatory, and that's what this ordinance does. While the county's public health county's public health order goes a long way in protecting the community, it allows each individual employer to determine their own minimum safety standards for operating. This ordinance, by contrast, by contrast, would impose specific requirements for each employer that must be provided to the employees in writing in order to operate. This includes daily cleaning protocols, establishing an internal protocol for discovery of COVID-19 in the workplace, giving employees access to regular hand washing, and providing face coverings for employees to wear during their time of employment, as well as mandating that they be worn on site. By also requiring employers to provide notice to employees of these rules, it minimizes the fear workers have in returning to work upon discovery of a COVID outbreak in their work. Many of the callers that we speak to in the recent months who have learned either by rumor or by confirmation by their employer that there has been a COVID exposure in their workplace face fear in returning because the employers are not communicating what guidelines have been implemented in order to ensure that when they return, they will continue to be safe and healthy while working. If an employer is not complying with these minimum safety requirements, a worker can help protect the public by refusing to come to work until the unsafe conditions are remedied. These are minimum standards, which means that workers should not have to continue to go to work if they are not met. This also allows workers to take it into their own hands to know when their health and safety is at risk. The right to refuse unsafe work is crucial to the implementation of this ordinance. It provides that workers must then inform their employer in writing of the factual allegations which support the suspected violations and give the employers 15 days to remedy those unsafe conditions before they're able to take any legal action against the employer. The employers are prohibited from retaliating against any worker who enforces their rights under this ordinance. Under the ordinance, the county retains its right to be the public health authority in our area by being able to inspect any work site and determine not only if they're violating the county's public health order, but also this ordinance to determine whether a violation has in fact occurred. If the county does not confirm a worker's allegations of a violation, then the worker no longer has the ability to refuse work and must return to their workplace. So this ordinance fills two major gaps in current law and becomes consistent with the ordinance already passed by the City of Sacramento, allowing workers both to take emergency paid sick leave as well as to have minimum workplace standards for safe operation of businesses. I'm open to any questions if you have any.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Urban. I have a question. Since last we spoke, what is the tally so far of jurisdictions, cities and/or counties in California that have adopted this?
So in terms of the paid sick leave portion of this, most of the large jurisdictions have adopted it statewide, and it is adopted on a federal level for all employers smaller than 500. So local laws are only being passed for those jurisdictions that are employers of larger than 500. For the protections for health and safety, it continues to be debated throughout California. Outside of California, it's been passed in several jurisdictions, but the City of Sacramento was actually the first to pass the ordinance regarding the minimum safe operations for reopening.
And relative to the City of Sacramento's consideration and adoption of it, I know that there was ample discussion at City Council and some changes were made in the course of council consideration deliberation on this. What you have suggested this board consider, I assume, reflects that amended ordinance. So in other words, it has the benefit of having some of that consideration by our sister jurisdiction, the City of Sacramento, affect it. And for the purposes of this being proposed to be more or less exactly consistent with the City of Sacramento, it does have that benefit, does it not?
Correct, it does. This is it mirrors the law as passed and as has been implemented. The City of Sacramento ordinance went into effect on July 15th, and for the last month we have been helping to enforce that within the city. So this is it's the same ordinance as implemented in the City of Sacramento.
Okay, very good. And then I didn't hear you necessarily mention it outright, but the ordinance as presented does have a sunset built into it at the end of the calendar year, does it not?
It does, yes. The end for violations as written in the ordinance right now is December 31st, 2020. Actions can be brought after that date as long as the violations have occurred before the end of the year.
Okay, very good. I do believe we have others in the queue here that hope to ask you questions. We'll start with Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. I would ask the caller, I'm a little confused about, do we treat her as staff in this, since she suggested this ordinance? I mean, will she know things like how would we enforce this when we don't even know what businesses in Sacramento County have more than 500 employees? I mean, is that a question for her or Bruce? Or?
It's a question for her, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I can talk about what's been proposed within the ordinance. So within the ordinance, the county retains the ability to enforce the emergency paid sick leave portion of the ordinance and can issue a citation against employers from any worker who's reported that they have not been appropriately paid their paid sick days.
Yeah, but and our business licensing does not collect the information of how many employees a company has. So we don't know who in the businesses in the unincorporated county who has more than 500 employees.
Right. The county wouldn't be expected to proactively go to each business and enforce it. Rather, it would be based on a complaint from a worker that the company is in violation, and then the employer could challenge that citation by saying that they do not have 500 employees. But by challenging that counting of the number of workers, they then tacitly admit that they are covered under the federal FFCRA and would need to then have to pay the paid sick days regardless. So this is filling a gap with the federal rules. The challenge to the number of employees would simply be which law they're covered under, but not whether or not they have to pay the days.
Okay, reading from a letter from the California Restaurant Association, it says that Governor Newsom issued an executive order on April 16th to do this for employers of 500 or more employees. So their question is, we are left wondering why the Board of Supervisors would be considering overlaying duplicative law in this area that would complicate employer compliance with varying laws on the same policy issue. And their concern is that creating any new additional program at the local level would be a costly burden for restaurants already struggling with economic survival.
So the executive order was limited to the food chain employers, most specifically the grocery chains. So that is how the governor tried to fill the gap in federal law, but it still left open the gap of all employers 500 and more. For restaurants, most restaurants do not employ 500 or more workers, and so they're already covered under the Families First Coronavirus Response Act.
But for excuse me, many restaurants are national chains, and this is if I read the staff report correctly, it's for 500 employees nationwide.
Yeah, so then if they, for the larger chains, then they should already be more equipped to provide those paid sick days than our local small restaurants, which are being required to provide those days. So they are better equipped financially to provide the emergency paid sick days that we are requiring locally.
Yes, but what they're saying, excuse me, what they're saying is that the governor has already issued an executive order to cover that for employers with more than 500. Just trying to get to the bottom of this comment.
It is not for restaurant workers. For the governor's order applies to the food chain, which is mostly the grocery stores.
Okay, I've also had I've also had a comment that the hospitals would like an exemption should this pass. Have you had a discussion with the hospitals?
I personally have not had a discussion with the hospitals. We believe that it's important for all workers to have access to the emergency paid sick leave.
Okay, well, I don't think we want to be penalizing hospitals at a time when they're really helping us out in this COVID environment. Then
we
also,
would take the position that it's helping the hospitals because it's allowing their workers to take 2 weeks of paid emergency sick leave, making sure that the spread within their own workforce does not occur so that they can maintain a safe work environment for their workers as well.
what about large companies like the building trades unions that already have collective bargaining agreements that cover this?
Yeah, I know there's been some discussions about that, and Supervisor Cerna might be better equipped to handle that discussion. From our position, this is an emergency paid sick day ordinance, which goes beyond what might have previously been negotiated in non-pandemic times to allow sick leave specifically for COVID-related concerns. And that's why it's so important to have right now. Union members may have taken their paid sick days early in the pandemic before they realized the extent of the illness, and now are faced with no additional days. So this would provide those 2 weeks emergency sick leave specifically to protect against the spread of COVID.
Then the other question I have is having to do with no notice to the public. We typically have a process here where we discuss these things in public so they have a chance for the public to respond. There's no notice to we didn't do a mailing or anything to the potentially affected businesses to get their comments. I'm not sure who wants to answer that question.
Our staff should. Where's our staff?
I'll take a stab at it. So this is, we're obviously in a pandemic. It's obviously an emergency. It's being proposed ideally as an urgency ordinance. And while I think if we had a perfect condition and we were outside of an emergent situation, of course, we would have the luxury of weeks of outreach, but we're not. So that's about as simple a response as I could provide. It may not be acceptable to some, but in my estimation, like the eviction moratorium that we considered, it is, I think, obligatory for this board to act as nimbly and as swiftly as possible, given the extent of the pandemic and the fact that it requires us to act post haste.
Can I address your comment, Supervisor Peters, about the Associated General Contractors? Because I did have a chance to talk with their legislative person, Chris Smith, yesterday. I believe you all have the language that she proposed.
Yeah.
And she mentioned that she would be calling in to address her comments, but I told her that I would provide the language if anybody needs the language that the Associated General Contractors are proposing. And from a legal perspective, I have no concerns from a legal perspective, but it's a matter of policy as to whether or not the board would like to consider the language that they are asking to be included in this ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Does that include your questions? Okay. Supervisor Tully.
Just a question about the national exemption. I'm curious as well as even with the loophole, to use your word, Dana, this loophole that both in state and federal law, again, recognizing the deliberation goes on, whether it's in Congress and or in state legislature, and certainly executive orders that, can be taken sometimes separately from legislative action in the emergency situations. Why was it that employers of 500 or more were exempted to begin with?
The reasoning behind it, as I read in the media, was that employers of 500 or more should have already had these protocols in place and shouldn't be forced to have them. This is, as far as I know, the only employment-based policy that has ever exempted large employers and not small employers. Typically,
Danielle, are you still there? Hello? Let me try and get her back, please.
Who's Danielle with?
Daniela. She's Daniela Urban. She's a special counsel with Center for Workers' Rights.
I'm sorry, I was dropped off for just a second. Was there
Yes.
a question for me?
The last word we heard was you said typically, and I didn't hear it. None of us heard anything after that. So,
I'm sorry, thank you. So typically, it is the small employers that are exempted and not the large employers. So this is the only law that I know of that has actually been passed to protect large businesses, and it was just understanding that large employers would do this voluntarily, which has not been our experience.
okay, thanks for the explanation. And just one other question again, and we'll have other callers. It sounds like, but as it relates to this issue about where you already have collective bargaining agreements that provide for wages, benefits, obviously for paid leave and so forth. As I understood counsel just a moment ago saying that this would be over and above. So within kind of the ranks of workers' rights and within labor, obviously collective bargain agreements are between labor and the employers. Any comments as it relates to that? As to what's been suggested relative to the language, I guess. I trust you may have seen that, Daniela. If you haven't, obviously we'll have a chance to talk about it. But
Yes, and I agree that it's just a matter of policy, whether you want to grant all employees the additional emergency sick leave, or whether you want to provide the exemption for collective bargaining. In terms of legal requirements, what we do when we speak with a caller on our helpline is try to evaluate all their available leave. Obviously, for many coronavirus patients, the 2 weeks is not enough. So for our union members, we do the union members currently that have less than 500 are already covered under FFCRA, so we will let them know about their first their availability for the emergency paid sick leave, then their availability for other sick leave that the employer might have. So it is, I agree, a policy consideration for the board to decide whether they want it to be universal for large employers or whether they want to carve out.
okay, thank you for your response.
Daniela, this is Supervisor Cerna. I just want to make sure I understand correctly. There's a section in the proposed ordinance, Section 4, Part A2, where it says an EPSLA exempt employer of an employee who is a healthcare provider or an emergency responder, parenthetical, as each term is defined in 29 CFR Section 826.30 subsection C, as it may be amended, may exclude those employees from the requirements of this article. Would this help answer the concern question that Supervisor Peters raised relative to hospitals? I assume it does.
I still didn't find
yes.
that section, Bill.
What's that?
I'm sorry, I was looking for the section you were talking about.
Section 4, it's supplemental paid sick leave, and then it's Section 4A, subsection 2.
Oh, okay, mine says 4 is additional employer restrictions. Let me see if I can find it. Do you have a page number?
I have, is it 8? Top of 8. Top of page 8, Daniela, if you're following along there.
Okay, so
I think that addresses just the supplemental paid sick leave and not the PPE or the safety precautions. And I think that's what Supervisor Peters was referring to
Okay.
when she said the hospitals are raising concern. I could be wrong, but I believe that's what you said, Supervisor Peters, that the hospitals was raising concerns about the applicability of the worker protections, the PPE and that type of thing, not the sick leave, but I could be wrong.
And I should say this provision is just simply mirroring what is already covered under the FFCRA to keep the definitions consistent.
Gotcha. Okay. Supervisor Frost? You're going to wait? Okay. We're going to hear from...
Are these the questions that, is she acting as like for our questions to staff, or I'm a little confused?
She's the one that's
Sorry.
providing detailed explanation about the
About the-
ordinance. Yeah, because
okay.
the Center for Workers' Rights working with other labor organizations, has been the agent that has approached local jurisdictions across the state to ask for their consideration of this. So she's best equipped to answer your questions.
Okay. I think right now I'm going to just wait for the rest of public comment and then come back.
Very good. Any other questions for Ms. Urban before we hear from our public health officer? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to ask Dr. Kassiri to come to the podium, please. And then following Dr. Kassiri, we'll go to public comment.
Do you want me to leave her
Yeah, if
on
you
the line?
can leave Daniela in the queue, I'm sure there'll probably be questions following public comment.
I'll just have to leave her on the phone. I don't have a way to transfer once she's in that queue.
That's fine.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Dr. Olivia Kassiri.
Could you speak up a little bit, please?
Sure. I'm Dr. Olivia Kassiri, Public Health Officer for Sacramento County. And I was asked to speak about how this ordinance will assist public health in our efforts to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. Public health has been working with environmental management and code enforcement in reviewing protocols and guidances for businesses and making sure that businesses had protocols in place for the safety of their staff. Environmental management and code enforcement are also the main agencies that have received complaints and follow up on those complaints. And in our discussions with them, we felt that an ordinance would definitely be of an additional tool that we can use, especially when we are addressing companies or businesses that are not complying with the guidances that we have put forth for the social distancing, face covering, and hand sanitizing. And as far as the hospitals, when it comes to the sick leave, I believe the reason that they are concerned is because the CDC has different guidelines for first responders and hospitals as far as when their employees need to take time off. And we've reviewed those protocols with them, and actually there are instances where even after exposure, these healthcare workers could be asked to continue working. So they did not want to be tied down to the same guidelines as for other businesses. But in general, being able to have sick leave available is an added incentive that helps the public, people in the public, to be compliant. There are times when our contact tracers have called individuals to tell them that they were exposed, and they would say, you know what, I don't have any sick leave, I have to work. And so it becomes a very difficult conversation at that time, trying to convince them of the importance of being able to go into the quarantine for a period of 14 days. So I believe that being able to have the additional sick leave is helpful.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Tully.
Yeah, Dr. Kassiri, just on that last point, so, again, we have added it just in today's actions earlier, but obviously discussions we'll have tomorrow about contact tracers. So when those contacts, into the example you just used, then is part of the conversation that your employer, either under federal, state, and or assuming this ordinance would be approved, either urgency or otherwise, that you have, I mean, do you get into that discussion? Because if that's a concern, so is there going to be a dialogue that the contact tracer will then be prepared to, I don't want to go too far here in describing it as advocacy, but to explain that you may have supplemental sick leave available to you. So, we can encourage you to quarantine, one, but secondly, how far, what's the intent? Because again, that's part of the implementation here. Obviously, you talk about the enforcement piece of this, but to the example you used. So I'm curious, has there been any thought given to, in the event this is adopted? I guess there's already some law in place that, for employers of 500 or less where the supplemental sick leave is provided for.
Correct. There is some law in place already, and that's part of the conversation that the contact tracers will have with the people that they call. And it is helpful when we have additional information that we can provide them, especially if the employee needs some documentation that they can provide to their employers to ensure that they will get the time that they need.
Another question then kind of goes into something Daniela touched on in some of her presentation, but as I read here about the various aspects of PPEs, and best practices for mask and sanitation and so forth, it talks about code enforcement division, but are code enforcement officers trained to know if we had an ordinance that had these various requirements? Are they the ones, or is it environmental management, or is it public health, or?
It's a combination, and we actually have a weekly call where we discuss any issues that have come up. Environmental Management Department has been very helpful in reviewing different guidances and providing protocols for the different businesses, because the different businesses have different needs, and being able to provide that information, and then we discuss it with code enforcement, and depending on which agency has jurisdiction, then we move forward.
And if I read this correctly, that it's the obligation of the employer under the ordinance, maybe under federal and state law as well, to notify the employees of the required protocols in writing. So does that mean individual noticing, or is it posting on the employee bulletin board, which a lot of, depending upon the size, these are sizable firms, and these are going to be 500 or more employees, maybe not all at one site, but so what's that entail?
Well, currently, actually, the guidance that we give out is that they do need to post it in places that are very visible to employees, such as break areas or hallways, so that and it's incumbent upon the employers to make sure that they provide training for their employees so that they can appropriately follow the protocol.
And again, I don't know that you would know this or not, but so as Daniela explained that, I guess there was, what she read was that there was some presumption that large employers would already have these provisions. I assume the employer safety protocols, but maybe even with the extended sick leave under the conditions that are outlined in or described in the ordinance. Was that your understanding too? Or could you offer any other enlightenment on that as to, because typically you would see that you'd have small employers that would be exempted, right. And the larger ones who are assumed to have the capacity to do that. Right. In this case, that wasn't a part of the federal state, mandate. There's been some, attempts by the governor, obviously, in the food service area. Yes. But so I'm just curious, as a health officer who's been steeply, involved in this, what was your understanding as to why the exemption?
My understanding, especially from discussions with environmental management and code enforcement, is that the larger employers do have more capacity and more resources to be able to implement these protocols, and that the expectation is that they will do that.
But by exempting them, it was assumed that they were going to do it anyway. I mean, and that's what brings us here today. So, okay, thank you, Dr. Kassir.
Supervisor Frost.
Dr. Kassir, I am wanting to refer back to item F2F2, where it's talking about the county may but is not obligated to investigate whether the employer was in violation of Section 3A as alleged, et cetera, et cetera. And my question to you is, what circumstances will the county determine whether or not they're going to do an investigation? In other words, it looks to me like the ordinance is stating the county is not required to investigate. Under what circumstances will the county conduct an investigation, and I guess you're saying code enforcement would be responsible. Is that the department that would be responsible for that investigation?
That would be code enforcement and environmental management department, and it does depend on the type of business, because some of the business are overseen by EMD and others by code enforcement. But in general, when whatever complaints we receive, they review every single one of them. And especially for the ones where we're getting multiple complaints or where there is concern for safety, they do, the initial is a phone call. But if there are repeated complaints, then the next step would be to actually make a visit. And initially it will be education again, but our hope is that this will be an additional tool that we can use for especially some of those businesses that have repeated violations and or where there's a sense that the safety of the employees is not secure.
Well, so what you're saying is the county will conduct an investigation. I'm responding and going out and responding with education is different than conducting an investigation. That seems like that takes resources. So you're saying the county will conduct an investigation on every single one?
Not every single one, and that's the reason why we do have the calls where we discuss the different ones. But definitely the ones where the complaints show that there is some risk of safety to the employees, those are the ones that we look at first. Also the ones where there have been repeated violations, and also when we hear reports that there are multiple people who are testing positive with COVID-19, then those are also businesses that we investigate. And in that case, sometimes the report may come through our communicable disease unit, where they identify an outbreak, and then we work with environmental management.
And what is the recourse? What is the, if there's an investigation and they're not compliant with the ordinance, what does the county do?
Up until now, we have not been moving beyond the education unless it's so egregious that we have to close the business, or if there's an outbreak and we have to close the business.
So education is the only response from the county, according to this ordinance?
I said up until now, but with this new ordinance, then our plan is to be able to discuss what would be additional steps that we can take.
But it's not spelled out in this ordinance?
No, it is not spelled out. So we would have to work with county council on that.
What companies are we talking about? Because in the ordinance, it's a little bit vague. It talks about, the filling the gap with the companies that have over 500 employees, and then there are other parts of the ordinance that apply to all businesses in the unincorporated county, such as the health and safety or the mask requirement. Have we given notice to businesses that this is potentially coming so that they could participate in this conversation? Was there any public outreach to the businesses in Sacramento County to let them know this is coming?
There was no outreach, and as Supervisor Cerner pointed out, that because we're in a pandemic and under a health emergency, there are situations, for example, when we've sent out the health officer orders, we made it effective either that very day or the next day, and our expectation was that the businesses would comply. So for the businesses that are open actually right now, we do have guidances that are available, and we have done outreach in terms of making sure that they're aware of the protocols. So they should be aware of what the expectations are with or without this ordinance.
And are the workplaces, is that the place where we can actually trace COVID? Or is it with family gatherings and functions? I know I've heard that. Are we even able to contact trace from workplaces, and how are you doing that?
So when the spike first started, most of the cases we were getting were related to gatherings. But over time, which is of course what our concern was, it did not stop with just the gatherings. Now we do get reports of exposures or multiple people testing positive in workplaces.
And you're saying it's happening more in workplaces now?
Yes, and
than gatherings.
Right now, actually, it varies a lot. Some of them are gatherings, some of them are workplaces. But what happens is that we have guidance out, and this is in line with the state as well as with CDC, where the workplaces are expected to report to public health if they have 3 or more people testing positive within a 2-week period. And that is enough for us to investigate to find out whether there is an outbreak. And one of the things that we do as part of our investigation is to look at any protocols that they have in place to, one, mitigate and stop the spread, and also to make sure that we don't have additional cases.
And finally, I have a question relating to break in common areas, and I wanted to get some clarification regarding face coverings for businesses. In this ordinance, it talked about the requirement of having the mask on. If a break room is typically used for meal breaks and it's not large enough to accommodate employees, can the employer, and this may be a question for council, can the employer ask employees to take lunch breaks off-site? I mean, I guess the question is, can we require that?
Right now, the guidance that we have for them is that they provide for staggering of the lunch breaks so that they don't have too many people in the lunch break at the same time. But it definitely will vary from place to place. The larger facilities, of course, usually have a much larger break room and would be able to accommodate the social distancing.
Okay. So that's kind of a HR question. Can you tell people they have to, how to do their lunch break?
Well, to the extent that you're responding to the pandemic, I think that there's flexibility. And if I'm reading the section that you're referring to, it says if you can maintain the speed of 6 feet, or if you're using your lunch break to eat or drink, you don't have to be wearing a mask in accordance with the CDC guidelines. Is that the section that you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And is there a notice requirement for businesses? Because this is going to impact the businesses are all hugely impacted already by this pandemic, and so was there going to be notice, and is there going to be some way to help them understand this? It's a little bit vague in some places. This ordinance is hard to understand.
Right. So as far as was there notice, I can't speak to that, but I'm just relying on what Supervisor Cerna and Dr. Casire said. I don't believe there was. But if you look at page 6 of the ordinance, the employer obligations, so anything that an employer is required to do under this ordinance does not take effect until 15 days. So they would have 15 days notice before they would be in violation or would have to implement any of the safety protocols or sick leave. That's under section 2I.
And what about people who have trouble breathing with a mask, who have COPD or some extenuating circumstance that makes it hard for them to be required to wear a mask.
And so
It's not healthy. What if their doctor says it's not healthy for them to wear a mask?
So we do have a provision in our guidance right now, one for the break room. Actually, they are supposed to have these protocols in place already. And then as far as the face covering also, and this is true also for the health officer order, county health officer order, is that it does recognize that there are situations where people are not able to wear face coverings. And so it's also very important to maintain the 6 feet social distancing, to do the checks before people start their shifts, making sure that people have no fever and no other symptoms. And also, in some situations where it's difficult to maintain the 6 feet, they can use a face shield. And we have had some discussions with some of the businesses that have asked about that.
I guess that's it for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. I want to go back to my earlier comment about the hospitals. In the time we've been sitting here, we received a letter from them, and it goes into their background on how they've done such great things during the COVID virus, from mobile integrated healthcare for homeless, working with Metro Fire, and Project Room Key. But they point out that they've done a lot of things, good things, but the near future is uncertain. And that they agree that sick leave is an important tool for protecting workers and patients, but the health systems have generous sick leave policies in place for employees, including existing paid time off policies, and that this ordinance, I'm sorry, this is not for you, Olivia. This ordinance, if it is applied to hospitals and health systems, will seriously hinder their ability to provide necessary care during the health crisis and anticipated surge. And they need to preserve workforce flexibility to brace for a greater surge in COVID-19 cases. And they need the county to adopt, if we do go forward and adopt this, an employer-based exemption for healthcare delivery systems and ancillary operations to ensure hospitals in the unincorporated county can deliver full and high-quality care during the pandemic. So I think it's more along the line of AGC.
Yeah, so if I could respond to that, we're going to, I think, hear back from Ms. Urban, and I'd like her to be prepared to respond to that specific concern that is clearly articulated in this letter dated today from the Hospital Council on behalf of their members. But I also would, again, like to have her reference the section, because the section that I referenced earlier does speak directly to sick leave. So I know County Council chimed in and made a statement earlier about it possibly being confused with provision of PPE, but I want Ms. Urban to speak to section A2 as it relates to what again, the Hospital Council has said, and I'll just quote directly from the letter. If it is applied to hospitals and health systems, it will seriously hinder our ability to provide necessary care during this health crisis and anticipated surge. So I don't take that lightly, and I think we deserve to get an answer on that. Supervisor Frost.
I think I just wanted to add to what Supervisor Peters was saying in relation to, the construction community and the unions, and many large companies already have given, generous sick leave packages, and so this is adding to what they've already done, which is I think duplicating what they've already done. And I wonder if many of them may not know about this ordinance, if we've given them a chance to tell us from their perspective. The hospitals just got a letter to us, but there might be other businesses who don't know we're having this conversation, who this would impact them, and they haven't even had a chance to have a voice because there was no notice about this emergency ordinance, which I just think I'm concerned that there's added hardship to companies that have already been very fair and done a lot, and they're not in the conversation.
Yeah, I think the question is whether, at least for me, the question is whether or not built into the ordinance as is there an exemption for hospitals? So.
Well, that's hospitals. But there could be other large national companies. You know,
I
the
understand.
restaurants, the construction, hospitals have chimed in, but there's probably other large companies who might have requested an exemption, but, I mean...
If they knew about it.
If they knew about it.
I understand. The specific correspondence we received is from the hospital council. That's what I'm responding to. Okay. Any further questions?
This is Danielle. I don't know if I'm still on. This is Daniela from the Center for Workers' Rights. I can address that the hospitals, under the definition provided in the ordinance, would be exempt under the federal regulation that's cited. It defines a healthcare provider to include doctor's office, hospital, healthcare center, clinic, post-secondary educational institution, offering healthcare instruction, medical school, and goes on to others, including nursing facilities, home health care, and any facility that provides laboratory or medical testing.
Thank you for that clarification.
I would like to have our county council confirm that, because that's who gets sued here,
Right.
not the speaker.
And I did have the opportunity to read the letter and also read that specific section in the ordinance and also the Code of Federal Regulations. So I do concur with the caller's analysis that hospitals, doctors' offices, and the other facilities that she listed could be exempt. It says may exclude those employees. So if it was a hospital, if it was, let's say, Sutter Health, they could choose not to be covered by this ordinance.
How do they choose not to be covered?
Well, if code enforcement, say, came out and said you need to comply with this ordinance, they could point to section 4A2 to show that they would not have to comply. Or similarly, if an employee of one of those hospitals or a doctor's office requested supplemental paid sick leave, that doctor's office could then point to that section and say, we do not have to comply with it.
Supervisor Frost?
You mean after the fact? Like as a protocol after the fact, because it says we don't have to investigate all of these, that we have an option on who we investigate? Is that what you're saying? It's like, why bother having the ordinance if we're going to pick and choose?
Well, in this case,
it doesn't even make sense.
In this case, related to the supplemental paid sick leave, I don't know whether or not code enforcement or public health or whoever would be investigating, but if they chose to investigate a hospital or a doctor's office, the doctor's office would say their response could be, we don't have to provide supplemental paid sick leave because this ordinance allows or doesn't require us to. So I'm not sure if I'm answering.
How do they know? Well, then can anyone say that?
Well, anyone could say it, but it wouldn't be true.
So you're saying if it's written into the ordinance that hospitals are exempt?
Correct. And it is.
Okay.
Under section 4A2.
Guess it's really great to be one of the people that are exempt.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for our public health officer? If not, I'm going to ask you to please stand by. Madam Clerk, how many folks do we have on the phone for this item?
Right now, you have 9.
9 folks, okay. All right. Speaker time will be 3 minutes.
So we'll have to end the call with Daniela.
Yeah, so Ms. Urban, are you still on the line?
I am.
Okay, because of our technological limitations here for telephonic public comment, we are going to now switch to public comment. I'm told that there are 9 speakers in the queue, but what I'd like to try and achieve here is if you're watching, you can monitor the progress as we get through those speakers. As we draw closer to the 9th caller, if you can make arrangements to get back into the queue so that you're available for any subsequent questions before the board deliberates the item, I'd appreciate it.
We will, the clerk's office will call her.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Excellent. Good afternoon, Chairman Cerna and members of the board. My name is Chris Smith, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the Associated General Contractors of California. We represent about 1,000 contractor companies throughout the state, and we're here to speak on amending the Sacramento County Worker Protection, Health, and Safety Act of 2020 to include a provision exempting collective bargaining agreements from the additional paid sick leave rule as to alleviate some of the implementation issues. But before I get into that, I'd like to first say that safety and worker protection has always been the #1 priority for the construction industry. We've worked with our industry partners and friends in labor to maintain safe work sites. Unions and management have worked hand in hand to develop fair and reasonable worker protections that keep workers safe, healthy, and employed here in Sacramento County. This ordinance, as written, this language only allows for an employer to credit for paid sick leave hours on changes it voluntarily made to internal paid sick leave policies. So within the collective bargaining context, if a union and an employer made changes to allow for greater paid sick leave policies within a CBA in response to COVID-19, any employee who took advantage of those better terms will have those hours counted against the 80 available ones that would be made through this ordinance. This exemption would not waive the responsibilities of the ordinance in general. So we're hoping to mediate this issue. We're asking the county revise the language in the ordinance to allow for a letter or memorandum of understanding for exempting work under collective bargaining agreements. That language, I believe, was mentioned earlier in this meeting by County Council and presented to the board. The language is in line with similar orders in Los Angeles County, San Francisco County, City of Oakland, and other jurisdictions throughout the state. What we ask is that you move to incorporate this amendment into the ordinance to help honor agreements made between labor and management. And so before I conclude my remarks, I just want to take a moment to thank the county staff and the Board of Supervisors for working with the construction industry throughout COVID to ensure that infrastructure can continue and that workers can be safe. So on behalf of the Associated General Contractors of California and our members, we thank you for your time. I'm more than happy to answer any questions or continue the conversation. Thanks.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Chair, is Chris still on the phone? Nope.
No.
Okay.
We're going to have to act faster.
Okay.
Caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name, actually I prefer not to say my name because of fear of retaliation, which is another very important part of this piece of legislation that's coming forward, this protection from retaliation, which I haven't heard discussed yet. But I guess I just want to say when we're talking about urgency, that it's very important that, you know, we've talked a lot about how what impact this might have on businesses, right? But this is having an impact on our community and our workers right now. And so it's urgent to pass this because every day I know and I talk to coworkers who are scared about what if they do get COVID, but then they have to choose between, or even if they're just worried if they have COVID, but then they have to choose between paying for their bills, feeding their kids, and coming to work. And so I just think this is very basic, and that not doing this as quickly as possible is going to lead to greater harm in our community as a whole and great harm for our workers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Choose between.
Caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, Board of Supervisors. Good afternoon. My name is Fabrizio Sasso. I'm the Executive Director of the Sacramento Central Labor Council, and our members represent over 180,000 workers in the Sacramento region. First, I'd like to thank Chairman Cerna for bringing forward and recognizing the need for this ordinance, as well as County Counsel Lisa Travis for her assistance and our partners at the Center for Workers' Rights. You know, workers and consumers need to feel safe for businesses to open, and this ordinance should have been put in place on the first day of the shutdown. So, and we believe that the county has moved too quickly to reopen the economy because there's been thousands of cases in the last few weeks, and businesses are having to shut down because they're not following the CDC and county guidelines, and they're creating conditions that spread COVID. So people are getting sick and they're dying, and people who are forced to go into work are being put in harm's way. And in the haste to reopen the economy, leaders should have enacted strict health and safety protocols, and this ordinance will prioritize people and public health over profit. You know, as it relates to the health and safety ordinance, many workers want to get back to work but are unsure how safe it may be at the workplace. And workers shouldn't have to make a choice between going to work in unsafe workplace conditions or losing their unemployment benefits. Some businesses are taking extra precautions while others are not taking any precautions. And we feel like businesses that are taking precautions are making those conditions safe so people can spend their money there and customers feel safe, right? So the ordinance will give employees a peace of mind knowing that their employer is required to provide a healthy and clean work environment, provide PPE, and that the county can enforce it all. It'll also make it possible to speak up without fear of retaliation, as the last speaker just said. You know, as it relates to the paid sick leave, in the midst of the greatest health crisis in over a century, it's unfathomable that workers are not provided the time to stay home from work when they're sick. Some of the biggest corporations in the world were exempt from the federal expansion of paid sick leave, and these are also some of the same companies who have profited the most during the COVID crisis. And most of these companies provide no health care or no additional paid sick days. And all workers should at least be provided 2 weeks of paid sick leave if they contract COVID, show symptoms, been ordered to stay home, or need to take care of a loved one or a child who may be sick with it. No one should be forced to choose between going to work sick or losing their job. And expanding paid sick leave for these employers is not only good for workers, it's good for customers too. No one wants to go into a business where workers aren't given time off when they're sick. So we are in strong support of the ordinance as written, and we urge your aye vote today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity to address the board. My name is Greg Fishman. I am a candidate for County Supervisor in District 3. I'm also a member of the SMUD Board of Directors. I want to make it clear that I'm speaking solely on behalf of myself, not on behalf of SMUD or other board members. I'm speaking in support for the Workers' Protection, Health, and Safety Act. I think the fastest and best way to get our community and our business community back to something close to normal is to beat COVID-19. And until we have a vaccine, stopping the spread of the disease person to person is absolutely imperative, not only for individual health needs, but also, again, to be able to reopen more businesses and restart our economy sooner. This is really just closing loopholes in existing state and federal law. It has a sunset of less than 5 months or so, depending on when it's actually enacted and takes place. This seems to be a common sense measure to protect workers, protect our business climate, and protect our community. I would mention that I'm certainly fine with the recommendation from the Associated General Contractors to recognize collective bargaining agreements that already address these needs. And let me reiterate that I am speaking solely for myself, but I will also note that SMUD has enacted many of the same provisions already. It may not be exactly exactly comparative to this ordinance, but it's very, very close. And we've done that because it's the right thing to do. So again, I'm speaking in favor of this measure. I think it's the right thing to do to protect our community, protect our people, protect our business climate. And I would urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. Thank you very much. My name is Peter McEntee, and I'm an attorney with Beeson, Terre, and Bodine here in Sacramento, representing the Central Labor Council and several other local unions in the county, including individual employees. Over the last several months, we have seen many instances where COVID-19 has had a drastic impact on employees' lives. The two biggest concerns are, one, how am I going to get paid if I have to miss work because of COVID? And two, what can I do if I believe that my workplace is not safe and the employer is not taking the measures necessary to keep us safe from the virus? This ordinance has two very simple measures that address these issues, consistent with the letter from the CLC and the Center for Workers' Rights that we sent back in May and that was read into the record at a public hearing of this board. At that time, it was also discussed that staff would be looking into these measures, so I believe there was notice that this was being discussed. I think it is particularly important to have emergency paid sick leave for employees who work for larger employers. On the issue of CBAs, most contracts have been in place well before the pandemic and may have 3 or 6 or maybe a few more paid sick leave for ordinary sicknesses, not a pandemic that may require up to 14 days of leave. Agreements to provide specific COVID-related leave that have been entered into by the parties to a collective bargaining agreement are already allowed to be credited towards the requirements in this ordinance because it does state that any specific COVID leave will be credited towards the 80 hours. There are many employees who have not been able to take leave or have not been paid here in Sacramento County for that leave, including with union employers who have refused to provide additional leave because of their size. And that unfortunately leads to the potential that sick employees or employees who have been exposed come to work so as to not be disciplined or not lose pay. These protections are vital not only for employee protections, but also to protect the general public. And by adopting these measures, you'll be taking an important step towards reducing the spread through the workplace and therefore helping our entire community be healthy, safe, and be able to get back to normal at a sooner pace. So again, please, I request your yes vote for this important ordinance. It's common sense, and it will really help workers and the general public as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Quinn. I am calling in support of this ordinance. I want to say thank you to Cerna for putting this forward, and thank you to the Board of Supervisors for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'd like to share my experience as a worker in a popular cafe in the Sacramento area during the pandemic. So I started my back-of-house job just before the pandemic hit in March. And for context, I lived with my dad and my stepmom. Both of them are in their 60s and considered high risk for the virus, which I relayed to my manager. She was understanding at first, but when in June, someone at work tested positive, things changed a little bit. Along with my coworkers, I found out about this at work after clocking in. And then the following afternoon, a message was sent to us from our owners, immediately notifying us about it. The message urged us to wash our hands. It didn't go any further. We did no cleaning, no temporary shutdown for cleaning, nothing but continue to go to work. When I came in the next day, I found that every single one of my coworkers were incredibly concerned and upset at the owner's response. Because of this and the concern for my parents' health, I quit and have since been unemployed and struggling to find work. And because of quitting, receiving no unemployment benefits. But I'd like to say that I'm lucky because I have a place to stay. A lot of my now former coworkers or parents are working multiple jobs. And since I have left, I've heard stories about retaliation, management pitting coworkers against each other, talking about the coronavirus means you're scaring your coworkers. I would like to say that adopting this ordinance is simply the right thing to do, protecting Sacramento workers in this precarious time. Workers should not have to choose between working in an unsafe environment or losing unemployment benefits. So yes, please pass this with urgency so it can take effect immediately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Kenneth Young. I live in Sacramento City, and I've worked in the restaurant industry for 5 years. In July, I called to voice my my support for the Worker Protections Health and Safety Act. We were met with some members of the board who were in favor of waiting before guaranteeing these concrete protections to restaurant workers. I was overjoyed when the item was supported and passed. And since the ordinance has gone into effect, many of my COVID-related workplace anxieties have been addressed. I can work shifts safe in the knowledge the city supports my health and has my back in the case of retaliation from my employer, which I have seen. I am sure many of us here agree that workers in Sacramento County not only deserve but are owed the same protections as city residents. I'm confident that the Board of Supervisors will make the right choice and show all Sacramentans that they support the survival of our workers in restaurants. We must urgently pass this common sense ordinance. I'm proud to work in the Farm to Fork Capital, and I'm organizing with other restaurant and hospitality workers because we deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna and other members. My name is Tristan Brown, a trustee of the Sacramento Central Labor Council and board member of the Center for Workers' Rights. Just wanted to call in today and vocalize my support for this ordinance. One thing that hit me today, in fact, 10 hours ago, a worker at our local Costco on Stockton Boulevard had to post a whistleblower post about the spread of the virus right now and how nothing is really out there to help these workers. This is something that is sorely needed. It is something that the city has passed and would do the rest of the county a great service. And I think most importantly, this is a temporary measure in exigent circumstances. If we can all come together as a community and bear down and take some of these harder lifestyles for just a short period of time, we can all help put this pandemic behind us and work towards a safer way to work and live. And if we can all just really take some of these provisions in the ordinance, as well as wear a mask and be socially distant, I think we can return to life much sooner than anticipated as normal. So I just really urge and I vote for this ordinance and really want to thank you for your time. And God bless and stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes your comments.
Okay, thank you. Thanks to everyone that waited patiently to address the board on this matter. Do we have Ms. Urban back on the phone?
They're gonna, hang on 1 second. getting her on the line.
For those that may be watching, we are waiting to try and get back on the phone the proponent for the ordinance.
Hi, Daniela, you're back on the line.
Thank you.
Thanks, Daniela. Appreciate you staying on the line in the event that we have further questions from board members. So we had a chance to hear from a number of speakers. We've heard from our public health official. We've heard from the proponent of the Ordinance Center for Workers' Rights and the Central Labor Council. I think for me, much of what was eloquently said by more than one speaker about the urgency for this, it being common sense, this being one of many tools in the toolbox to respond to the pandemic, as was mentioned by our public health officer, Dr. Olivia Kasiri. Further underscores for me why this should be passed, and should be passed, quite frankly, as an urgency ordinance so that can be implemented right away. That would be my preference, but as I mentioned at the opening of this item, it was intentionally noticed, and the board letter was intentionally worded such that if there is not interest by this board to offer a 4/5 supermajority vote to put it in effect immediately, that we do have the opportunity to consider it as a quote-unquote normal ordinance, which does have a 30-day waiting period, so that it can be implemented after 30 days. So with that, I'll look to my colleagues. First in the queue is Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. So I think, first of all, to go to one of your opening salvos, and that's that we are in a state of emergency, and to say we have to be nimble isn't even close to being enough. We have to act quickly with maximum transparency at the same time, which is a balancing act. But I think this accomplishes that. I think it was noticed well. I think that it was clear the issue between the majority or the 4/5 vote and how that would work. And so I agree with your comments that we're in a situation where we cannot wait. There's public safety is paramount here. We saw the northeast of this country shut down earlier and tighter than everybody else, and we're seeing the numbers rising in most places other than the northeast. As a nation, we have badly handled the COVID virus, and it's going to come down to local communities to do so. I think this protects workers, particularly what we call, and I hope a year from now I'll never say the words essential workers again, and have no need to. But this covers what we consider essential workers. And by essential workers in District 2, I can tell you, as well as everyone else's district, a large percentage of those essential workers are people that don't have a choice of whether or not to go to work. They simply have to survive and to support their families. So it is incumbent upon us to make sure that if that is the case, they're able to do it in a safe way that protects them. And this protects them, but as I said, the shutdown also protects us, all of us. And we're not going to see the flattening of the curve, the decrease of the curve, or, short of a vaccine, we're not going to see this thing go away if we don't continue to be not only vigilant, but we continue to find new ways of keeping our workers and our community safe. Will it have unintended consequences? Maybe. These things often do, but I think it will also have the intended consequences under which it was written. I think it was written in a way that minimizes those risks, and I appreciate that there's a sunset. We can always look at it again, but I do support the emergency ordinance, and thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you. Supervisor Frost.
Thank you. I am not in support of the ordinance. I have a couple reasons. I feel like it's a little bit confusing when I read the ordinance. Seems like there's duplicative, layers of law, and businesses right now are reeling from the impacts of COVID, and stacking more regulatory burden on businesses could result in a loss of jobs. I don't think it's clear that enforcement can or will be applied or even applied fairly. And I think, I think the biggest reason is that this is like an emergency ordinance. We have not given any notice to large companies who could be hugely impacted by this, and at very least, I think we should have sent some kind of a notification so that they could be in the conversation and be a part of this. So I think adding more to what the state and local jurisdictions are already and what businesses are already enduring is going to impact jobs and further be a nail in the coffin of the economy and businesses. So I do not support it.
Okay, thank you. Any others wish to chime in? Supervisor Tolley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to get, before I make some comments, I want to get a clarification just on one section here. It was in the staff report. I didn't pull it directly out of the ordinance, but on page 3 of the staff report, it gives the various circumstances in which the employees could use the sick leave, and 5 of the 6 relate to either their vulnerability, public health or impacts relative to their particular place of employment, caring for a family member who has quarantine, and obviously if they had their own medical diagnosis of symptoms. But the last one says or the employee is caring for a minor child because the child's school or daycare is closed. Daycares have been allowed to reopen under sets of circumstances going back several months now, and schools are reopening. So I guess I wanted to know how this is applicable to the employee. And we're now doing distance learning in most school districts, as well as I think a lot of the private schools. But maybe, Lisa, you could help on that, because it says that this paid sick leave be available for that circumstance, and that doesn't relate directly to, certainly in the broader context of the pandemic. But I just wanted to be clear about how that's applied and how.
Again, since I'm not advocating or didn't write this ordinance,
Yeah.
I'm just going to have to go off of what my interpretation would be if asked. And I think one of the reasons maybe is because this was probably copied from the city of Sacramento, which was, as Supervisor Cerna mentioned, enacted earlier. But I think under the circumstances, arguably, if a daycare is closed down, maybe for COVID-related issues, or if they are closed because they don't have staff to work, then an employee would, I believe, be able to use the required sick leave in that instance.
Okay, so
but again, maybe Daniela would have a better reading of what was intended by that section.
Okay. Is Danielle on the phone?
I think so.
I'd like maybe Danielle, if you heard the question, could you respond to that?
Ms. Urban?
A school or daycare facility is shut down, that the employee could take 2 weeks of time under the emergency sick leave ordinance to care for their child. And it's both mirroring the city of Sacramento as well as the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, a federal law.
Okay, so the circumstances in which schools are now reopening are a different circumstance, where obviously it's requiring distance learning in many cases, and obviously parents and people who are employed are having to make arrangements. That's not giving excuse from work for that particular circumstance. It's only if the school had been closed or the daycare had been closed, which is obviously, that's happened as this is rolled out, but I think people have adapted. So any thoughts about that? I get the City of Sacramento ordinance, but we're being asked to approve this today, so I want to understand how this would apply.
Yeah, it ultimately would be up to County Council's discretion, but the way that the federal rule has been interpreted is that distance learning is included in the school shutdown. So actually, yes, a parent whose school has transitioned to remote learning would be able to access the 2 weeks of up to 2 weeks of sick days if they are unable to work as a result of that shutdown. So, for example, if the primary caregiver who's been, handling the school care for a number of weeks themselves get sick and the worker needs to take off time in order to provide the care for distance learning, this ordinance would cover that time.
Okay, so there's an explanation behind it, so it's not just a blanket because distance learning is covered. Now I'm going to apply for the 2 weeks of sick leave. There has to be an explanation of circumstances.
There has to be an ability that they are unable to work as a result.
Okay.
Is that just for 500 and more?
Yeah, and the question my colleague just said was it's for employers of 500 or more, but apparently others that are already under that threshold are already covered under this. Is that correct?
That's right.
So this is the law.
Correct.
This is the law already for right. Employers.
For instance, Sacramento County has a similar provision because we're covered by the CARES Act or the employer CRF issue. So Sacramento County has similar. Sacramento County employees have similar rights, as do employers of under 500 people. This is just for over 500, so it's consistent with other laws.
Okay. All right. Thanks for the additional feedback. I would just comment that it's been said here this morning, but I think we all understand this board, obviously, as it's been in session, but certainly as we've worked with our county staff and certainly with the broader community to do our best to respond, certainly from a public safety and public health standpoint, to what very few in their lifetimes have experienced, and certainly with this pandemic, trying to keep people safe, to obviously allow folks to conduct their daily business, to earn a living, to keep their doors open, but also respond to all the things we want in daily life, and whether it's schools, hospitals, and the host of other things that are part of our lives. It's important to point out that obviously these are extraordinarily challenging circumstances for this community, but certainly for our state and nation and the world. And so, as I've reflected on this and recognizing, I think, comments this morning, both in support as well as those raising concerns about, the impacts, and there have been significant economic impacts up and down the line, and certainly folks who are dependent upon their employment, but also their health, that of themselves, and certainly of their family. Sometimes those considerations are ones where people are presented some pretty awful choices. And if it's a choice between going to work or keeping my family safe, or or looking out for an elder or even a child, those are not pleasant choices. And one, obviously, if we have the ability to, I think, fill in a gap in state and federal law, and I'm still a little puzzled. I appreciate the explanation as to why employers of a size of 500 or less are required to provide the supplemental sick leave, as well as the employer safety protocols, somehow that escaped the state and federal legislative process in the national order, as well as the state order relative to the health. But with all things considered, I think it's important for the people of this county, who we are all directly accountable and responsible to know that there's some safety net available to them in the event that they do fall sick, or family members are falling sick, or in the case of some of the other circumstances outlined here, some things that are certainly due primarily to the pandemic. I think also knowing that this has a date by which it would have to be revisited in order to have any further effect, which would be at the end of this calendar year. I think reflects obviously, hopefully some hopefulness that we'll at least be to a different spot when it comes to the pandemic and where we are with public health orders. But I'm prepared to support this today, and I think noting certainly the exemption for the hospital workers again who have been very frontline, along with our other public safety, public responders, and I have nothing but thanks and appreciation. I want to convey that, but I'm prepared to support this. I do think that the urgency that's embodied here. Maybe a little bit even delayed in that the fact that, some of this, obviously the effects of this pandemic have already impacted folks, but I would be supportive of moving this forward today in the event that that's not the case, certainly to enact the ordinance under the normal timelines. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. Maybe County Council can remind me, did we agree to put the language in about organizations that have collective bargaining agreements?
I don't believe that has been decided.
You do or don't?
I do not believe that has been decided.
Okay.
I advise that from a legal perspective that it's acceptable, but it's a policy decision, and I don't know if anybody from the board, I don't believe anybody from the board has specifically stated that they want that included or not.
Okay. And then I would feel a lot more comfortable if the hospitals and healthcare systems were exempted directly rather than the language that's in the ordinance, and would move to add their exemption and to add in the wording that's been suggested for collective bargaining, employers who are have collective bargaining agreements.
Okay, would you like to see the language up on the overhead? I did have it printed in case any board members would like to see it.
Sure.
And then as far as your your comment regarding the hospitals, if it's the will of the rest of the board, you could amend section 4A2, which is on page 8, to specifically exempt the employers of an employee who is a healthcare provider or an emergency responder.
Healthcare systems.
Right. That definition is included in the 29 CFR 826.30. So you could, I'm trying to think of how to, you could strike the word may and say are excluded, or we can draft some type of language. That would be where you would want to address your concern, Supervisor Peters.
Could you just say as it excludes those employees?
Right.
Okay.
And yeah.
Yes, sir. I'm trying to figure out what an EPSLA is.
That's the that is the, let me just get it right. Emergency Paid Sick Leave Act. So that is the act that the federal government passed, which grants emergency paid sick leave to public employees, and to less than firms that have less than 500.
Okay. Well, it says this article applies only to EPSLA exempt employers.
Right. So basically, what it's saying is that, as I said before, those employers who are either healthcare providers or emergency responders may exclude their employees from the requirements of the article. So we could just amend it to say are excluded.
Okay. So that would be my motion.
Is that a motion then for those changes for an urgency ordinance?
I think what she's saying is if those those changes are made, that you would be voting in favor of the ordinance.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying I would like to change the ordinance to include those.
I heard motion, so I was confused.
Yeah.
Supervisor Antoli.
Yeah, just as related to the language that was up on the board, I did hear Mr. Smith say that LA, San Francisco, and other jurisdictions had actually put that in their ordinance, but I also heard earlier in the presentation, Daniela said that State of Sacramento was the first one to take it up or something. So do we know, Lisa, from any research you've done as to whether that language is or isn't in
I don't know for sure, but I don't believe that it is included in the City of Sacramento.
Not the City of Sacramento's, yeah, right.
Yeah, it's not, I know for a fact it's not included in the city's ordinance. I asked the express question of Daniela earlier, and I would make an argument on this language. Two things. Number one, I asked the question of our county council earlier whether adding it makes any material difference, and the response I received was it does not. And I do think there is some merit to making this ordinance, whether it's normally adopted by a simple majority or an urgency ordinance adopted by 4/5 of this board, that it be kept as consistent as possible with our largest city, just in order to avoid confusion, if nothing else.
Okay, I appreciate the further elaboration. I guess I just, into Chair's question, but to what Supervisor Peters was offering, that at least things she'd like to see change in the ordinance without having made any commitment to whether that was urgency or through a normal process. But if we go with, through as a normal process with the ordinance introduction, then that wouldn't happen any sooner than our next regular scheduled meeting, which then, assuming that you had 3/5 vote, this wouldn't take effect until the last day of September or first day of October, which then, the urgency kind of, some of that begins to tail away. So I don't, again, not putting words in either one of my colleagues' mouth. I mean, if there's some interest, if it doesn't, I think the hospital healthcare piece makes sense. I think we could get there with that. If this language makes sense and there's a desire to move more urgently on this, expeditiously, then I certainly, leave it to my colleagues to maybe talk that through. But that might be the best way to get to a much quicker implementation of this. This still has 15 days from date of adoption of urgency ordinance, but versus 45 days, which is going to take under the other scenario. So I guess I would just put that out there. If, again, it may not mirror exactly what the city has, but for the purposes of the people in the unincorporated area, I do think the sooner the better, since we have this before us, versus, without, again, making it either less meaningful or, watering down whatever language people want to use. But so, again, if this is, to your point, Mr. Chair, and, in what Lisa told you, that, again, I guess that language I could find acceptable if we can get to the urgency piece of this. If not, then maybe we go the other route. Thanks.
No, Supervisor King.
Or I don't know.
Well,
I had a motion to add the comments I made about the collective bargaining and the hospital.
But so it's just to add this language, but it's not to vote on the actual measure.
Correct.
Okay.
I'll second that.
And I'll make a substitute motion. I'll make a substitute motion that we approve the emergency ordinance with the addition of this language.
So as a urgency. Well, okay.
I mean, I'll tell you, I agree with everything Don just said, so I didn't repeat it. I think sooner rather than later is better. And having, negotiated my share of collective bargaining agreements, this language is not in any way contrary to the spirit of collective bargaining agreements.
Well, I won't mince words. If putting this language in and the slight change to section 4A2 concerning hospitals, as Supervisor Peters has suggested, gets us to 4/5, then I'm all for it.
I thought her motion was just to add that.
But there's a substitute
motion now. That was her motion.
That supporting the ordinance?
Yeah, I made a motion, you seconded it, he had a substitute.
Was your motion just to add that language?
Yeah, for the collective bargaining and to put the hospitals in.
Were you?
I'm not saying how, I want to see what everybody says about that first. Please don't tell me how I'm going to vote.
I'm not, I'm trying to figure out if I understood you. I thought.
I want to change the ordinance to add those two sections.
You weren't voting for the ordinance. You weren't moving the ordinance. You were not moving the ordinance.
No.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'll second the substitute.
So substitute motion is to move the urgency ordinance with the changes outlined. That's the.
Correct.
And you seconded?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, if there's no further discussion, we'll vote on the substitute.
And the motion fails for the urgency ordinance with Supervisor Peters and Frost voting no.
Okay. So
Then I move the same.
I will move.
Yeah,
I
I
will
know you're
move that we adopt the ordinance by a simple majority vote that would go into effect 30 days.
Yeah, actually, you need to introduce the ordinance today.
Okay, introduce the ordinance today, knowing that it goes into effect 30 days from affirmation, if it's the will of the board, as a normal ordinance. Is there a second?
Second.
What was it? What'd you say? What? A normal, you said normal ordinance? Oh, okay, okay. With the changes? Or no?
No changes.
And the motion carries. Let the record reflect that Supervisor Peters and Frost voted against this.
All right. Okay. We have a 10:30 item that was rescheduled to 2. Is my understanding. Then we have a 2:30 item. I would suggest we take a break.
30 minutes?
Short one.
What's the interest of the board in terms of duration?
30 minutes?
Half-hour
Wait,
break?
why are we doing that? So we can eat. Well, but it says 2:30.
We have a
2 o'clock.
10:30 item that we moved to 2.
Oh, okay.
The Carly item is for 2.
Let's say
Yeah,
2:30.
then there's no closed session today.
No closed session.
So, all right, so it's 1:45, we'll reconvene at 2:15. Okay, I'd like to call back to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, August 18th, 2020. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and reestablish the quorum?
Yes, Supervisors Frost. Here. Kennedy. Natoli.
Here.
Peters.
Here.
Cerna.
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Great, thank you. Next item, please.
Okay, so you're going to be hearing the item from 10:30 this morning. This is the Carly Expansion Mining Use Permit, a community plan amendment and rezone to add the surface mining combining zone to 153 acres, a development agreement, a use permit to allow surface mining, a use permit amendment to allow an asphalt concrete recycling plant and a ready-mix concrete plant, and a reclamation plan for a property located at 11509 Florin Road, and this is in the Vineyard community. The environmental document is an environmental impact report.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Leanne Moffett, the planning director, here to give the staff presentation. And on this first item, I do have a PowerPoint. All right, the clerk already read the item into the record. So the location, 11509 Florin Road. This is on the north side of Florin Road between Eagles Nest Road and Sunrise Boulevard, generally south of the Jackson Highway. And it is in the Vineyard community. Here's an aerial view. The blue outline on this aerial shows the new mining area, and the red outlined portion, which is kind of an inverse L, shows the prior mining area existing plant in prior activity, in current activity. The requested entitlements are a community plan amendment and rezone to change the Vineyard Community Plan land use designation and corresponding zoning for 153 acres from permanent ag extensive to permanent ag extensive with a surface mining combining zone overlay. There's also a development agreement between the applicant and the county, an amendment to their prior 1994 use permit to allow surface mining on a new additional parcel totaling 153 acres, of which the mining activity will disturb approximately 140 acres. And then the use permit also includes a request to allow processing on site to include an asphalt concrete recycling plant and a ready-mix concrete plant adjacent to their existing processing plant. And then there's finally, as with any mining project, a required reclamation plan where the intended ultimate use of the property after mining will be open space and dry grazing as the end use of the mining area. Supervisor Natoli, you asked a question yesterday about the agricultural zoning, so we did look into that a little bit as relates to the new use of the recycling plant and ready-mix concrete plant. So the original project was approved in 1997, as I said, with the use permit and the rezone to add that surface mining overlay, and the plant was permitted in that use permit. It is admittedly the only plant in the county that is on ag zoning. Most of them are in an industrial zone, but it was permitted that way back in 1997. Staff is assuming that given that the plant is there, that this additional component of the concrete recycling plant and ready-mix plant could be considered incidental to the overall mining activity and be allowed associated with the surface mining overlay zone. But I think it is good to note for the record that we would not allow those uses as a standalone on normal ag zoning.
Okay. Thank you, yeah.
Yes. This also shows some of the phasing plan and what's going on the site. Again, the corner on the left-hand side is the new area, and it's a little bit faint and hard to read on this graphic, but it does have a notation of where the existing plant is, generally in that north central part of the area. There's a small notation that has a little dot showing where the plant is. It's a little bit north of that pink shaded area there. And then immediately to the west of it is the new asphalt concrete recycling plant and the ready-mix concrete plant being added. The key points are, with approval of this amended use permit, it would expire in February of 2033. Reclamation of the site would be required by February of 2035, with monitoring continuing through 2040. The end use of the mine is open space and dry land grazing. The development agreement has a cents per ton component, and the applicant is proposing that funding be provided to the Sacramento Valley Conservancy. The proposed expansion will not increase the mine's total overall production since they are concluding mining on other components of the site, and it does have the portable recycling plant and ready-mix concrete plant. The next slide is a generic graphic that shows how the cents per ton works at various annual sales in tons. I did want to make sure that you understand that this is a generic graphic and goes up to some pretty high annual sales amounts just to show the higher progressive ton rate per year. That is not to say that any of the mines or this mine will necessarily produce or sell this much or result in this total dollar amount. This is a generic graphic that has been used for a variety of mines, assuming a relatively high amount is sold on an annual basis.
If I could just, a question though, so
Sure.
as it relates to this one, was there 1.5 million tons estimated? So it would fall, your chart wouldn't even reflect the dollar amount. That's even, I know this is generic, but is that correct?
Up to 2 million, there still is a progressive rate per ton. It would be that bottom, that initial
The 4
line.
cents, basically?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
There was an EIR, a draft and final, that was prepared for this project. It did identify one significant and unavoidable impact associated with aesthetics. The EIR also identifies significant impacts that can be reduced to a less than significant level with mitigation, including aesthetics, transportation, air quality, noise, hydrology, geology, biological impacts, cultural and hazardous materials. There are a variety of mitigation measures that are incorporated as conditions of approval into the project, and there's also a mitigation monitoring and reporting program. Supervisor Natoli, you specifically asked about some of the noise impacts. Those are covered pretty thoroughly in the final EIR Chapter 10. There's about a 28-page discussion on noise overall. That analysis is based on 2 technical studies that were provided by SESPE Consulting, a noise impact assessment and an addendum to that assessment. And then there were also some comments that came in from a neighbor that are addressed in the response to comments, which is in Chapter 20 of the final EIR. In very brief, the only significant impact that was identified was to one home. It's titled Receptor N1 in the site. That home has since been removed and doesn't exist right now, but there is still some mitigation in the event that a home is reconstructed in that location. And then I would refer you to table in the final EIR in Chapter 10, NO 14, that shows the indoor and outdoor noise levels and how they relate and how they are below the thresholds of significance to the various receptors in the analysis. And then I would also point out the various mitigation measures, which are in attachment 2, specifically on pages 12 through 14. There are mitigation measures 39 through 42. It includes the typical restrictions on hours of operations that are embedded in the zoning code that are applied to all mines. So hours of operations Monday through Friday are allowed between 6 a.m. and 9 p.m., Saturdays between 6 a.m. and 3 p.m., and there's no mining or processing allowed on Sundays or on labor union holidays.
If I could, Mr. Chair, just on that, and I had a chance to talk to the applicant representative just before this hearing, and I know that in some of the more recent applications we've seen, because of some of the nighttime work that some of the construction firms are using, that they're asking for some additional time, outside of those hours, and to allow them, particularly if they have asphalt, hot mix plants. This doesn't have that at this facility, and they're not asking for any accommodation, because I think we've seen a couple of these recently, Leanne, correct me if I'm wrong, but where they wanted 100 or 120 extra days potentially to conduct those operations at nighttime. Again, certainly with planning director and staff review, but I want to be clear, they're not asking for that, and I clarified that with the applicant, and you've just, you're shaking your head yes, but yeah. So that's correct. So the limitation on hours is just exactly what we see here, 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. on weekdays, and then Saturdays from 6 to 3, and nothing on Sundays and holidays, as you said, and no additional built-in potential triggers where they could ask for, I guess they could always come through for a use permit or amendment or a temporary use permit, which would go through the normal review, whatever those would call for in those particular processes. But anyway, just consistent with what you said, and I did some verification with the applicant as well. So
perfect.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With regard to recommendations, this was considered twice by the Vineyard CPAC, the second time after the EIR was published, and they did recommend approval on a 6-0 vote in May of 2020. It went before the Planning Commission in June of 2020, also a unanimous recommendation. So the item is before you with the recommendations for approval on the slide. And then I would note that the applicant representative, Kevin Terrell, is available by phone, and the clerk can bring him into the hearing whenever the board is ready. That concludes the staff presentation.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, further questions for our planning director?
Nothing right now, thanks.
Okay. To our clerk to bring in.
Yes, okay.
Who are we going to hear from first?
This is the applicant,
Okay.
Kevin Terrell.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And do we have members of the public signed up? Okay.
Mr. Terrell, you're on the line. You're on the phone. Go ahead and make your comments, please.
My name is Kevin Terrell. I'm the use permit manager for Vulcan. The staff report was excellent, and the presentation covered all of our main talking points, so thank you very much for that. I would say our main point of this project is that the previous expansion that we permitted in 2009 ended up with having some unpar material, so we were permitted to mine that area until 2033, but the quality material just isn't there. So although we are going into this expansion area, which is congruent with our plant property, we are not asking for an extension of the use permit nor an increase of trucking or tonnage allowances. So it's essentially just a new area to mine, and we plan to be complete with mining and reclaim the site on the same schedule as originally approved in 2009. And I think most everything else was covered, but I'd be happy to answer any questions that anyone might have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? No? Okay. All right, I guess we can't have him stand by, can we?
Yeah, Mr. Terrell, I have your phone number, and I will call you back if the board has more questions for you, and I will be making that phone call to you and get you back into the queue.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry about the delay. Hi, caller. Please go ahead and start speaking. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, this is Patrick Mitchell. I'm just the outside attorney working on this project for Vulcan Materials. So I was just calling in case there were any questions. I don't have any presentation or anything else to say. I just wanted to make sure if any of the supervisors or staff had any questions of me, I'd be available.
Great, thank you. Any questions? No questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Goodbye.
Okay, that concludes your public comments.
Okay, all right. All right, bring it back to the board then. Polly?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Prepare to move this in just a moment. I just want to be clear about a couple of the conditions. So there's still a building right, or I assume there's an entitlement with the property where the house was recently demolished or removed. In the event, so the condition that's called out here, in the event that there was a new home constructed there, there's an obligation under this permit, Leanne, that the 12-foot berm would then have to be constructed for that area along Eagles Nest Road, I believe, for 300 feet. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay. And and who monitors that condition?
So there are a variety of ways on mining projects we monitor. We have a mitigation monitoring reporting program that our environmental staff monitors, and then we also have our mining staff who does annual inspections of the mines. So I think there are a couple of different ways that we would routinely catch this.
Okay, but
that were to happen.
Wouldn't it be smart that in the event to maybe have it, again, not to flag it, but to note on the property that would be subject to triggering this condition, that in the event that there's a permit sought and issued for a dwelling or residence, that it would be, again, in good faith, I think certainly notify, not waiting for us to visit the location or do some annual inspection, that, again, it may never come to pass. I don't know who the property owner is there and what their intent is on that property, but that might be a way to do it without, again, not to flag that property for anything,
negative, right.
But just to make sure that then we, again, that Triangle Rock Vulcan would then be aware that, there's been a permit pulled, and you're going to building a berm is not, they have plenty of material on the side, I assume, but they've got to engineer that and put it in then. So I don't know if that's another mechanism for, catching it in the process, but I as it occurred to me, I didn't realize that house had been demolished. So
yeah, that may be an additional mechanism, and we'll look into that.
Okay. The only other thing I just wanted to note was that, and it was clarified, and I'd spoken with you about this yesterday and talked with Mr. Mitchell earlier this afternoon. That I was a little concerned about the number of trucks generated by the importation, both of the recycled material, but also there's some additive aggregate that's going to be brought in, contemplated or permitted up to 150,000 tons a year. But my understanding is that with the recycled material, that will largely be a movement in with that material, and then they would load out the customer with other material. So it may not generate near the amount of trips. I done a rough calculation in my own head, and it came to a few thousand. And I thought that, in an area where we already have some congestion, it's not just their operation, but a lot of movement up and down Grant Line Sunrise with trucks. But that, again, I think that certainly mitigates for a lot of concerns that I would express relative to, hundreds or not thousands of more truck trips in and out of there. And with that, then, I think staff's done a good job. I know I had a chance to go through portions of the environmental document, and the sections where you quoted certainly on noise and traffic. And with that, then, with the recommendations certainly of the Community Advisory Council, and I think noting the response to Ms. Wagel's comments, which were included in concerns expressed, the Wagel family obviously being neighbors of this property for generations out there. I think you've done a good job in putting forth the conditions and with the recommendation as noted. So I would move the staff recommendation on all various pertinent documents, including certification of final environmental document.
All right. If there's no further questions by board members, there is a motion, a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Great, thank you. Next item, please.
Okay, for item 35.
Thank you, Leanne.
This is the Community Planning Advisory Councils. You're introducing an ordinance amending the Sacramento County Code Title II, Chapter 2.30 to delete references to 4 obsolete community planning commissions, and Chapter 2.36 related to the Community Planning Advisory Councils, and continuing to September 1, 2020 for adoption. You're also adopting an ordinance amending the Sacramento County Code Chapters 6 and 7, and adopting a resolution to create one common set of CPAC bylaws and rescinding prior resolutions.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Leanne Moffett again. I don't have a PowerPoint. I will be using the overhead at some point in time here in a minute in my presentation. Just as background, in February of 2019, the board directed staff to consider evaluating the Community Planning Advisory Councils, also known as CPACs, around several topics, such as timely review of planning items, the advisory nature of the recommendations, consistent administration and oversight, and training. Staff developed an initial concept, and we conducted an outreach process, including attendance at all 14 Community Planning Advisory Councils held through the middle of 2019. We refined the staff proposal and took that to the Planning Commission on October of 2019, and then we came before the board on December 10th of 2019. And we had a constructive dialogue with the board, however, and we did receive feedback. However, we didn't really collectively settle on a final approach. There were a number of questions and items. The intent was for us to return back fairly quickly in about 2 months. However, the entire COVID-19 situation happened, which led to delays. And so we are finally back before you today. I do want to make clear for the record that in every hearing, the board and staff have recognized the very important role that the volunteer members of the CPACs provide, including acting as the forum for early outreach with neighbors. You've all been very emphatic in your appreciation of your CPACs and your CPAC members, and the help that they provide in raising and resolving issues in the planning process. We do have materials attached in the package that are ready for adoption if you decide. However, if there are changes that you would identify during today's hearing, staff is also prepared to make any of those revisions and to return. There were a number of items that have not come up, did not come up particularly in December or through the process. Some relatively minor components of the package that I will not be focusing on today, things like deleting the obsolete community planning commissions, the training proposal, and some minor administrative items. However, I was going to use attachment 3 to your board package and put that as the overhead and go through that as kind of the means of focusing our discussion today. On this list, I believe that I'm guessing there are about 4 items that really need discussion. Of course, I may be estimating high or low, we'll see, but I'll point out the ones that I think I expect will be points of discussion as we go through this chart here. The first topic is
Leanne,
the role.
sorry, could
Yes.
you enlarge the print a little bit?
Yes.
There's plenty for me.
I can move it around as we go.
Can you see that?
Yeah, that's good, thank you.
Perfect. Okay, so the first topic, I'm going to combine the 2 top rows, the role of the CPACs and setting agendas. And so the middle column shows what we had proposed initially in December, and the second column shows any changes that we've made or where we have not made changes. And I'll sort of categorize and explain what each of these topics are. So the first on the role of the CPACs, I do expect this to be a discussion item. The package as presented to you would have the Community Planning Advisory Council's focus on planning items unless they are otherwise referred by the entire board, and as such, planning would work with the clerk of the board to set the agendas. The third row down, the size of the CPACs. At your last December meeting, you indicated we should keep any CPACs with higher amounts as seated, so that's the delta. Delta is proposed for 11 members, and all the other CPACs would have 7 members. Quorum was not a point of comment at the last meeting, so the quorum component has not changed and is shown in the chart here. Voting and officers may be a discussion item. And it is something that we have changed since December. The December proposal had a proposal where the CPACs would fill out a referral form with all of their comments. They would then vote on the accuracy of the referral form, but they would not make an explicit recommendation for approval or denial of the project. And we are currently recommending a more simple, straight vote. There are a number of reasons for recommending this change. One is having a more clear record, a more consistent practices with other county boards and commissions. In light of our use of blue jeans, we think the straight vote will be easier to administer, given remote technology, I should say. And then finally, with regard to having a secretary in consultation with the clerk's office, and given that the clerk is recording meetings and preparing the hearing record, staff recommends that the clerk be the official record keeper and custodian of records.
Leanne, I'm going to interrupt. We have a few supervisors in the queue here. First is Supervisor Frost.
Hi, Leanne. Thanks for all the work that you've done on this. On the voting, the way I understand it, originally the way it was supposed to work is they would vote, they would make recommendations, and then they would make a motion to vote for the project or against the project, and with recommendations included in the vote. So it was very clear. It brought clarity to the process. By the time the CPAC got done reviewing that item, you knew what the consensus was. In other words, there wouldn't be one CPAC member that had one little opinion that got thrown into the whole thing just because one person in the room had an opinion. It was a consensus of the board that these are the things we want to focus on. And can you explain why that changed from our prior proposal to now, and then and how that evolved to change?
Sure. So we had in your December materials, we had provided a sample referral sheet, and how that referral sheet would have worked is the CPAC members would have recorded all their comments, and then they would have voted on the accuracy of those comments. They wouldn't have necessarily taken a clear recommendation to approve or deny. It would have been more, here's our comments, and that those are accurate. So that was sort of how that referral sheet was set up.
Was it for comments? I mean, I think, was it to approve that these were the comments, or was it that these are the comments we want to move forward? Because I think that would bring more clarity. I think overall, that's a general opinion, that would bring more clarity if we were including the priorities within the vote. And is there a way, I know there's a issue with the telephone meetings and it's hard to manage that with COVID, but COVID won't be here forever, and so I'm wondering if there's a way to go back to that original idea after, things settle down and we open back up and we have in-person meetings again.
Right.
I mean, I don't know how the board feels about it, but I think that would bring more clarity, and there's, that's the popular opinion that people would like to see.
Got it. I see what you're saying is you don't want to lose the opportunity to capture the general comments of the CPAC.
I think we want the general comments, but I think what we're looking for is clarity in, by the time it works its way through that, we're trying to expedite the process, but we're also trying to deliver clarity so that once the CPAC voted on it, we discussed all these items, these are the recommendations that we discussed, but this is the motion that was made and passed, that this is what the board as a whole, the CPAC board as a whole, voted on. So there's clarity on those comments that actually resonated with the board enough to be included in the vote.
Right. I think we could still structure this where there's a vote to recommend approval or denial and still capture their comments.
Because one person could make a little comment and it didn't matter to anyone, and it got in there somehow, and now they're working on all these things, and it would just be more clear for everybody.
Okay.
Before we go to other members that are in the queue here, aren't you already doing that though? I have strong recollection that especially when we have controversial projects, staff typically in their oral report at least will find it important enough frequently to provide the board with a sense of the concerns that were expressed at CPAC, so that we're not just left with the numerical qualities of the vote, of the disposition of CPAC, but we understand too what some of those concerns were. And I for one have greatly appreciated that, because it's illuminating and it leads us in our discussion. So I'm not sure what would be different other from what you're already doing.
I think I want all the opinions. I think what I'm suggesting is that I guess I thought before that the conversation was that they were going to have that conversation, people would have their input on what they want to see, and then there would be a motion that would amend, they would include in their vote the ones that resonated to the point that that's what the board really thinks is important.
Okay.
You mean the commission? You're saying board, but you mean?
I'm talking about the CPAC.
Okay.
Right. In other words, included in that voting is some clarity of this is what really was important to the room. It could be one person wants something that the rest of the room, the CPAC doesn't think is that much of a priority.
And all I'm saying is that my experience, at least, is that we've had numerous times in front of this board, and I suspect that it's probably the same for the Planning Commission, that staff has volunteered what the detailed disposition is, especially when there's a split vote, and especially if it's a controversial subject. Because I think planning staff, I have confidence in them enough to realize that they know that at least we're going to want to understand that, and probably the Planning Commission too. So I'm not sure what changes.
We definitely do that, whether it's on the referral or not. Right. Planning staff knows how important the nuance is to the board members or the hearing body, whether that's the zoning administrator or the Planning Commission or the board. So we do try to capture that. And we now have the benefit of having recordings, and we take notes immediately subsequent to the meeting so that we can capture that. I think we could also structure the vote to allow for their comments, as Supervisor Frost is saying, and Supervisor Cerner, you're actually totally correct that planning staff does do that because we know how important that nuance is.
I think I'm speaking as someone who, if I was the developer or I was the person who was bringing the project, planning may know what how they would address all those opinions, and they might address some of them and not others, based on whatever the zoning or, the rules. But for the sake of the project manager or the developer, it would bring clarity, it would bring more clarity as to what the community is really thinking is important. And it also bring more clarity to us and the Planning Commission and to you. So it just seems like if you build that into the process, I think that was the whole goal, is how can we expedite it, how can we make it more efficient?
Right.
That's all.
So what I'm hearing Supervisor Frost
Leanne,
say,
I'm sorry,
yes.
can you pull that other microphone over? You're really hard to hear
Am I
under
fading?
good
Sorry.
circumstances.
Yes. Maybe I'll just move over here while we discuss. So what I'm hearing Supervisor Frost say is you'd like to basically keep the referral sheet kind of traditionally as it's been, which does allow for the CPAC comments, but to have them refine whether they're...
No, I think what I'm saying is I want the voting to include, like if they're, they have that a conversation, they around what are all the suggestions, and then include those important suggestions in the voting so that it's clear it's part of what they voted on. So instead of them just voting on the project, they're voting on, whatever the priorities they want to include in that motion.
So, just for clarity, the way that will work is that if 3 comments got made, you would like to see a process where those 3 comments get voted on, whether they're going to move on. Is that what I'm...
No, I think you just...
Could you give an example of what...
the Project A is being voted on. There's a suggestion 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on what people think would be really great to add to Project A. And then, suggestion 1, the first, third, and sixth suggestion are the ones that everyone decided after the discussion that they would like to see Project A, and they think these are important things to change. Just include it, amend the motion to not just include approving the project, but to include those priorities that rose to the top as important. I think, it just brings a little bit more clarity to, what
So,
the recommendation.
To help us understand, you're saying rather than just have a straight vote with no comments, you want to say they voted yes, but they'd like to see more trees and more this and more that.
And they're voting on the project, which is what you have now. They're voting on the project and they're just giving their recommendations. I would like to see them vote on the project, and if any of those recommendations include any recommendations that are really important in the vote. So we want to include, we want this project, but we'd like to. These are the ones that rise to the top to prioritize as we're moving this forward. We like the project, but we think the wall should be built or the tree should be planted.
They already do that.
They do that already.
May I give an example that it might help clarify if that this might meet your goal? And so what we do for Planning Commission for your board and for the CPACs, if it's approving the recommendations as they are that the staff has recommended, if there's any amendment to include any additional changes or requirements, we capture that in the actual action summary. So we are, right now, we're basically both keeping notes of what's happening at the meetings. And so now that we're here doing the meetings, as far as the action summary and keeping record, we work really closely with the planning department as well to ensure that we have the right entitlements, that we are both interpreting what the CPAC wanted that night. We have long-range meeting planning and so forth, and we also do debriefs. We're trying to really make sure that we capture the desire of that CPAC. So that's an example in terms of how we're capturing if they're amending the recommendations that are before them, that they're in the record.
Yeah, I think the way I understood it is that we are changing it now to where they're just voting to move forward the project or not, and they're making recommendations, which is great. We want their voice, we want their recommendations, but it would be really, I was just thinking it would add more clarity if they included in the vote for the project the recommendations that they would really like to see moved forward as a CPAC.
I think what's creating the confusion is when we came in December, what we were proposing was not a vote. It was the clerk was going to call for a vote on the referral, and that was going to come forward. We're going back to the traditional vote, just like you do. That an item comes up to you, you say yay, nay, and if there's anything else you want us to have in there, the clerk catches that, and that goes in the summary action. And what we'll bring to you, whatever the vote is, and whatever additional stuff you need in there, that will come to you.
Correct.
I mean,
December, we were planning on doing that.
Yeah,
it was a different model.
But it changed from that because of the phone calls and the difficulty in managing it, right? The process changed because of the difficulty with the
That
meetings.
was not that, as a percentage, it wasn't that big what weighed in our mind. It was just, we were trying to figure out what will be the cleanest way to present that to you. And when we went back and looked at our recommendation, when Leanne and myself and other folks looked at it, we thought going to this is more clear. You're used to that.
Correct.
Rather than the summary sheet that will give you, you're used to having 3, 2, 4, 1, whatever the vote is, and here's the things they want in there. So we did it more for clarity, not so much because of the phone calls.
Correct.
And I would say that one of the nice things about the straight vote is that we have had some problems where the CPAC has made a recommendation on a version of the project that they want that isn't in front of them, that has resulted in confusion later. So, say they got a 3-story project and they want it to be 1-story. So they voted, well, we approve a 1-story project. And then it's like, but that's not the project that was actually being proposed by the applicant. So is that an approval? Is that a denial? That created a lot of confusion in the record. So we wanted to know what their approval was of the project that was before them, what their recommendation was.
I guess if the vote just includes the project, it's just the project going forward. There's no description of the priorities that were floated to the top. So I was just thinking it would just bring more clarity if it was all included in the vote, so that
if they do priorities, let's just say we use an example, we have project A and we want to have 10 trees, I'm just picking a number. And if that's what they vote on, that's what the clerk will pick up, and that's what we'll report back to you.
Correct.
That they wanted that plus 10 trees.
Oh, so it is included in the vote?
Correct, yes. Yes.
Okay.
If it's amended, we just have our standard language.
So they're just
and
amending, you're just amending the vote to include the priorities that rise to the top that they want to include.
Correct.
That's what I wanted.
Yes.
Correct.
So it is working that way.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate
Sorry
your help.
that I didn't
Sorry,
clarify that.
If I misunderstood it, but there was questions about it.
That's why
I
we
had
want to
people
have this
asking me
dialogue.
questions on why did you change it, so I wanted to make sure we tried to go back to it if we could, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Supervisor Tully.
I just wanted to point out, because it meant a lot of quoting of clarity, and I'm just going to use the item we just heard and just approved that had 4 inches of paper and studies and so forth. They went to the CPAC, as was pointed out, a year ago in the spring of 19. At the time, the community council, under this proposal, they would have had a chance to continue, which they did, and they said, return when the EIR is complete. They did note on the back, at that time I think they were using their own secretary, it was pre-COVID. Concerns have been identified by a community member. Those were submitted to the environmental review process, and CPAC didn't have a copy of the letter. Fast forward to what they heard in May, which they recommended approval. They noted in the neighborhood response and reaction concerns with noise, dust, lights, and groundwater safety. They recommended the project. They had the benefit of having the environmental document so they could look at what those responses were. And I don't know if they had a staff report, but we asked for early review of the councils. And so for them to know, I don't have no disagreement with if they want to cite priorities, concerns, recommendations, but a lot of times staff hasn't even done their analysis of it. I mean, they're very early in the process. I think to what was being allowed here is to have them to at least continue so they can have the benefit. And, you know, and you look at the project. We spent 10 or 15 minutes today on a project that has, you know, a shelf life of another 13 years and, you know, went through community review. And in my view, there was no lack of clarity. It was in the document. They had a chance to look at that. And I think, you know, to what you last said, Sue, that the process does work, and it's the voice of the community. And, you know, if we use these sheets, and again, Flo and her staff have been really good about taking notes. I read those notes. And so, but a lot of times they're not going to know exactly what it is they want. They may know some concerns, it may be regarding traffic, and it may involve noise, it may involve other impacts. And I think, you know, having the process, it does work, and having them vote on it, that's a good thing. I think, you know, that was a major sticking point in my view when we last heard this in December. But we have those referral sheets. They're available for our purview, and if we want to see the notes behind them, I'm sure Flo and her staff could provide the notes that they take if we want it. And they're not necessarily a part of the record, but these are the vote sheets, and it has it there, and it outlines neighborhood concerns. And if one member or 10 members or 20 members want to bring something forward, they can capture that in the context of the referral sheets. So I think, you know, I think that what we've had and what you're proposing to keep in place works well as respects to this. I got comments on other parts of what's here today, but on this piece, I mean, I don't see any lack of clarity on it. And I understood your point at the end that maybe that's the way we're doing it already. But, you know, and with early review, if you could maybe just chime in, sometimes you haven't even given your staff a review of the thing yet.
So we did note when there's an EIR that it would not be scheduled before the CPAC until after the release of the EIR. Otherwise, it would be early review.
And I know, and see, that's the limitation, because in a previous process, you could get some of those things that surfaced that could then get addressed in the EIR. Typically, they're pretty thorough. But now, because I guess this limitation relative to the number of hearings you can have, housing or not, that they're not going to get a chance to even see it till later in the process, which can have advantages or disadvantages, I guess. But I see that maybe a disadvantage because some of the stuff that was talked about a year ago on that last project we just heard got addressed, and the council approved it, you know, 6-0 with one abstention. So anyway, my point's made on this. Thanks.
Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. We've heard this enough times that I just want to clarify my understanding of when it comes to the voting. I thought it was going to be a recommendation, not an approval or denial.
It would be a recommendation to approve or deny. Yes, that is what we're recommending, a recommendation to approve. I thought we were trying to get rid of the approval or denial to reduce confusion. We are recommending.
Was that one of the things we talked about a year ago?
In December, we had more of this referral sheet idea where it's just comments. Now we're recommending a clear vote, in part also because they still have the free appeal right in this package. So we need to know whether they're recommending approval or denial if we're going to give them an appeal option.
Our internal discussion started hinging on if you're asking for a vote, you're actually asking yes or no. And that's what we were trying to figure out, that if we're going to put a vote, that's what we get to, are they approving or not. That's why in December we were going to that referral sheet, which we found to be clunky. Then we went back to saying, well, we are asking them to vote then. So that's how we sort of justify coming back with a voting system on it.
Okay, my memory is that we thought the approval denial was a source of confusion.
It is. You remember that right. But the more we discussed that, if we put a vote, this is where we got stuck. If we're asking somebody to vote on something, is what are you voting on and what's coming back to you? And we could not reconcile that, because if we're asking you to vote, a lot of folks are going to think it's approval or denial. But if we say you're actually voting to recommend to go forward, our feeling, and again, that's just our thought process, and we can disagree on that, which...
I can see how you got there.
Yeah, we didn't see a difference after a while.
I do have a question about the EIR. Are you saying that a project wouldn't go to CPAC until the EIR was done?
Most projects don't have an EIR, but we did put a provision that would not schedule an item before the CPAC if there's a full EIR prepared, which is only a handful of items, then it wouldn't be scheduled.
What was the thought process behind that? I'm kind of with Don. What if there's some major element that kind of, the CPAC says, well, we want 100 houses, not 500 houses.
Right. For housing projects, in part, it has to do with the 5-meeting limit. We can't afford more than one CPAC meeting.
Well, but an EIR is a legal decision. That should go to Planning Commission.
More and more, the CPACs over the years have wanted the benefit of when there is an EIR on rare occasion, have wanted the benefit of the EIR before they want to vote on make a recommendation on the project. So that's become more common.
I don't agree with that.
So only a small percentage of projects that have an EIR, but I just wanted you to know that that's in the package as drafted.
I think the distinction there that we got into is because of that 5-meeting rule. So if we burn 2...
Well, they don't have to come back.
Well, I think they want to come back. That's what we're running into, is that...
Yeah, they want to come back. So that was my point.
Because you already burned 2, then we're down to, if you want to continue, you want to do something, you've lost 1 at that point. That's how we were reconciling on the housing projects.
Well, there's a lot of projects that don't go to the EIR because of the uprising in the community, especially in my district, that if they have to do an EIR before it goes to the CPAC.
Be a huge waste.
Or what if they're rezoning or something?
We're not making them do an EIR. We're saying if there is an EIR required, Leanne's suggesting, or planning is suggesting, that it be done before it goes to the CPAC. We're not suggesting that everyone has to do an EIR, or even most.
No, I'm just saying, there's some projects that I tell people, if I were you, I'd get the buy-off from the community before I buy the property.
And
I would take it to the CPAC.
Workshop.
That's a workshop, and those still exist.
Okay.
Those exist.
Yes, those
Our
exist.
whole point is, if it's a housing project and the EIR, if CPACs end up having 2 meetings, we're down to only 3 meetings to hear that.
But yes, an applicant can certainly hold an early CPAC workshop that is separate from their application process.
And that's up to the applicant to do it.
So a workshop does not count as a meeting, right, in the state's version of this?
Preferably, I probably need to work
That's
with
for
county
Brown Act, I
council.
think.
Probably preferably before they apply.
Does for Brown Act, I believe.
Well, not if they're not asking to vote.
That's your cue.
So the legislation is actually still being interpreted, unfortunately. And what that means is it depends. So in some circumstances, workshops are considered to be a part of that 5-meeting requirement. And in others, they're not. It really kind of depends on what the workshop is about, what is supposed to be accomplished at the workshop, who the attendees are. It's complicated.
And I was taking that
I think if we've only got the 5 meetings, we need to save the meetings for the higher bodies that have legal
But a lot of times the applicants ask for a workshop before they apply.
Right,
So they
that's right.
haven't
So if
made
it's
an
before
application
an
yet.
application,
If there's
is
no
submitted,
application.
then it is not. It doesn't count.
Well, that's what I'm
as the
thinking
5.
to address I've got this large senior project that's coming in, and before they applied, they went out to the community and said, we want to build this many stories and this many units, and they heard back and they adjusted their project, and now it's coming through and it looks good. So I don't think that would count as a
That's
first
different.
meeting.
So I think the trigger is the application. Right.
That seems reasonable to me.
Because once the application hits, then it's 5. And 1 with the CPAC on the EIR.
Well, how many times does the CPAC see an EIR? I mean, you said it doesn't happen very often.
Most projects don't have full EIRs. A lot of times when they are big projects with EIRs, we may schedule it in initially, and the CPAC will often ask for it to come back after the EIR is prepared. That's a very common pattern.
All the Jackson Corridor, those are gigantic projects that you've had workshops, you've had, briefings and discussions, you have some applications that track with some of those areas, but they're massive areas. They will all have EIRs, and again, I don't know whether Vineyard Council or CORPAC has asked for those EIRs before they move on the projects, but Mather South was a good example. Mather South had a full EIR, as will all those other Jackson projects.
Okay, why don't you continue?
Okay. No,
yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Leanne, I just wanted to make sure, I'm not sure I'm clear on what I'm saying. I feel that the voting does bring clarity. We talked about this behind the scenes in my office. I think what I'm saying is now the way it's structured, they're voting on the project and making recommendations. And I think what I'm trying to say is it seems like it would add more clarity if the vote is just who likes this with these recommendations. So I'm saying can the recommendations be included with the project vote so
say yes.
So if the clerk is taking notes throughout the meeting and they're listing all the recommendations that come up, and then the board has a discussion on which recommendations to include in that vote, to me, then they vote on it and it's 4-1, that's clarity. That 4-1 thought these were the recommendations that were included in the vote. It's not just voting on the project, it's voting on the project and the recommendations that the board prioritized.
Yes,
I think that's what I'm trying to say.
Yes, we can do that.
That's what you're doing?
Yes.
Okay.
Flo and I agree we can do that.
Okay, why don't you proceed?
All right, so the next row is on attendance. There were no comments. I wasn't expecting that to be a discussion item. We then have public testimony and nominations to other boards and commissions. These are both things that we took the opportunity to clarify since December, that the chairs can establish rules for taking public testimony and procedures for having nominations to other boards and commissions. Continuations. This may be a discussion item. The original December proposal did not have the CPACs being allowed to make any continuances. That would continue for housing projects in order to assure compliance with state law. For non-housing projects, however, we would allow the CPACs to do one continuance in this package.
Supervisor Kennedy?
Are those continuances time certain, or I mean, we're not going to get, we'll continue it for 8 months.
I don't think we say in the bylaws, but I think we could.
We could. I mean, that's part of the discussion, is we've gotten comments from different places that you ought to have a time limit to it. And that's part of the conversation we want to have with you, is that 30 days, 45 days?
Well, that's my whole problem with the continuance, is that it can lead to months and months and months of delay, whether it's because lack of a quorum or it's because members didn't want to vote on it. I mean, the whole reason, it's not that I have particular animosity to the word continuation, it's the process. And it's those delays. So I think it should be to a time certain or to the next scheduled meeting or something like that.
Absolutely open to that. If you give us that guidance, we're okay with it.
Okay.
I agree with that. No more than 30 days or one meeting.
Can I weigh in on that? But it's not always community council dependent. If there's, if the applicant's going to go back and make revisions, or there's some other questions, you need to have county staff come out there to say an arbitrary 30 days next meeting. I think that really boxes, the community. And I'm not looking for delay for delay's sake. Nobody is. But I mean, again,
so
I can use examples of projects in my district over 25 years where delay didn't mean people got delayed and then somehow lost a window of opportunity to build. They actually got a better project and the community supported it. That's, and so it shouldn't just be locked into 30 days. I think that's ridiculous.
So for the non-housing projects, the way we have it structured is the applicant can agree to a continuance,
Right, if the
multiple
applicant agrees.
continuances with their concurrence. This, I think, would be more if the applicant just says, I want to take my vote, whatever it is,
That's fine.
Yeah.
They can do that. That's up to them.
Okay. Then the final discussion item has to do with the elevation of the hearing authority. So in the December package, we have the one appeal. In the December package, we allowed the elevation of one item. And so I'm going to use attachment 5 to sort of explain how that works. So this practice started in 2015 when several use permits types were lowered from the Planning Commission to the Zoning Administrator. So in this attachment 5, the current process is on the top. If the community planning, so this applies only to the universe of projects that are going to the Zoning Administrator as the initial hearing authority. So that would typically be use permits and special development permits to the Zoning Administrator. So that's narrowly the category of items that I'm talking about here, not all projects. So if the CPAC recommends approval, then the initial hearing authority is the Zoning Administrator, and the appeal authority is the Board of Zoning Appeals, which is the Planning Commission acting as the BZA. If the CPAC recommends denial, then the first hearing goes to the Planning Commission, and the appeal authority is the board. What we're recommending in this package is that regardless of the CPAC recommendation, for ZA items, they stay at the ZA, and then the appeal authority is the BZA. And I do want to remind you that the December recommendation and the current package continue to have the no-cost CPAC appeal. So the CPAC, in addition to neighbors or the applicant themselves, can request the appeal. So that covers the staff presentation. I did note that as of late mid-morning, there were 3 written comments loaded into the record. All were in general support of the proposal.
Does that conclude your report?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Any final questions for our planning director, Supervisor Natoli?
Yeah, I want to go back to a couple items that you're seeking some comments. With regards to the role of the CPACs, I know I spoke to this in December, but to say that other items can't be referred out to the community council only by this board. Again, I would no more tell any one of the 4 of you that you shouldn't be able to take something out to a community council, whether it's a transportation item, another issue that's of importance to the community, and to think that any member has to come to this board in order to get authority to do that. I just think that's totally out of the context of the way, at least, I believe we've operated over the years. That if there's an issue, and I can give you several examples, Kiefer landfill, the connector road, RCCC expansion, things in the district that I represent, where we worked with the community council as a sounding board, as an organized body. They use the Brown Act application. You can do a community workshop. You talk through issues, and it's helpful. It's certainly been helpful to this member, but I believe it's been helpful to our county staff. And again, to now somehow come into the framework here that only planning items are going to go to the Planning Advisory Councils. They're the only organized body appointed by this board that, here's items of relevance, and certainly planning items are of critical importance. They're land use items. But I find that very objectionable. And again, I would think that for all of us, that there's an item of importance, working with our county staff, working with the planning staff. Obviously, we have clerk staff there to, work through other items that are of importance that, inform the board, they inform the county, they inform county staff, and they help us in our decision making, I believe. And so to now change at least what's been a practice over the years, where at one time we encouraged going out for transportation items. We talked about community councils, not community planning commissions, of having a role in talking about transportation priorities as related to local streets and roads. But I know there are issues, certainly in District 5, and will continue to be, that are of importance, that aren't necessarily a planning application or on a planning docket. Planning may have an ancillary role, but where it's been very key and very helpful, and I think has helped certainly, in some cases avoid big, contentious hearings before this board, because we've been able to work through it, and sometimes we don't, but we at least get those issues surfaced. And so I would still think that the way we've operated in practice, and again, if you want to clarify that, Leanne, but again, it hasn't all been through planning, but we do things and gets on their agenda, and it has been very useful and very helpful. And again, if people have examples that are bad examples of that, then I'd be certainly open to hearing them. But I for one think that's, I think we're hemming individual board members in, but we're also then basically on anything besides planning, I'm saying, well, community, you can't hear that, really doesn't matter. There's another process. If you want to talk about a road item, go see Mr. Hartwig and his group over there, and you can come see us when that's before the board. I don't think that's how we should operate. We don't have any other organized structure in the local communities besides the CPACs. We can talk about neighborhood groups and so forth, and those are organized. But this at least has the blessing of the county, and if it has a structure to it, it's noticed hearings, they're in a public place, they're public record, and I think it's and I think it's good for staff. I'll just say that. I think that over the years, working with solid waste staff, working with transportation staff, working with folks from the environmental review team, and with sheriff staff, as I say, our CCC expansion over the years, I can think of other items as well, but I just, again, without belaboring anymore, I feel really strongly about this item. To me, this is going in the wrong direction quick.
And Superintendent, tell you what, I'll just offer on that. What you see up there is a reflection of what comments we got.
I know.
And
I'm not saying you staff. I'm just saying that this for us to decide.
I just want to make sure that when you were asking for examples, it's not that any examples are bad. Again, we put that up there in the spirit of having a conversation with the board, and if the will of the board is to go with this, make something different, we'll make those adjustments.
Okay. And then if I could, before I yield here, I want to go down to the elevation of the hearing authority, and again, use some examples of that. And I said this on the record in December, and I've said it in the past as well, and I'll say it again today, is that when we did the comprehensive zoning code update, and I appreciate the attachment, Leanne, because it showed some of those items that got pushed down. A part of the conversation, and I'll give you two concrete examples, kennels, animal kennels, and churches, mostly non-contentious, non-controversial, but can be. And this board, and in fact, I know there's at least 3 members of this board that, can recall pretty vividly a hearing that, because the CPAC appealed it, and we ended up overturning the staff recommendation. And again, it was a hearing where these chambers were full with, divided viewpoints on it. But it would never have gotten to this board. And I guess I'd just say I feel strongly, once again, that all of us as elected members of this body should give a vehicle, again, a structured vehicle for folks, and certainly those community representatives that we appoint, to get a matter to this body. Just because it's now in the zoning code as a zoning administrator item, I don't buy that it just ought to stop at the planning commission. There needs to be appropriate noticing and a reason for getting it here, but to just let that go to the planning commission, which again are our appointees, I think people have every right and should expect that in circumstances where there is a lot of community contention, to be able to get that to this body. And there should be a route to do that. And we've provided that through the free appeal, and we provided that through, the structure we have currently. But we're now going to change that to say that the CPAC recommendation, even for a denial with an appeal, can only get to the planning commission. And if there's enough community concern, it ought to get to this board. And for me, that's a major point of departure, because if that's included in this package, I cannot support this package. To me, that's the voice of the people that we appoint. We are ultimately the decision makers, and we do our best to pile down through whatever the information is, but not to have the ability to get that to this body. It doesn't happen very often, but it can and should be able to. And so I think that we need to maintain that option and that pathway as qualified as it is to get to this board. Thanks.
Okay, others? Do we have any public testimony?
Yep, we do. Caller, please start your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. This is Bill Thompson. And as far as I'm concerned, if these people, if we can't have these things brought back, we might as well not have the CPAC boards, because there's a deal that was brought up this last week on there that the roads only had to be 18 feet wide. Well, if you got a car parked on the east side of the dang street, you can't get a fire truck down through it, and you're not always going to have people. People are going to have parties and stuff like that. So, what difference does it make? These subdividers will tell you anything. They said a fire marshal. If a fire marshal's got any brains, he's not going to tell you that a road 18 feet wide is wide enough for a subdivision. So that's my comment, and I don't think it's right that they should just get 5 different boards to go to, and then they can push their deal through, because these subdividers will tell you anything. So, and I wouldn't trust one of them any further than I could throw a bull by the tail. So thank you, and bye.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bill.
So I just want to, if Bill's listening, first of all, Bill, congratulations on your reappointment. But that residential requirement for the limitation of the meetings is not our requirement. That's state law now. Go ahead.
Caller, start with your comments, please. You have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. Hi, good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Ansel Lundberg. I'm a District 1 resident in Sacramento, and I'm a member of House Sacramento. We're the local Yes in My Backyard group, the YIMBY group. I'm just calling to express our support of item 35. We believe CPAC reform is a critical step towards streamlining housing construction in the county in a manner that still involves the neighborhood in a meaningful way. During a historic housing shortage and crisis like the one that we are currently experiencing, there's no room for unnecessary regulatory roadblocks to new housing, especially dense multifamily transit-oriented homes. The CPAC reform proposal before you will meaningfully reduce costs, legal risks, and delays for badly needed new homes in the county. We ask you to please approve staff's recommendations today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Caller, please go ahead with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Hello, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Adrian Smith, and I live in District 1. I'm calling in support of item 35. I think that CPAC reform will help streamline housing construction and help us get housing that we need critically as soon as possible. I think that we can do it in a way that still involves the neighborhood meaningfully, and that these unnecessarily roadblocks that are currently part of the CPAC system make it overly difficult to develop dense multifamily homes. The CPAC reform proposal will reduce costs, legal risk, delays for homes that we really badly need in the county. Please approve the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Go ahead.
Hi, this is Chris Norum with the North State Building Industry Association. I'm calling to express our support for this. I want to start by thanking the board and the staff for all their time working on this, and say just a few comments that this package really brings together some important changes in the building process that will help improve the county's ability to address the housing crisis and help provide some critical comments from the community that we want early in the process. It'll have some important training and noticing and modified quorum requirements, but I think it's a balanced approach that brings some needed reforms to our process, and like I said, it will bring some timely community input while allowing us to continue to try to address the housing shortage. We respectfully ask for your yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Barbara Schill, and I live in District 1. I'm a member of House Sacramento, a local YIMBY group, and I'm calling in support of item 35. We are in the midst of an unprecedented housing crisis in the state of California and in the Sacramento region, and we recognize the fundamental need for more housing to address the housing crisis. CPAC reform is a critical step towards streamlining construction in the county and our area, and it still involves the neighborhood in a meaningful way. During a historic housing crisis like the one we are currently experiencing, there is no room for unnecessary regulatory roadblocks to new housing, especially to dense, multifamily, transit-oriented homes. The CPAC reform proposal will significantly reduce costs, legal risks, and delays for badly needed new homes in the county. Please approve staff's recommendations today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Rebecca Friedman. I'm the chair of the Fair Oaks CPAC District 3. I wanted to call in to say that I support item 33, and I wanted to thank county staff and Leanne and her team for review of the CPAC procedures and processes, and the supervisors for your support of the CPACs as the voice of the community. I do feel that the new referral sheet and our recommendations for approval and or denial of a project, as well as additional recommendations, community response, and concern have been captured in the notes by staff. I also feel that their summary is representative of our input. In addition, as the chair, I do have the opportunity to add in additional comments before signing off. I would also like to thank the county for continuing to allow the CPAC to request an appeal. This was something which was very important and strongly supported by my CPAC. And finally, regarding direct comment or appeal directly to the Board of Supervisors, we have, where it makes sense, encouraged an applicant to speak during public comment at a Board of Supervisors meeting. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm concerned about item number 35. I do not support that. I think that it gives the illusion that the public should not know what you're doing. It looks like you're hiding something, and the continuation is definitely not enough time. You need a minimum of 90 days. To give people 30 days to make a decision, I think the courts don't even give you that. They give you more than that. And they also give you an opportunity to resolve anything that you haven't resolved. So I do not support this, and I think you need to go back to the board because this just doesn't make any sense. And it gives the illusion that you're trying to cut people out, the public, and that's not what you're supposed to do. We're supposed to be included. And when you take things behind closed doors and you don't allow the public to be part of it, it looks like you have something nefarious going on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes your comments.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Natoli?
Yeah, and maybe just for clarification purposes, we can clarify as a really well-used word here this afternoon, that, and I appreciate the callers, a number of them talked about neighborhood input. The community areas are pretty vast areas, particularly in the southern part of the county, in the eastern part of the county. And they're made up of certainly towns and communities, neighborhoods in a number of respects. But these aren't just some small geographical area, and I think it also goes to some of the membership when you're trying to draw upon a large area. But if you look at the Consumers Council, you've got the Slough House and Wilton communities, and Rancho Murrieta as well as a part of that area. Someday we'll have the Cordova Hills as part of that development as well, development in that given area. You look at the Vineyard area, which is a mix of mining and homes and businesses and contemplated additional housing. You take the southeast and the delta areas, you've got vast areas, but you have Harold and Galt, and then all the communities along the river. And I think the representation not just of neighborhoods but of communities, and and we're talking about the unincorporated area of the county, as we're all well aware. And neighborhoods are important, and certainly they're a part of the mix, and we'll hear from neighbors and residents. But I just think the distinguishing factors as you look at the rural councils, but also just the council makeup. And again, each supervisor on this board can speak to areas that either you have distinctly in your district or overlay other districts. But when I think about the effort and the multitude of neighborhoods and business districts and communities that are represented, rural, suburban, older suburban, and brand new, that the community councils play a very, very important role. And I think that tweaking this a little bit when you still have substantial changes on here just doesn't hit the mark for me. I think that I'm going to say what I said in December. I don't think this was broken to begin with. If there's an issue about housing and hearing things rapidly enough on the housing, then we could have addressed this. But we come in with a wholesale approach to revamping. It's been modified, and I want to acknowledge certainly the work of planning department and certainly the taking the commentary from individual board members and trying to put that into a collection of things in this chart here today. But I still think this was a non-problem, and where you were looking to try to solve something here. And I'll just, one last thing I would say with regards to the community areas, that to do one grand resolution when some of these were established 40 years ago. Now, that doesn't mean you can't evolve their bylaws and so forth, but just to say we're going to do one size is going to fit all. I don't think one size fits all, not just with membership, but I think with certainly the background that's in some of those establishing resolutions. And again, I think that if housing was the issue, then we should have taken that head on. But that was used as the entryway to say, oh, we got a big problem with our CPACs out there, and they're delaying everything, and housing isn't getting built because of that. Well, I don't buy that if that was the argument. And again, we can do things that make sure that we meet the law, that we meet the obligations we have to do things in public. But I just think that this, again, the whole conception of this going back whenever it started a year and a half ago was an effort to kind of mute, in some cases, the voices, or certainly to lower the voices for folks. And we've come a long ways with regards to that. But our community areas that are established in ordinance, reflect broad swaths of land with, sometimes not largely inhabited, but with a lot of people with a lot of different viewpoints. And this board has been served well over the course of 4 decades by the community councils. And I think that if we tweak this, or make too many changes, that we're really going to set a tone for, something that maybe seemed to be more expeditious. Whether it results in more housing getting built or not, I don't know about that. But I don't think that's going to serve the community as well. And I think what we had in place, maybe with a couple of modifications, would work fine. But again, I'm not buying a package here today. Thanks.
Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Some of what was said is, these have been around for 40 years, and that's why I supported taking another look at them, because we're not the same county as we were 40 years ago. And the, you know, I have to disagree with anybody who says that we are limiting participation necessarily, because we're the only jurisdiction in the area that I know that has CPACs. Most jurisdictions, if not all, other than ours, I won't say all because I don't know if absolutely, but the entry level is at the Planning Commission. And so this actually does afford more than in some areas. Now, as far as the impetus of this, I think, was because originally to look at it and see what we can do to create different policies and procedures that will make housing development easier. Maybe it's the wrong word, but make it so that it's less difficult at the county. But it's not just about the housing development, which the state made some moves to help that situation. We're also here to create complete communities. And so, housing developers aren't necessarily interested in going into areas where there's not services. And so this is not just about housing, though I think housing is certainly the most important thing. Now, I remember I served on the City Planning Commission from 1993 to 2004, and during that time, under the leadership of Mayor Cerna, we actually changed quite a bit as far as what level that certain decisions would be made. And change is hard for people. Change is hard for everybody, most people. The sky was falling when we did that, and it worked fine. People still got their input. Believe me, if we made these changes here today, my constituents are still going to know my phone number. I think that this is a step in the right direction. I don't think it's the last step. I don't think that the CPACs are the only things that are holding us back on providing more housing. We know we are woefully behind in development of housing in this county throughout the state. So I'm going to be coming back to Leanne and Nav and to look at some other ways we can do this beyond the CPACs, and we can streamline processes. Because right now is not the time to be stepping away to make put up barriers for housing or quality development. And I think that this still affords the community the opportunity for input beyond what any other community has, and come to a process that is fair to the applicants and isn't unnecessarily onerous as far as the timing. And that's why I've been hounding upon that continuation again and again. So I actually do support this package.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. I too have wanted to make some changes to the CPAC system. We have complaints not just from developers, but from neighbors who have a very difficult time getting through on a timely basis through the CPAC process. Then when you add into it the state getting into the housing zoning business, and they're already talking, not already, they have been talking for a year about taking zoning authority away from local jurisdictions, where they would just do a mass rezoning, allowing anything in the areas that we now can shape according to what people want and what we want and have planned for. So I think it's incumbent on us to move ahead and recognize that role that they play. As to non-planning items, I would just suggest to Supervisor Natoli what I can tell you what I do in my district, and that is if we've got a DOT process or something else coming forward, I have a community meeting, and I bring in the people from those departments to explain what is happening and get the feedback from neighbors who are interested in. They come to a separate meeting. There's no reason your CPAC members couldn't attend that meeting too, but I mean that's one way that might be possible to help you in your district. And so I am in favor of this package.
Okay. I guess I'll go last here. I'm a little torn on this. I have certainly a great respect for the concerns expressed by Supervisor Natoli in terms of the participation part. However, what I was kind of looking for carefully, since December, and since this first issue arose, was anything that I thought was a glaring obstruction or obstacle to that. And I've come to the conclusion that there isn't that obstacle or obstruction. It's a balancing act, obviously. I think all of us want to make sure that there's ample participation when it comes to the future growth and development of this county. And I do have a bit of a unique district, but nonetheless, even in Natomas, and we have a CPAC obviously identified specifically for the Natomas part of Sacramento County, unincorporated Sacramento County, there are at least two very significant proposals, thousands of acres, that are actually in process right now in terms of environmental review and figuring out NOPs and whatnot. So it is relevant certainly for District 1, just as it is for District 5, 4, 3, and the others. So it's not lost on me the balancing act as it applies directly to me, affecting the CPAC in District 1. I think the points made by some of the speakers in terms of making sure that we're doing everything we can to find a process that is going to respect the fact that I think no one can argue that housing is a great need in this state and this county is always going to draw my attention in a good way, because I think that's something that we're all striving to do. So I appreciate staff's diligence, working carefully to work through these issues. I know it hasn't been easy. I would agree with Supervisor Peters. I have a very recent experience in District 1 in terms of one of those two large master plan project proposals where the applicant was given very clear instruction that they are to commence and have at their own cost, certainly a great many community meetings to begin to draw out from the community outside of the context of just a CPAC consideration, what the concerns, issues, suggestions, recommendations might be from neighboring residential neighborhoods and others in that part of Natomas. So I think that there is, there will continue to be a great amount of attention paid to community outreach, not just within the context of CPACs. Any further comments or questions?
Yes, I'll just say thank you to Leanne and staff and clerk staff for taking, I know that it took a long time to work through this, and mirror the comments of Supervisor Peters and Kennedy. I think this is an important step toward creating some efficiencies while still allowing the community to have a voice. And I'm excited that the clerk staff is going to be involved to make it even easier. And move approval.
Second the motion.
It's been moved by Supervisor Frost, seconded by Supervisor Peters. If there's no further comment, please vote.
And just for the record, we will address in the bylaws the continuance.
31 days is what we heard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
The motion carries with Supervisor Natoli voting no. And so now we have your nominations, which is item 36, and you do have public comments for item 36.
Did we have anyone, Madam Clerk, that wanted to speak on items not on the agenda that's in the queue?
No,
okay.
And that's still
still open.
Open, correct.
I'll wait for a second.
Okay, so for item 36, you are continuing to October 6th. The Area for Agency on Aging Advisory Council, the Carmichael Recreation and Park District, Civil Service Commission, Rio Linda Alberta Community Planning Advisory Council, Sacramento County Treasury Oversight Committee, and the South Sacramento Area Community Advisory Council. For your matters today, we have the Adult and Aging Commission.
Chiefs are recommending the nomination of Deborah Bonner, and the remainder to October 6th, please.
The Cemetery Advisory Commission.
District 5.
I don't think I don't have an applicant.
Applicants.
I have no applicants, so I need to continue for a month.
Okay, and then Chiefs are recommending nominated David Ballard as the public member seat.
Then when did you want to continue yours, Mr. Natoli?
A month, please. September 22nd.
Disability Advisory Commission. Mr.
Chiefs
Turner?
recommend continuing the item until October 6th.
Okay. First 5 Sacramento Commission.
Chiefs are recommending nomination of Donna Sneringer.
Okay. The Lock Management Association.
Chiefs recommend continuing this item until September 1st.
Okay. And then Sacramento County Youth Commission.
Nominate Lauren Williams, and I understand we'll have another vacancy, so we have another nomination to make in a couple of weeks, I guess, but
Okay, so you are nominating,
Lauren Williams.
okay. And then we have the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Commission.
Chiefs recommend continuing the item until October 6th.
Okay, and that concludes the nominations, and then we do have public comment.
Okay.
Are you ready to take your public comment?
Is it on nominations or is
Yes, it's on item 36.
it? Okay. Probably should have heard that first, but go ahead.
Caller, can you please mute the meeting in the background?
Put your phone down.
Let me see if I can.
Sounds like a guitar.
This person has been waiting for a little while. Let me see if I can. Oh, let me try it one more time. Hi, caller. You are on the line now. Please start with your comments, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Lisa Kirk, and I'm currently an applicant for the Lock Management Association appointment. I understand that the appointments have been delayed to September. I have been a business owner in Lock for 15 years and understand the complexity of the structure of this association, a public entity combined with either a nonprofit or CID. The last published meeting that they had was in July of 2019 when Mr. Natoli came to seat the appointee of a board of supervisors. In November of 2019, the association was down to 1 appointed member. There has been no accounting or meeting since. Although they were given $60,000 as a startup fund by either the SHRA or a grant, it is unclear if there is any reserve. It is also unclear if errors in emission insurance has been paid. Along with appointments, it's vital that the Board of Supervisors give direction to the new appointees. I would highly suggest that you ask us to do a financial and resource allocation evaluation and report back to you. This would help determine, this would help determine if the LMA is a viable choice. There are other possibilities such as community service districts that would serve not only property owners, but renters and business owners. I believe most of the appointees are not property owners, nor do they live or have businesses in Lock. Thank you for your consideration, Lisa Kirk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, and that concludes your public comments for this item.
Okay. CEO comments?
No comments.
Okay, any comments from board members?
I think I had one here, just a second.
Okay.
There's been a lot in the news about elections and the post office and all those things. And I just wonder whether you are checking in, or maybe we should have a report from the registrar indicating that she has enough help. Things have flowed pretty smoothly here. in California and for her, but I think to cool any feelings and comments from the public, I'd like to be able to say the registrar told us that everything's under control.
I will have her come speak to the board.
Okay, thank you.
They did announce today that there'll be no changes in the Postal Service until after the election.
Yeah,
But
I saw
just-
that, and that's good, but I just want to make sure she has enough people to count everything.
Yeah, we've satisfied that requirement. I just want to make sure everybody knows we're not having any issues on it. But I think that's a good point to bring it back so the board can hear.
That's not what Capital Public Radio said this morning. They actually had an item about the registrar finding it difficult to find vote center locations.
Well, she sent out
because of the fact that a number of these locations are now being used in some way, in some capacity, to respond to the pandemic. So when we do get that report, that'll be something that I think probably all of us will be interested in hearing.
I was reacting more to the staffing, but I'll make sure on the location side.
Thank you. Supervisor Frost.
I was going to close in memory of...
All right. Supervisor Tully.
Yes, I'd like us to consider, I know we talked about this earlier in the year, and we didn't schedule any night meetings on the calendar, but I think in light of kind of where we are with budget and certainly the structure we have here now, that if we could at least have a late afternoon start on one of those budget days, maybe it's the initial one or second one we have public hearing, public comments. I just think it's, in light of where we are with the pandemic and not knowing exactly what's going to be bundled up in that, but I would like us to consider having a night meeting. So I just put that through the chair, and I'll put it out here today. And again, I know we need to work with the CEO's office and others, but we've got a couple weeks here to think about that. And I think it would make sense. To me, that's a good use of a night meeting. Thanks.
Tend to agree. Thank you. All right. If there's nothing further, I know Supervisor Frost has an adjournment in memory.
Yes, this afternoon I would like to close our meeting in memory of Jane Weiss, who was a resident in Orangevale. Jane Weiss was born on July 22, 1941, and was a longtime resident of Sacramento County. She married her husband, William Weiss, in August of 1971, and they eventually settled in Fair Oaks. Jane was a passionate educator at Del Campo High School, where she worked as an English teacher, a counselor in student government, and eventually becoming vice principal. She became principal at Casa Roble High School and was also a junior-senior grade liaison within the San Juan Unified School District. Jane's dedication to education and the community service continued during her 24 years as a member of Rotary Club. She served as president-elect, vice president, president, past president, club secretary, and international chair. Her leadership with the Rotary Club powered the funding and construction of a softball field at Casa Roble High School, an amphitheater at Rovers Elementary, and a cross-country track at Pasture Middle School. As many of us know, Jane worked endlessly for creating a bigger and better Orangevale library. She was a member of a group known as the Friends of the Orangevale Library, which started in 2002. She helped with the fundraisers that benefited the library. Every December, she participated in the annual Barnes & Noble Book Fair, in which a portion of the book sales benefited the library. She also organized the annual Bodacious Book Sale, which ran for 3 days, and all proceeds went to Orangevale Library. But Jane's biggest focus and goal for the community of Orangevale was to have a new library. In 2001, the library moved into the 7th rented facility in its history. For many years, Jane helped push the plan to make plans and build a permanent library. After many years of studies and design plans, the dream for a freestanding library just didn't seem like it would come to fruition. The cost was too high. But Jane stayed optimistic, though being told that the community may need to adjust their expectations and have a smaller library. In May 2019, Jane was happy to learn that the Sacramento Board of Supervisors approved the library expansion at its current location. The library will increase its size from 4,200 square feet to 8,000 square feet. It saddens me that Jane won't get the opportunity to see the reopening of the enlarged library, but I know she would be very happy. Jane and her husband Bill loved spending time with their children Mark, Bill, and Cheryl, and their grandchildren Sean and Neil. After retirement, Jane and Bill also spent lots of time traveling the country and the world. She was a practitioner of the culinary arts, a wine enthusiast, and an avid reader. We will remember Jane as someone who possessed great leadership skills, who was a visionary, and someone who had warm heart and a great sense of humor. And we will miss her dearly. And I just want to say that Jane was probably one of the first people when I was running for county supervisor that said, will you support our having an enlarged new library? If you'll support that, I'll vote for you. And so I'm sorry she didn't get to see the new library, but she did get to see that it's coming, and we will all miss her very much. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, if there's no further business in front of the board today, we will adjourn in memory of Jane Weiss.